Chapter 531. Qin Shujian floated away. Sai Hanhai's move was beyond his expectation. The sea-filling sect had always been low-key. Sai Hanhai, the top master of the sea-filling sect, had not made a move for a long time. This time, Sai Hanhai, a master who had been silent for a long time, showed up directly. Qin Shujian shook his head and laughed. It seems that my influence is greater than I thought. But I just came to the East Wen Mansion, and such a master came out to deter me. Is the East Wen Mansion really so quiet and peaceful? He didn't believe it. None of the prefectures could have true peace. But along the way, Qin Shujian found that there were surprisingly few fights in the East Wen Mansion. There were occasional fights, but they rarely hurt people's lives. Most of the people who made a move were players, and the local people could be ignored. While he was surprised, Qin Shujian's thoughts drifted to Sai Hanhai. He originally thought that in the cultivation world, the strongest was the existence of the third tier of the celestial being. After all, for so many years, there had been no sage realm master who showed his power in front of people. However, Qin Shujian also wondered if there was an old monster who had lived for a long time in any sect. But this guess, it had never been confirmed. Until now, when Qin Shujian met Sai Hanhai, he realized that the foundation of the cultivation world was not as shallow as it seemed. Let's not talk about anything else. Sai Hanhai was a master of the sage realm. Although he didn't know which tier of the celestial being he was, if his strength was exposed, the sea-filling sect must be one of the top sects in the world. To be honest, if he broke through to the sage realm, Qin Shujian was sure that he would not be so low-key. It's a pity that I can't really make a move, and I can't test Sai Hanhai's strength. But the top master of the sea-filling sect doesn't seem to be as aloof as I thought. As Qin Shujian walked, he recalled the scene of the fight just now. First of all, he also confirmed one point. Although he was only in the second tier of the celestial being, with the foundation of the Guiyuan ancestral scripture, even if he was a master of the sage realm, he still had a chance. The only difference was who would win and who would lose. However, Sai Hanhai did not really use his full strength, and Qin Shujian also held back. In the battle just now, no one could do anything to the other. What really concerned Qin Shujian? In addition to Sai Hanhai's strength, there was also the destructive aura when he attacked. In other words, Sai Hanhai must have some unknown secret. Perhaps this had something to do with the fact that the other party had remained silent for so many years. It was just a small matter, but Qin Shujian thought of a lot of things. Interesting. If there is a chance in the future, I can test the strength of the Fu Hai sect. If possible, it might be a good choice to pull the Fu Hai sect into the alliance. Qin Shujian smiled. Sai Hanhai's strength was worthy of his attention. At the very least, Sai Hanhai was the strongest among the many experts he had met, excluding those from the imperial court. The title of the strongest cultivator in the world of cultivation is still up for debate. But when I break into the Saint Plain, there should be no more debate. In less than half a day, Qin Shujian was already far away from the original city and had crossed several regions. East Wen Mansion. 3 sides were connected to the Great Jiao, and one side was facing the vast sea. The city that Qin Shujian walked out of before was already close to the sea. Now that he had spent half a day, although he had not yet reached the seaside, he had already felt the familiar aura. That was the aura of the sea. He had also been to the sea in his previous life, but he had never been here in this life. Now that he was about to arrive, Qin Shujian was a little excited. As time went by, in Qin Shujian's perception, there was already the sound of surging waves. An average-sized village appeared in his line of sight. At the entrance of the village, there were also many people coming and going. This place was by the sea. The desire and curiosity of the endless sea would still attract many people. Therefore, in addition to the people in the village, there were more outsiders here. Among these outsiders, there were people from the East Wen Mansion as well as people from outside. After all, although East Wen Mansion was an ancient mansion, it did not mean that it had a lot of resources. Instead, as time went by, it was a bit of a remote village. However, this remote village was also relative to other big mansions. But anyway, If it was not necessary, few people would come to East Wen Mansion, unless they wanted to retire. Therefore, they were not people who wanted to retire. 90% of the people who came to East Wen Mansion came for the vast sea. When Qin Shujian walked to the entrance of the village, a middle-aged man directly greeted him and said enthusiastically, "Sir, I am a villager of this fishing village. You can call me Ali. May I ask if you are going to go to sea? If you are going to sea, I have a good ship here, and the price is not expensive. I guarantee that you will not be disappointed." Qin Shujian did not speak. The middle-aged man, Ali, had already said a lot. His tone was very fast, for fear that others would be impatient, but his speech was very clear and would not be blurred because of the speed. It was obvious that the other party had practiced this very well. Qin Shujian nodded and said, "I am going to sea." "Haha, may I ask your surname?" "Qin. It turns out to be Master Qin. May I ask if Master Qin is going to sea alone or with several people? How long do you plan to go? If you tell me, I can give you an accurate introduction," Ali said with a smile. In his opinion, Qin Shujian was well-dressed and had an inexplicable temperament. Such a person was either rich or noble. Looking at his calm posture, he was almost sure that he was a strong person who had set foot on the cultivation path. Ali had been in the fishing village for so many years. Although he was also an ordinary person, he thought that he was very accurate in judging people. Qin Shujian said, "I am going alone. As for how long I will be going, it depends on the situation. You can arrange a ship for me here." "Master Qin, are you going alone, or do you need a helmsman, a deck sailor, and others?" "I can go alone." "Well, Master Qin, please come with me." Ali was shocked and his expression was much more respectful. He went to sea alone without a helmsman or other people's help. If he was not a strong person in the cultivation world, who would have such confidence? Moreover, the other party was not as simple as an ordinary strong person. They walked into the fishing village. Ali introduced everything around as if they were familiar with each other and said, "Master Qin, this should be the first time you have come to the East Wen Mansion. The most famous thing in our East Wen Mansion should be the products in the sea. These aquatic products are extremely rare in other places. Only our East Wen Mansion has them. If Master Qin is interested, you can have a try." Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. Looking at the people passing by, he said, "Are there many outsiders coming to the fishing village every day?" "Yes. After all, although our fishing village is small, it is close to the sea. Many people will choose to stay here temporarily or prepare some materials for the sea." Ali nodded and said. Qin Shujian said, "In my opinion, with so many outsiders, will they break the peace of the fishing village or cause any fights?" In his perception, there was no strong aura hidden in the fishing village. Just like Ali, who was in front of him, was just a strong mortal. The fishing village was so weak. If it encountered some violent cultivators, it would be destroyed in minutes and people would die. Ali was not surprised when he heard this. He said with a smile, "Master Qin, you are not the only one who has asked this question. Although our fishing village is small, it has a background. The sign of the Fu Sea Covering sect has been hung at the entrance of the village. This also shows that our fishing village is protected by the Fu Sea Covering sect. Moreover, there have always been few disputes in our East Wen Mansion. With the protection of the Fu Sea Covering sect, things like what Master Qin said generally don't happen." The sign of the Fu Sea Covering sect. Qin Shujian recalled that he did see a sign at the entrance of the village. But he knew a little about the Fu Sea Covering sect, but he really didn't know what the sign of the Fu Sea Covering sect was. However, Qin Shujian was confident enough that he didn't need to care about these things. If it were others who came to the East Wen Mansion, they would not dare to be so presumptuous. No matter how low-key the Fu Sea Covering sect acted, it could not erase its reputation as a top sect. Such a force. Not everyone could be easily offended. Because only the existence of the celestial being level means could be called a top sect. The rest did not have this qualification. During the conversation, Ali had taken Qin Shujian to a dock. There were many boats docked at the dock. There were big sails more than 10 feet long and fishing boats less than 10 feet long. When he looked at the boats and cast his gaze into the distance, he only saw a vast sea in front of him. The sea was level with the sky and the earth, as if converging into a line. Many boats were floating in the sea, either going far away or returning. At this time, Ali had walked over to talk to a middle-aged man. After talking for a while, the two men walked over to Qin Shujian. The middle-aged man said first, "Master Qin, what kind of boat do you need?" "That one." Qin Shujian stretched out his hand. It was the smallest fishing boat. Seeing this, the middle-aged man did not show any abnormality. He only explained, "Master Qin, the hull of a fishing boat is relatively fragile. If you want to sail far away, it is easy to have unforeseen events. Moreover, if you encounter too much wind and waves, there is also the danger of sinking the boat." "No matter." Qin Shujian waved his hand and said, "How much silver? Do you want to buy or rent?" "Let's buy it." Qin Shujian replied without hesitation. "Rent my ass." Who knew that he would not come back from here? When the time comes, he would have to come back and withdraw the boat. Was he, Lord Qin, crazy? The middle-aged man's smile became warmer. He said, "If Master Qin wants to buy, just give me 3 taels of silver. After all, the fishing boat, no need to say more." Qin Shujian waved his hand and took out an ingot of silver and threw it over. The middle-aged man said 3 taels, but this ingot of silver was definitely more than 3 taels. Reaching out to take the silver, the middle-aged man said, "Master Qin, please wait a moment. I will give you the change. Give the extra money to him." Qin Shujian indicated to Ali, who was standing by the side. Hearing this, Ali was instantly overjoyed. He repeatedly "Thank you Master Qin for your reward." Although he had not come into contact with that ingot of silver, but with his many years of experience, he could tell that it was at least 5 taels. 5 taels of silver. After deducting 3 taels of silver for the boat, there was still 2 taels of silver left. For Ali, 2 taels of silver was something that he had to work hard for a long time to earn. The middle-aged man kept the silver and then said warmly, "Master Qin, please follow me." Then, the 3 of them walked towards the pier. The middle-aged man pointed to the dozens of small boats and said, "Master Qin, you can choose any one of them." After saying this, Qin Shujian took a step forward. In the next moment, he had already appeared on one of the small boats. The sudden change. It made the middle-aged man and Ali extremely shocked. Before the 2 of them could react, they saw the rope that tied the small boat silently break. The small boat, as if it was being pushed by countless people, directly broke through the sea and sailed away. In this way, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. This, the middle-aged man stuttered, as if he was stunned by the scene in front of him. He had seen many cultivators, but there was no one who could do what Qin Shujian did. Ali also sighed and said, "Master Qin is really a strong cultivator in the cultivation world. It makes people yearn for him." After sighing with emotion, Ali chuckled again and looked at the middle-aged man. He remembered that there were still 2 taels of silver left on the other party. At this time, there were also many cultivators on the pier. Some people saw Qin Shujian driving the small boat away in the wind and waves, and suddenly some competitiveness rose. They saw that a group of 5 people had originally bought a large boat and had a lot of people on it. Now they drove these people out. The 5 of them activated their vital essence and slowly drove the big boat away from the pier. However, there were also some people who recognized Qin Shujian's identity. Their eyes flashed again and again, and they immediately passed the news out. The news that Qin Shujian had come to the East Wen mansion. It was both a secret and not a secret at the same time. For those at the bottom, they naturally couldn't come in contact with such things. But for some powerful cultivators, the arrival of the strongest cultivator in the cultivation world was already known to everyone. The mountains were covered in clouds and mist. Occasionally, red-crowned cranes flew by, and the trees were verdant, presenting a scene like a fairyland. Compared to the quiet and peaceful East Wen mansion, this place gave people a kind of tranquility like a paradise. For the people in the East Wen mansion, this place was the holy land in their hearts. Because this was where the Fu Hai sect was located. As for why the Fu Hai sect didn't establish a sect on the sea but in the mountains, this was unknown. On the peak of the mountains, two people sat opposite each other, with a chessboard in the middle, and were playing chess. If Qin Shujian was here, he would find that one of them was Sai Hanhai, who he had met before. In the entire Fu Hai sect, only the sect master could sit opposite the strongest cultivator of the Fu Hai sect. The sect master of the Fu Hai sect, Qi Tiansheng, while the two were playing chess. The jade talisman at his waist flashed, and Qi Tiansheng's movement paused for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Martial uncle, Qin Shujian has gone to see." "Yes." Sai Hanhai said softly and didn't say anything else. While they were talking, the chess pieces were already counted. The two didn't seem to need to think while playing chess. With each passing breath, they could think of many countermeasures. Qi Tiansheng said, "Martial uncle, you have fought with Qin Shujian. What do you think of him? His cultivation is profound. If you don't have complete confidence, you can't be his enemy." Sai Hanhai pondered for a moment and said. Qi Tiansheng looked surprised, "Martial uncle, you can't defeat Qin Shujian with your means?" Others didn't know the truth, but he knew it very well. His martial uncle had broken through to the 4th level of the celestial human realm 1,000 years ago, becoming the first Saint Realm cultivator in the cultivation world. This number 1 was not the number 1 from ancient times to the present. It was the first in the current cultivation world. As for now, although Qi Tiansheng didn't know if other sects had hidden Saint Realm cultivators, in his opinion, even if there were, they couldn't be his martial uncle's match. Sai Hanhai hadn't shown his strength for many years. But based on his own intuition, Qi Tiansheng was sure that his martial uncle's strength was enough to deserve the title of the strongest cultivator in the cultivation world. Sai Hanhai said, "Don't underestimate the people in the world. Qin Shujian's reputation is not unfounded. Although he hasn't reached the Saint Realm, his strength is no weaker than a Saint Realm cultivator." The result of this fight was not clear. Although the fishing rod in his hand was broken, it was just an ordinary fishing rod. It couldn't withstand the power of a celestial being. It didn't mean that he lost because the fishing rod was broken. But in Sai Hanhai's opinion, Qin Shujian's strength was not to be underestimated. If they really fought, Sai Hanhai showed an unfathomable smile and said, "I can see that Qin Shujian didn't come to the East Wen Mansion this time. He might not be here for the East Wen Mansion. Maybe he was just passing by. Since he has gone out to sea, it seems that there is something in the sea that he needs." What could be in the sea that he needs? Qi Tiansheng frowned. Although there were many resources in the vast sea, there were also many dangers in the sea. Although the Fu Hai sect was located in the East Wen Mansion, they didn't have much control over the sea. It wasn't that they didn't want to control it, but that they didn't have enough strength to do so. It wasn't just the Fu Hai sect. Even the imperial court had little to do with the sea. But Qi Tiansheng was sure that there were no powerful forces in the sea. Otherwise, the Great Jiao wouldn't have been safe for so many years. At most, there were some powerful ferocious beasts and monsters. This was also why the imperial court never cared about the sea. At most, there were some small islands in the sea with some idle forces. Most of them were ferocious beasts and monsters. Ordinary cultivators were at risk of dying when they entered the sea. If it wasn't necessary, no one would enter the sea. Although there were many resources in the sea. But to be honest, in terms of resources, the sea was still lacking compared to the human territory and the endless mountain range. This was also the main reason why the imperial court didn't get involved in the sea. Only the East Wen Mansion, which was close to the sea, would occasionally set foot in the vast sea. But it was just a little bit. It was impossible to go deep into the sea. Sai Hanhai shook his head and said, "There are too many unknowns in the sea. Even powerful cultivators may not have the opportunity to set foot in the deepest part of the sea. Maybe there really are some treasures. Martial uncle, do you think we should make a move?" "Make a move? Send people to die?" Sai Hanhai said lightly, "Don't think too much. If there is any treasure in the sea, it should have been taken by the Fu Hai sect. Since it wasn't taken by the Fu Hai sect, it means that there is no treasure in the sea, or the treasure shouldn't be taken by the Fu Hai sect. If we take it by force, We will suffer the wrath of the heavens. At last. Sai Hanhai warned. Suffering the wrath of the heavens? Qi Tiansheng was skeptical. With his strength, even if there was the wrath of the heavens, it wouldn't be a threat to him. Perhaps only the heavenly punishment from the hell shackles could threaten him. Qi Tiansheng thought so. But he didn't refute Sai Hanhai. Indeed. There were too many dangers in the endless sea. Ferocious beasts and demonic beasts were secondary. Some dangerous places formed by nature could even kill a celestial being. There used to be many experts who explored the sea. The reason why there were fewer people in recent years was that many experts had died in the sea. Among them, there were even 3 celestial beings among them. The 3 celestial beings entered the sea one after another, but they never came out. They entered the sea and never came out. For many people, this was a death in disguise. Sai Hanhai said, "Send someone to pay attention to the dock. If he comes back from the sea, don't act rashly to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings." Marshal Nephew understands. Qi Tiansheng nodded and said. They sent people to follow Qin Shujian, but they lost some people. Although there were only 2 casualties, it was still a huge loss for the Fuhai sect. For so many years, the Fuhai sect hadn't lost many people. There were few fights in the entire East Pattern Mansion. As a top sect, no one dared to provoke the Fuhai sect. So there were even fewer fights about the Fuhai sect. And even if there were some fights, they would stop. At most, there would be some injuries. In terms of deaths, there were very few of them. And in the East Pattern Mansion, killing people was a big crime. Generally, other sects would join forces to hunt them down. Even players rarely dared to kill people in the East Pattern Mansion. Most of them killed some monsters and ferocious beasts to level up. They could do this. Not only the Fuhai sect was controlling, but other sects and forces also helped. Therefore, the East Pattern Mansion was peaceful. Now that 2 people from the Fuhai sect died at once, it was no small matter. If it weren't for Qin Shujian's strength, the Fuhai sect and other sects would have already taken action. That is, Qin Shujian's strength was amazing. If there was a conflict, it would cause more deaths and injuries. That was why the sects in the East Pattern Mansion were afraid. After all, the title of the strongest person in the cultivation world was not just for show. Now that he heard that Sai Hanhai didn't take down Qin Shujian, Qi Tiansheng gave up the idea in his heart. If he couldn't take it, then so be it. As long as Qin Shujian didn't make trouble in the East Pattern Mansion, it would be enough. If he really made trouble in the East Pattern Mansion, he believed that his martial uncle would never sit back and watch. Chapter 532. In the sea. A small boat braved the wind and waves as it sailed into the distance. Qin Shujian stood at the bow of the boat with his hands behind his back. The wind only blew his clothes slightly. Along the way, many boats were overtaken in an instant. Damn, it must be a small electric motor. Driving so fast, it must feel good when it hit. F***ck. Some players who were rowing the boat strenuously looked at the small boat that flew past them. After being stunned for a few seconds, they couldn't help but complain. Compared to the other party, looking at the people who were rowing the boat, it was simply 2 extremes. Although a cultivator could use true essence to drive the boat after breaking through to the true martial realm. But doing so would consume too much true essence. And it wouldn't last long. As for the speed, it might be faster, but it definitely wouldn't be much faster. Like Qin Shujian, who passed by with a whoosh, it was simply blinding their titanium dog eyes. Different from the complaints of the players. Some local cultivators had serious expressions as they looked at the boat that had become a small black dot. They couldn't help but say, "I wonder which expert entered the sea alone." To be able to use true essence to drive the boat so fast and ensure that the boat doesn't break, his strength is at least at the prominent divine realm, or even the god martial realm. Prominent divine realm, god martial realm, it's really fascinating. Hearing this, some people also sighed with emotion. In this world, cultivators who could cultivate to such a level were not rare, but there were definitely not many of them. In the past, the appearance of such an expert would attract the attention of many people. On the other side, Qin Shujian had already sailed the boat and completely left the range of the dock. At this moment, he sat on the boat and took out a small tea table from his storage ring. Then, he took out a tea set and placed the Osmanthus spirit tea that he had already prepared on the tea table. With a light wave of his sleeve, a small stream of water rose from the sea and gathered towards the teapot. In the process of flying, all the impurities in the water were removed. The entire process. It was completed in less than a breath. Qin Shujian held the teapot in his hand. In less than a breath's time, the tea inside had already boiled. After tossing and turning for a while, Qin Shujian tasted the spirit tea and looked at the surrounding scenery. The sea view was also considered a scenery, so he was in a good mood for a while. As a great cultivator of the Deva realm, he should have been flying. However, Qin Shujian had no intention of flying. Firstly, it was still a problem whether there were islands in the sea. It was fine to fly occasionally, but if one were to fly for 10 days to half a month, even if it would not consume much of one's divine sense, one would still feel nauseous. Therefore, Qin Shujian chose to buy a small boat for his own use. In any case, using true essence to drive the boat would not be much slower than flying in the air. This time, Qin Shujian was prepared for a long voyage when he entered the sea. In his opinion, such a small difference in speed was not a big problem. Moreover, flying in the air isn't as comfortable as I am now. Qin Shujian couldn't help but laugh. Sipping tea and looking at the sea view, wasn't that much better than flying? Even driving a small boat would consume some energy, but for a celestial, multitasking was a trivial matter. Looking at the blue sea surface, Qin Shujian recalled everything about the sea area. From the information he had obtained, the sea area was very large, but no one could give an accurate answer as to how large it was. In addition to that, the dangers in the sea area were no less than in other places. Among all the dangers, there were only two greatest dangers. One was the ferocious beasts, and the other was the forbidden land formed by heaven and earth. The so-called ferocious beasts were actually monsters. They were just called monsters on land and ferocious beasts in the sea. As for how strong the ferocious beasts were, one could refer to the Endless Mountains for details. And it was different from the Endless Mountains. All year round, there would be human experts going into the Endless Mountains to kill some powerful monsters and suppress the development of monsters. But the sea area was different. Almost no human would deliberately enter the sea area to kill some ferocious beasts. After so many years, the sea was not full of ferocious beasts, but there were also many hidden ferocious beasts. Among these ferocious beasts, there were even existences that could threaten celestials. If his strength had not broken through to celestial, Qin Shujian would not dare to set foot here easily. In addition to the ferocious beasts, it was the forbidden land formed by heaven and earth. These forbidden lands were also commonly known as natural disasters. Ordinary natural disasters couldn't threaten celestials, let alone celestials. Even a slightly stronger cultivator couldn't threaten them. But the natural disasters in the sea area were different. Some powerful natural disasters could even make celestials kneel. In general, the sea area was very dangerous. If one was not careful, one would die. The imperial court did not dare to send people to explore the sea area because they could not afford the loss. If too many human experts died here, it would not be a good thing for them. In the past, the human race was threatened by the demon clan. Today, the human race is facing the hidden dangers of the 3 continents. Before these problems are solved, the human race must preserve enough strength to deal with any possible emergencies. For tens of thousands of years, the sea area has not posed any threat to the human race. Even if there is something here, the imperial court will not easily provoke it. Qin Shujian recalled the rumors about the sea area and the human race, and he had a rough idea in his mind. Humans were born with the impulse to explore and pursue the truth. If there were no external threats, sooner or later, the human race would set foot on the vast sea. But now was not the time. For a long time, there had been a hidden danger lurking in the dark, forcing the human race not to be distracted in dealing with it. It was also because of this that there was not much information about the sea area. As for why Qin Shujian knew that the sea area had not posed a threat to the human race for tens of thousands of years. It was because the information from even further back had already disappeared. The lifespan of a celestial was at most 7,000 years. Tens of thousands of years was enough for many celestials to reach the end of their lifespan. As for the others, it was needless to say that they had died many generations ago. For some things, it was understandable that they would disappear after a long time. Qin Shujian did not have the intention to explore the vast sea area. He just wanted to confirm his guess and see if there was anything in the sea area that he remembered. If this is really the Dongsheng Divine Continent, then Huagua Mountain should exist. Of course, Huagua Mountain might have sunk. Or not at all. He wasn't sure if he was right or not. But since he was here, there were some things that he had to clarify. Not to mention exploring the true meaning of the world, Qin Shujian at least wanted to know what kind of world he was in. If possible, he also wanted to know why he was here. He just wanted to know. As for the way back, he did not think of looking for it. Now was good. He was strong, lived for a long time, and had a sect with hundreds of thousands of people. Wherever he went, he was respected. Where else could he find such treatment? The boat cut through the sea. The ripples on the water gradually disappeared after the boat left. Qin Shujian sat on the boat, looking at everything around him leisurely. In fact, his spiritual will had spread out and covered thousands of miles. It was said that there were many ferocious beasts in the sea area. As his spiritual will covered the area, he also found many weak auras. These weak auras were only in front of Qin Shujian. In fact, most of these auras were at the true martial realm. Some of them were at the spirit martial realm. However, Qin Shujian had not gone too deep into the sea. It had only been about half an hour since he had left the dock. Half an hour. Given the speed of the boat, it was enough to travel a few true provinces. It seems that there are indeed many ferocious beasts. If the people of the East Pattern Prefecture were fishing, they would not have gone too deep. As for the sea near the dock, there are no ferocious beasts. Qin Shujian spread out his spiritual perception, paying attention to the changes in his surroundings. There were no ferocious beasts at the dock. He did not need to guess to know that the experts of the Covering Sea sect or the Imperial Court had exterminated those ferocious beasts. After all, many people in the East Pattern Prefecture relied on the sea to survive. If the sea was full of ferocious beasts, then most of them would starve to death, and their lives would be extremely difficult. However, after traveling for a while, Qin Shujian also discovered a problem. The spirit qi in the sea was much denser than in the East Pattern Prefecture. The spirit qi is so dense. No wonder so many ferocious beasts were born. However, does the density of the spirit qi mean that there are many spirit stones in the sea? Qin Shujian was slightly stunned. Soon, he came back to his senses. Spirit stones. Yes, there were many spirit stones in the sea. Any spirit stones that appeared in the human clan would be collected by the cultivators. The human clan was not involved in the sea, and the ferocious beasts were not very intelligent. Therefore, there must be many spirit stones buried at the bottom of the sea. Otherwise, how could the spirit qi in the sea be denser than in the human clan? There were cultivators in the human clan, and ferocious beasts in the sea. Everyone was rich in spirit qi, so no one was better than the other. Qin Shujian was a little excited as this thought lingered in his mind. This time, he mainly wanted to confirm his guess. However, if he could take the opportunity to fish for some spirit stones, it would be a good thing for him. However, this was just a thought. Qin Shujian did not really take action to search for spirit stones in the sea. Although this place was far away from the dock, it was not too far away. If there were really spirit stones, the human clan might have dug them all out after so many years. He could think of something. Qin Shujian did not think that others could not think of it. Whoever treated the people in the world as fools would be the biggest fool. There's no hurry. When we go deeper into the sea, there might be spirit stones. Although the density of spirit qi is not weak now, it's still far from the level of spirit stones. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Qin Shujian drove the boat and continued to sail in the sea. Whoosh, the boat rode the wind and broke the waves, shuttling through the sea like lightning. Boom! The sea in front of them suddenly became turbulent. Powerful fluctuations spread out in all directions, causing the waves to surge as if a tsunami would occur at any time. Qin Shujian put down the teacup and walked to the bow of the boat. He looked at the turbulent sea with his hands behind his back. His expression was as calm as ever. The boat under his feet did not slow down at all. At this time, the waves rose up, and it was more than 10 feet high. Then, it slammed down heavily, causing a terrifying fluctuation. When the surrounding ferocious beasts sensed the fluctuation, they all fled in all directions. At the same time, a series of shocking roars came from the sea. Qin Shujian looked at the sea, and his vision directly penetrated the obstruction of the sea. He just happened to see two tall beasts fighting each other. One was a giant ape-like beast. The other was a giant tortoise. The giant ape stood up, and it was more than 10 feet in size. Every punch stirred up the sea. The tortoise that was fighting with the giant ape had a greenish-black shell, and it was not smaller than the giant ape in size. In its open mouth, there were sharp fangs, and the claws on its limbs were like steel needles. At first glance, it was not a character to be trifled with. Between the two, it was unknown who was looking for trouble. The battle between the two caused a lot of movement in the sea. In Qin Shujian's perception, the strength of the two beasts was probably between the airborne realm and the prominent divine realm, but he was not sure which level they were at. Boom! A huge muffled sound came. The giant ape's fist slammed heavily on the tortoise's shell. The terrifying force did not break the tortoise's shell. Instead, the tortoise bit the giant ape's body, causing a rain of blood. The giant ape was in pain. However, the pain did not make it afraid. Instead, it stimulated the fierceness in its heart. When the tortoise was about to retract its head, its broad palm directly grabbed the tortoise's neck and immediately squeezed hard. A terrifying force erupted, causing the tortoise to suddenly bleed from its 7 orifices. However, the tortoise did not show any weakness. Its sharp claws desperately slashed at the giant ape. Its thick hair and hard skin were easily cut open by the sharp claws, and blood instantly dyed the sea red. The giant ape roared in pain, but it did not let go of the tortoise's neck. Its other hand was madly hammering at the tortoise's head. The two beasts were fighting. Qin Shujian also saw it. It looked like a simple fight, but it was a fatal attack. This was the instinct of living creatures. For these beasts with no intelligence, killing was carried out by instinct in their bloodline. Those instincts. It was deeply engraved in their bloodline by their ancestors who had been fighting day and night. From the beginning of the battle until now, only 10 minutes had passed. Whether it was the giant ape or the tortoise, they had reached the point of life and death. The giant ape's chest was badly mutilated, and one could vaguely see its beating heart. The seawater wanted to pour in, but it was blocked by a mysterious force. As for the tortoise, it was not easy either. The giant ape's strength was incomparably powerful. Its head was badly mutilated, and even its brain juice flowed out. But even so, neither of them intended to stop. This is a beast, more terrifying than the monster beasts in the Endless Mountain Range. If such a beast was thrown in the Endless Mountain Range, it could fight against 3. In the end, Qin Shujian's eyes also became a bit dignified. The strong were afraid of the stupid. The stupid were afraid of the suicidal. These two ferocious beasts gave him the feeling that they didn't care about their lives. If it was the monster beasts, when the battle reached this extent, their instinct would drive them to retreat and return to their nest to lick their wounds. But for the beasts, injuries, on the contrary, aroused their fierceness. Qin Shujian muttered to himself, perhaps the difference between ferocious beasts and demonic beasts isn't just a matter of living in the sea and on land. There's also a difference in biological instincts. Ferocious beasts are much more savage than demonic beasts. In just a short while, the two beasts had reached the point of death. Seeing this, Qin Shujian no longer hesitated. With a move of his divine thought, the terrifying power directly controlled the seawater and turned it into a big hand, pinching the two beasts. The next moment, the two beasts directly exploded. A large amount of blood mist dyed the sea red. 2 fist-sized crystal stones appeared in Qin Shujian's hand, and in the storage ring, there was an additional tortoise shell. Beast core. Qin Shujian smiled slightly. The 2 beasts contributed 2 beast cores, which could be considered a gain. The reason why he made a move? It was purely to harvest the source of life. After all, the 2 beasts were going to die no matter how one looked at it. It was better to die in his hands. To be honest. At Qin Shujian's level, it was rare for him to hunt ferocious beasts and demonic beasts. Because there was no need for that. For him, every level up now required at least tens of billions of life sources. Unless it was a celestial. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would have to kill tens of millions of beasts of other levels to have a chance to raise his strength. However, there are no human cultivators in the sea. They are all beasts without intelligence. Maybe I can take this opportunity to harvest a wave of life sources. Qin Shujian thought for a moment and a smile appeared on his face. Normally, killing ferocious beasts would not yield much life force. However, if he used the red lotus of delusion, he would be able to obtain more life force. Putting away the 2 beast cores. Qin Shujian also moved the tortoise shell in the storage ring slightly. The tortoise shell that was 10 feet long, which was the storage ring he was using now, belonged to Du Chengwu of the Fallen Moon Mansion. Otherwise, it would not be able to put such a big thing. He put away the tortoise shell. This was because the tortoise shell itself was a high-grade material. Coupled with its huge size, its value was not much lower than that of ordinary 9th-grade materials. Now, more than half of the Yuan sect had been emptied. It was always good to be able to replenish some. After casually killing the 2 beasts, the smell of blood spread out and attracted many beasts. However, Qin Shujian had already left his original position. The sea was vast. Now, he was not really deep in the sea. Although Qin Shujian seemed to be traveling aimlessly now, with his celestial perception, he had already formed a navigation route in his mind. Because the sea had not been explored much by the human race, there were no navigation routes sold in the Great Jiao. Even if there were, it would be some sea areas close to the human race. These navigation routes were not of much use to Qin Shujian. This world should have a square sky and a square earth. In other words, if I keep moving forward, I will only reach the end of the world and will not turn back to the human race's territory. In that case, if I want to explore the entire sea, I will have to go back and forth a few times. The divine senses of a celestial were powerful. But compared to the sea, it was just a drop in the ocean. Now, according to Qin Shujian's point of view, it was a straight line forward. Instead, his divine senses spread out thousands of miles and constantly searched ahead. In other words, the straight line that Qin Shujian was walking was thousands of miles wide. Whoosh, the small boat cut through the sky and the waves at an extremely fast speed. Unlike the calm sea in front, the sea where Qin Shujian was now was full of beasts killing each other. From time to time, waves would be set off. The smell of blood mixed with the smell of the sea water made people frown. With the appearance of the small boat, some of the ferocious beasts that were fighting stopped in an instant and chased after Qin Shujian. However, the speed of these beasts, compared to the speed of the small boat, they were much slower. By the time they reacted, the small boat was only a black dot. Boom, a huge wave of thousands of feet suddenly rose, as if covering the sky and the sun, and smashed down heavily on the small boat. Qin Shujian waved his sleeves, and a terrifying aura spread out, turning into an indestructible air wall that blocked the crashing wave. The weight of thousands of feet of sea water was more than 1,000,000 catties. But even so, it could not do anything to the air wall at all. Disperse. Qin Shujian waved his hand again, and the crashing wave crashed back to its original position. Rumble. A terrifying fluctuation spread out. Roar. With an angry roar, a giant beast thousands of feet suddenly appeared from the bottom of the sea. It was an octopus that had been magnified countless times. Then, a black shadow rose from the bottom of the sea, setting off a large number of waves. The next moment, the black shadow covered the small boat, and the sky darkened in an instant. Qin Shujian put away the small boat with one hand, and then his body expanded to 3,000 feet in size, and he grabbed the falling black shadow with one hand. It was a tentacle thousands of feet long and hundreds of feet thick, and the force of its fall could easily destroy a mountain range. But this force had no effect in front of Qin Shujian. Grabbing the tentacle with one hand, Qin Shujian pulled hard, and the giant beast was directly pulled out of the sea by him, and then smashed heavily on the surface of the sea. Qin Shujian took a step forward, and a mysterious force emerged from the seawater under his feet, supporting his body from sinking. His fist had already shattered the void, and landed heavily on the octopus body. One punch. A bloody mist exploded from the octopus body, and dark green blood dyed the sea. Roar! The octopus roared in pain, and countless huge tentacles frantically wrapped around Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian grabbed several tentacles with both hands, and then pulled hard. Suddenly, these tentacles were torn in two, and the intense pain caused the other tentacles of the octopus to twist irregularly. And he took this opportunity to continue to attack the other party. A great battle. In the blink of an eye, it erupted. That terrifying force spread out, and some of the beasts that wanted to approach instinctively scattered at this time. Whether it was Qin Shujian or not, or the aura of the giant octopus, it was not something these beasts could withstand. Although the beasts did not have intelligence, they still knew when to fight and when to turn around and run. Speaking of seeking luck and avoiding disaster, the beasts were better at this than some humans. Chapter 533. Boom. Boom. The waves surged into the sky and then crashed down heavily. Even more seawater flowed to an unknown location in the shattered space. A great battle broke out, stirring up the sea. That huge octopus had no power to fight back in front of Qin Shujian. All the attacking tentacles were pulled off by him. A large amount of blood sprayed out, dyeing the blue seawater with a different color. Die. Another fist smashed down, and the octopus's head cracked. Finally, this beast was scared and wanted to escape to the bottom of the sea. However, there was no way Qin Shujian would let a divine-level beast escape. He spread out his divine thought, and a large formation directly covered the octopus. Immediately, the red lotus of purgation ignited and devoured the octopus in its shrill screams. Soon, a red lotus appeared in the void. Qin Shujian swallowed the red lotus, and a pure energy surged out. Originally, he had opened 512 star acupoints, but now, under the impact of this energy, 2 of his star acupoints trembled as they opened. The formation was removed. The boat was taken out from the storage ring. Qin Shujian leaped onto the boat, and the boat once again broke through the waves. In the boat, Qin Shujian sat there and checked the condition of his body. After devouring the divine-level octopus, he obtained 100 million life force. In addition, he also indirectly opened 2 star acupoints. Compared to the harvest of 100 million life force, the opening of 2 star acupoints made Qin Shujian even happier. It seems that after becoming a divine-level beast, the red lotus of purgation can refine more power. In the past, the demonic beasts refined by the red lotus of purgation did not contain much power. If he were to refine a ferocious beast that was roughly at the first layer of the sky-human realm, he would be able to open up 2 star acupoints. In the past, he would at least be able to reach the pinnacle of a certain level. The Wisdom King Hellfire of the spiritual martial realm absorbed a very small part of the power. The red lotus of purgation of the divine martial realm absorbed some power from the divine-level beast. Now that it has become a divine-level beast, the power that the red lotus of purgation can absorb has become more powerful. Qin Shujian estimated that the power that the red lotus of purgation refined just now was at least 1/10 of the original power of the divine-level beast. Don't underestimate 1/10 of the power. If he had refined such a strong power when he was in the spiritual martial realm, the power of the moon-devouring monster king would have been enough to make him explode. A beast at the first level of the sky-human stage can open up 2 insight acupoints. If I kill a few more, I might be able to open up a few more insight acupoints. It might even be possible for me to reach the 3rd level of the sky-human stage. Qin Shujian's eyes lit up. He did not mean to underestimate 2 acupoints. Because the more acupoints, the more acupoints, the more acupoints. And the powerful divine-level beasts in the sea area were far beyond his expectation. How long had he been in the sea area? In less than half a day, he was attacked by a divine-level octopus. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, now he was not in the depths of the sea area. He was still in the periphery. But even so, he could still encounter a divine-level beast. While feeling happy, Qin Shujian was also surprised by the danger of the sea area. Divine-level beasts. I don't think there have been any divine-level beasts in the mountains of infinity. This alone makes the divine-level beasts much more powerful than the divine-level beasts. I'm still in the periphery and I've already encountered a divine-level octopus. If I go deeper, I may encounter divine-level or divine-level beasts. It seems that the sea area is more dangerous than I thought. With his current strength, he could kill divine-level beasts below the 4th level of the celestial realm. As for divine-level beasts, if they were not at the peak of the saint realm, he was confident to kill them if he used all his means. As for divine-level beasts, Qin Shujian silently thought about the probability of him escaping. Divine-level beasts had no intelligence. This was an advantage. Qin Shujian discovered this from the big octopus just now. Even if they broke through to the divine level, the intelligence of these divine-level beasts did not increase much. His thoughts were running wildly. Qin Shujian quickly made a decision: keep hunting divine-level beasts along the way and try to improve my realm as much as possible. If I encounter divine-level beasts below the 4th level, I'll kill them with all my strength. As for the divine-level beasts, the first thing to do is to run. He looked at his storage ring. Finding that it was poor, he felt helpless. However, he did notice a bow and arrow placed in the corner. The storage ring flashed. There was an extra bow and arrow on the ship. Ah, I'm suffocating. As soon as the cosmos bow appeared, it let out a comfortable cry. Qin Shujian's face darkened, and he shouted, "Shut up, if you scream again, I'll put you back immediately." No. The cosmos bow said hurriedly. Put it back. Thinking of the darkness in the storage ring, the cosmos bow felt that it was going crazy. The cloud-piercing arrow was good. Although it had intelligence, it was not much. For a Dao artifact like the cosmos bow, which was no different from an ordinary person, to be trapped in the storage ring was really unacceptable. After saying that, the cosmos bow also noticed the surrounding environment and said, "Sect Master, this is the sea area? You know?" Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows slightly, took a sip of spirit tea, and said. After dealing with the big octopus, he did not suffer any injuries. With Qin Shujian's current strength, it was no problem for him to beat up a divine level 1 or 2. He could also suppress a divine level 3. Only a divine level 4 was qualified to fight with him. The cosmos bow said, "I also have a little memory of the sea area, but not much." "Tell me," Qin Shujian said. He also wanted to know how much the cosmos bow knew about the sea area. This time, he headed to the sea area. Qin Shujian did not bring many Dao artifacts with him. He was wearing the dustless immortal robe, the 13th grade golden lotus, the cosmos bow, and the cloud-piercing arrow. Even the 1000 mountain blood, which he had always liked to use, was left in the sect as a precaution. There were only 2 reasons for bringing the cosmos bow. One was that the other party was already a 5-seal Dao artifact. Together with the cloud-piercing arrow, it was comparable to a 6-seal Dao artifact. The other was that the other party had profound knowledge. Although in Qin Shujian's opinion, the cosmos bow's knowledge might not be correct. But at least it was good to have a reference. At this moment, after hearing the cosmos bow's words, he knew that he was right to bring it out. At least this cosmos bow really knew about the existence of the sea area. The cosmos bow said, "I remember that when heaven and earth were born, there didn't seem to be a sea area. Then, there seemed to be a ray of light, and then a sea area appeared in the world." "What light?" Qin Shujian asked. "A ray of light. What kind of light was that?" According to what the cosmos bow said, heaven and earth were only land in the beginning. The cosmos bow said, "I don't know what light it is, but since the sea area appeared, there has been a mysterious force lingering there, which has given birth to many terrifying beasts. Sect Master, there are many beasts in the sea area, and there are even many at the celestial being level. If you want to go deep into the sea area, you have to be careful. The combat power of the beasts is not much worse than that of the human race. The Cosmos Bow's tone was solemn. In this regard, Qin Shujian didn't say anything. He wouldn't show off and tell the other party that he had just killed a celestial being level octopus. Showing off to a bow, Qin Shujian felt a little bored. What else? After the Cosmos Bow finished speaking, Qin Shujian asked. He really wanted to say, "That's it. That's your understanding of the sea area. What's the difference between saying it and not saying it? Who doesn't know how dangerous the beasts in the sea area are?" Except for the first sentence that he didn't know whether it was true or not, everything else was nonsense. The Cosmos Bow said, "Sect Master, the sea area has always been mysterious. I've never been to the sea area. It's not easy to know so much. Then forget it. You'd better go back. By the way, there's one more thing that I thought of." Seeing that Qin Shujian was about to take it back, the Cosmos Bow was scared out of its wits. Going back again, if it wasn't for the fact that it couldn't refuse Qin Shujian, it would rather stay in the forbidden area and cultivate. Although there was no one in the forbidden area, at least it could see the surrounding scenery. Qin Shujian stopped what he was doing and said, "What else? In addition to the beasts in the sea area, there are also some natural disasters. Sect Master, don't underestimate the natural disasters. There is a mysterious force in the sea area that causes the natural disasters here. They are not real natural disasters." The Cosmos Bow finished in one breath. Qin Shujian stopped what he was doing. He picked up the teacup and said calmly, "What do you mean by not real natural disasters?" In his opinion, the Cosmos Bow was really cheap. It didn't know how to speak properly. It had to be forced to know what to say. It was not a real natural disaster. He also wanted to know more about it. After all, the natural disasters in the sea area were enough to threaten celestial beings. This was unusual in itself. The Cosmos Bow said, "Different from the natural disasters in other places, there is a mysterious force in the sea area. This force intercepts the marks left by the strong in the world and then turns them into natural disasters." Intercepts the marks left by the strong in the world. What does this mean? Qin Shujian seemed to understand something. He could roughly understand the Cosmos Bow's words, but he didn't understand it completely. In other words, once the strong in the sea area fight, some of the strong moves will be intercepted by the sea area and then become natural disasters in the future. And such natural disasters, to put it bluntly, are the traces left by the strong in the past. Understood. Understood completely. After hearing what the Cosmos Bow said, Qin Shujian finally understood the cause of the natural disasters in the sea area. Ordinary natural disasters couldn't threaten celestial beings. Not to mention celestial beings, even some powerful real martial arts realm couldn't be threatened by natural disasters. But the natural disasters in the sea area could even threaten celestial beings. This was unusual in itself. According to what the Cosmos Bow said, many things made sense. Natural disasters were actually not natural disasters. Instead, the sea area completely showed the scene of the strong in the past. In other words, if a strong in the god martial arts realm made a move, then the mark of power was intercepted by the sea area and then shown in the form of a natural disaster. Then some practitioners in the spirit martial arts realm and real martial arts realm would have no way to survive when encountering such a natural disaster. Because what they encountered was not an ordinary natural disaster. It was equivalent to a great practitioner in the god martial arts realm. What is the strongest and weakest natural disaster in the sea area? Or will anyone's move be recorded by the sea area? Qin Shujian asked. The Cosmos Bow didn't know about this. Hearing this, Qin Shujian didn't continue to ask. The fact that the Cosmos Bow could know this information was also very useful to him. At least, he understood how the natural disasters came about. Intercepting the mark of a strong person was an incredible thing in itself. It was okay for ordinary practitioners. But once the mark of a strong practitioner in the celestial being level was intercepted and then shown by the sea area, it would be a disaster for other practitioners. How strong was the power of a celestial being? Qin Shujian knew very well. Even the weakest celestial being could easily kill an ordinary practitioner in the god martial arts realm. Immediately, Qin Shujian thought of another possibility and his face suddenly became serious. The power of a practitioner in the celestial being level could threaten the strong practitioners below the celestial being level. But if there were powerful practitioners fighting in the sea area, the natural disasters formed would also be destructive to the celestial being. According to the information collected, there were no strong practitioners in the human clan who stepped into the sea area, let alone powerful practitioners who had been there. But it didn't mean that there were no records of it in the past. What if there were powerful practitioners fighting in the sea area tens of thousands of years ago or hundreds of thousands of years ago? No one could say for sure. Qin Shujian knew that even if he encountered a natural disaster of this level, he would have to kneel down. Wait, Qin Shujian said, is it only when practitioners fight that the power mark will be intercepted? If the fierce beasts fight, will the mark also be intercepted? It shouldn't be, the Cosmos Bow said with uncertainty. Qin Shujian's face suddenly darkened. There weren't many human clan practitioners in the sea area, but there were a lot of fierce beasts. And the fierce beasts fought all year round. If heaven and earth could really intercept the power mark of fierce beasts, then the fierce beasts in the sea area were much more terrifying than he imagined. There were already celestial being level octopuses in the outer area. In the inner area and even in the depths of the sea area, if there were no powerful beasts, Qin Shujian would cut off his head. If that was the case, the frequency of natural disasters was a bit high. Soon, Qin Shujian muttered to himself, that shouldn't be the case. If it's really possible to intercept the power of the ferocious beasts, the sea should be full of natural disasters. How could it be so peaceful after so long? But no one is sure how often natural disasters form. What if the frequency is very low? Qin Shujian was a little confused. But he quickly calmed down. Natural disasters were natural disasters. With his strength, as long as it wasn't a mighty level natural disaster, then everything was fine. If it was a mighty level natural disaster, Qin Shujian looked at the 13-grade golden lotus in the storage ring and made up his mind. He still had this defensive treasure with him. He couldn't beat it. It shouldn't be a problem to escape. That's not right. Qin Shujian looked solemn and looked at the calm sea area. There was nothing there. Why is it that after I came to the sea area, the first thing I thought of was to escape? Although I was afraid of death, I wasn't afraid of death to this extent in the past. Could it be that there are other forces in the sea area that are affecting people's hearts little by little? Or is this my instinct? As soon as the last thought emerged, it was extinguished by Qin Shujian. He knew that he was afraid of death, but he was a heavenly man after all, so he still had the confidence. He abandoned the possibility of being afraid of death. In other words, there was another force in the sea area that was subtly affecting people's hearts, making people afraid and even terrified of this place. Qin Shujian took a deep breath. It can even affect the thoughts of heavenly men. This sea area is too strange. At the thought of this, the fear in his heart emerged again. But as soon as it emerged, it was forcibly suppressed by Qin Shujian. The sea area is too mysterious, but the more mysterious it means that there are things that others don't know. As the saying goes, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Since I've already gone to sea, I can't go back with my tail between my legs. Let's go a little further and see the situation first. Qin Shujian calmed his mind and steered the boat forward. Escape. How could he, Sect Master Qin, be afraid before fighting? If he wanted to escape, he should at least see something that could threaten his life. Now there was nothing. If he turned around and left, he would lose face as Sect Master Qin. As the boat sailed, they encountered many fierce beasts along the way. The weak ones were at least above the 5th level of the martial realm, and the strong ones even reached the god martial realm. For this, Qin Shujian took action and swallowed all the fierce beasts in the god martial realm with the red lotus of purgation. When he swallowed 20 fierce beasts in the god martial realm, another star acupoint was forcibly opened by the force. Combined with his previous gains, he now had a total of 515 stellar acupoints. After going out to the sea area, in less than a day, he opened 3-star acupoints. Qin Shujian was very satisfied with this gain. As time went by, the golden crow had already fallen. Looking at the setting sun, Qin Shujian said, "Do you know where the golden crow will go after it falls?" He was asking about the bow of heaven and earth. Qin Shujian had never thought about this question before. For his previous life, there was a reasonable explanation for the rising and setting of the sun. As for this life, no one had any doubts about the rising and setting of the sun. But here came the question. Now the sky was round and the earth was round. Then where would the golden crow go after it fell? Looking at the falling sun and the sea area reflected by the sun, a thought suddenly came to Qin Shujian's mind. When the sun set, would it be the end of the sea area? On the other side, the bow of heaven and earth said, "I'm not sure where the sun and moon will fall, but looking at the situation, the sun should fall in the depths of the sea area." Qin Shujian nodded slightly. The bow of heaven and earth happened to agree with him. Suddenly, Qin Shujian had the idea of going to the depths of the sea area to have a look. If the sun was really hiding in the sea area, then the secret would be big. At night, Qin Shujian didn't drive the boat with all his strength, but let it drift on the sea. Just like the sea during the day, the sea at night was also full of danger. Some beasts were active during the day, and some were active at night. As they went deeper into the sea, the beasts didn't seem to stop fighting for a moment. Now the sea surface. It was no longer the original blue, but a faint blood red. As for the source of the blood red, it was the blood of the beasts. Qin Shujian was sitting in the boat, sipping spiritual tea while looking at the moon in the distant night sky. No one knew what he was thinking about. As for the bow of heaven and earth, it didn't do anything for it. As long as it wasn't locked in the storage ring, other problems wouldn't be a problem. The waves rose as if to drown the boat. However, before the waves reached the boat, they were forcibly suppressed by an invisible force. A beast of more than 100 feet jumped up, opened its bloody mouth, and was about to swallow the boat. Qin Shujian didn't need to say anything. The bow of heaven and earth shot out a spiritual arrow, which instantly pierced through the beast. The beast that had jumped up lost its vitality and fell heavily to the sea surface. Soon, it sank to the bottom of the sea. Qin Shujian didn't look away from the moon from beginning to end. A beast of the spirit martial arts realm. He didn't take it seriously at all. With the power of the bow of heaven and earth, not to mention the spirit martial arts realm, even a beast of the god martial arts realm could be easily killed. This was the power of a 5-seal Taoist weapon. Even without the owner's control, the Taoist weapon could suppress enemies below the celestial being realm with its own power. The night passed quickly. In an instant, the sun rose again. It was worth mentioning. The sun in this world was different from what he knew in his previous life. It didn't rise in the east and set in the west. Instead, it would fall from the side it rose from. Qin Shujian didn't pay much attention to this vision before. In addition, he didn't have a strong sense of direction, so sometimes he just thought he saw it wrong. But it was different now. Yesterday, he saw the sun set with his own eyes. Today, he saw the sun rise with his own eyes. It set and rose in the same place. There were a lot of things that could be explained. At the same time, heaven and earth shook. A hurricane rose from the sea surface, connecting heaven and earth. Some beasts fled one after another, and some were rolled up by the hurricane and then torn to pieces by the power inside. Natural disaster. When they saw the hurricane, Qin Shujian and the bow of heaven and earth both had the same thought. After a day and a night in the sea area, they finally encountered a natural disaster in the sea area that made people tremble in fear. Qin Shujian stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the raging hurricane. His eyes flickered. This is a natural disaster. The bow of heaven and earth said, "That's right. There should be a powerhouse's power mark in the depths of the hurricane. Sect Master, you still have to be careful. Be careful." Qin Shujian nodded slightly. He did have to be careful. But he looked at the natural disaster in front of him and felt that the power contained in it was a little weak. At least, it didn't pose any threat to him. In an instant, Qin Shujian could be sure that even if there was a powerhouse's mark in the hurricane, the person who left the mark wouldn't be too strong. It's a good opportunity to see how powerful the natural disaster in the sea area is. Qin Shujian held the bow of heaven and earth in one hand, looked at the hurricane and pulled the bowstring. Boom. Chapter 534. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered crazily. The condensed arrow had been placed on the bow. Then, the fingers that were holding the bowstring loosened. The spiritual arrow shattered the void and directly bombarded the hurricane. Boom! The hurricane seemed to feel the threat. A sharp blade light slashed out from it and collided with the spiritual arrow. However, the blade light couldn't withstand a single blow in front of the spiritual arrow. It didn't even hold for a breath. The blade light was directly shattered by the spiritual arrow. Immediately, the spiritual arrow disappeared into the hurricane. The next moment, the hurricane exploded. A powerful force burst out chaotically. Heaven and earth suddenly calmed down. Qin Shujian lowered his arm and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the blade light slashed out from the hurricane should be a mark left by an expert." "It should be," the bow of heaven and earth replied. Seeing this, Qin Shujian also pondered. If he hadn't encountered a natural disaster, he wouldn't have realized that the natural disasters in the sea area were like this. The power of the blade light was not small. If an ordinary warrior in the spirit martial realm encountered it, he might be killed. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian found another problem. During this period of time in the sea area, he had made a lot of moves. Maybe there would be a natural disaster in the future. What was hidden in it was his own power mark. He knew his own business. If it really formed his natural disaster, Qin Shujian could guarantee that except for the celestial being, anyone who encountered it would die. No. I have also used the red lotus of purgation in the sea area. Will the red lotus of purgation reappear in the future? Qin Shujian's expression changed slightly. After thinking about it, he also calmed down the fluctuations in his mind. It was true that the red lotus of delusion was his trump card. But if the natural disaster reappeared, no one would know that it was his, Qin Shujian's, thing. After all, so many people entered the sea area. Maybe it would also absorb the power mark of the fierce beasts. Then, Qin Shujian put the bow of heaven and earth aside and then sat back in his seat. He had already encountered the natural disaster. He had also encountered the fierce beasts at the celestial being level. Less than 2 days after entering the sea, they had already encountered many dangers. These dangers were not a big problem for Qin Shujian, but they were fatal for ordinary cultivators. Not to mention anything else. Just the ferocious beasts that could be seen everywhere in the sea were enough to make people extremely fearful. No wonder people are so wary of the sea region. Qin Shujian sipped his tea and didn't pay much attention to it. With his strength, as long as it wasn't at the almighty level, everything would be fine. If it was an almighty, he would just retreat. Regarding this, Qin Shujian was certain that this thought of retreating was not influenced by the power of the sea, but was the truest thought in his heart. Sailing on the sea. Many people who were fully equipped with large ships could only stop at the periphery of the sea. Even if there were experts on the ship, it would still be the same. That was because the risk of going deep into the sea was too great. Even ordinary celestials weren't sure if they could make it through unscathed. Half a month. In the inner region of the sea where the human race had stopped, a small boat was trembling as it drifted along with the sea. After half a month, Qin Shujian had successfully gone deep into the inner region of the sea. Here he was. He didn't dare to be as wild as he was in the outer region, directly driving the boat and rampaging. Because in the inner region of the sea, there were more ferocious beasts and they were more powerful. During this period of time, Qin Shujian had personally killed as many as hundreds of ferocious beasts. 80 to 90% of them were in the god martial arts realm, and the remaining 10% were all in the celestial being realm. Some giant octopus. Some water ape. There were also some strange ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts were at least in the first level of the celestial being realm, and the stronger ones had reached the third level of the celestial being realm. In the face of the beasts at the third level of the celestial being realm, Qin Shujian had to put in a lot of effort to kill them. But hard work was hard. The harvest was not small at all. Not to mention the life source, the 13 celestial being realm ferocious beasts contributed 5 billion life source to him. Judging from Qin Shujian's current realm, 5 billion life source could only be said to be a drop in the bucket. If he wanted to save enough life source for a breakthrough, it was still dozens of times worse. What really satisfied Qin Shujian? It was the energy devoured after killing the ferocious beasts that allowed him to open 50 acupoints. Combined with the original 515 acupoints, now that he had opened another 50 acupoints, the number of star acupoints directly reached 565. 720 star acupoints was the second level of the celestial being realm. Now that the number of star acupoints had reached 565, Qin Shujian could be considered to have stepped into the middle of the second level of the celestial being realm. In his opinion, after a trip to the sea, even if he didn't find what he wanted, breaking through to the third level of the celestial being realm shouldn't be a problem. In the sea, there are indeed many treasures and opportunities everywhere. Qin Shujian looked at the calm surface of the sea and sighed with emotion. For others, the sea was full of danger and there were no opportunities to speak of. Even if there were some resources and treasures, it was not proportional to the risk. Qin Shujian was different. He had the red lotus of purgation. What he wanted was these ferocious beasts for him to refine. If he could stay in the sea for a longer time, Qin Shujian was confident that he could improve by a few levels, even if he didn't cultivate the Guiyuan ancestral classic to perfection. Thinking of the benefits of the sea, Qin Shujian shook his head. It's a pity that I can't stay in the sea for long. There might be greater opportunities waiting for me in the 3 continents. I can't give up now. Otherwise, all the effort I spent before will be wasted. Moreover, Qin Shujian could feel that there was a bloody color lingering on his body. This bloody color was not visible to the naked eye. It could only be seen with the spiritual god after reaching a certain level. In the beginning, Qin Shujian still didn't know what this bloody color was. However, as he killed more and more ferocious beasts, the bloody color became more and more intense. Only then did he understand where the bloody color came from. Every time he killed a ferocious beast, a trace of bloody color would be added to his body. There were pros and cons to the bloody color's existence. In at least half a month, Qin Shujian figured out some of the bloody color's functions. Some of the weaker ferocious beasts fled in panic when they sensed the bloody color on his body as if they had met their natural enemy. Some of the more powerful ferocious beasts, when they sensed the bloody color, it was as if they had been injected with hormones and charged at him in a frenzy. This was also the reason why Qin Shujian could encounter more than a dozen heavenly human ferocious beasts in just half a month. The bloody color lingering on his body. It accounted for most of the credit. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, even if he went deep into the inner area, he would at most encounter 3 to 5 heavenly human ferocious beasts in half a month. It was impossible to encounter more than a dozen of them. If the inner area of the sea was really filled with heavenly human ferocious beasts, that was the power of the sea. It was completely incomparable to the human race. Putting aside the human race, even if the human race and the demon race were to join forces, they would not be able to defeat the sea. Even if the sea's ferocious beasts were not intelligent and did not leave the sea, if the sea's power was really terrifying, the human race and the demon race would not sit back and watch this malignant tumor grow. The sea is very powerful, but it won't be filled with heavenly human ferocious beasts. They are all attracted by the bloody aura on my body. If this ability is used properly, even if I sit here and do nothing, there will be endless ferocious beasts coming to my door. However, if the bloody aura is too rich, it might attract even more powerful ferocious beasts. If it attracts those above level 7 heavenly human, it will be troublesome. Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. He had not thought of a way to quickly eliminate the bloody aura for the time being. What he could do now was to constantly use his spiritual energy to grind away the bloody aura bit by bit. However, the speed of this grinding was too slow. Other things aside. Judging from the current blood chi, it would take a few months for it to be completely eliminated. Not to mention, ferocious beasts could attack the sea at any time. By then, the bloody aura would increase instead of decreasing. There was no possibility of eliminating it. Therefore, to Qin Shujian, the bloody aura was a double-edged sword. If he used it well, it would be of great benefit to him. However, the drawbacks were also obvious. Once he attracted ferocious beasts above level 7 heavenly human, he would have to kneel. Let's take it one step at a time. If the bloody aura is really too rich, then I can only go back first, or try not to enter the deepest part of the sea to avoid causing trouble. Qin Shujian already had an idea in his mind. Ferocious beasts above level 7 heavenly human should stay in the deepest part of the sea. Because the spiritual energy there was even more intense. After going deep into the sea for a long time, Qin Shujian also found a problem. That was, the spiritual energy in the sea was like a huge whirlpool. The depths of the sea were like the center of the whirlpool. The spiritual energy gathered there was the most, and the spiritual energy outside the sea was the shallowest. The deeper he went, the more spiritual energy there was. Although Qin Shujian was only in the inner part of the sea, the spiritual energy here was already 1/5 of the main sect. Don't underestimate the concentration of 1/5 of the spiritual energy. In the main sect, Qin Shujian buried dozens of spiritual stones, and there was a huge formation to gather the spiritual energy. All the spiritual energy gathered in a mountain, so that it could be so rich. Now the sea was vast and boundless. At least in Qin Shujian's perception, he couldn't detect the boundary. In this way, the concentration of spiritual energy in the sea was very terrifying. Apart from the ferocious beasts, Qin Shujian had also encountered several natural disasters during this period of time. At that time, he really refreshed his understanding of natural disasters. Because some natural disasters were like hurricanes, connecting heaven and earth. Some of the catastrophes directly manifested as illusory figures, and then crazily slaughtered the surrounding living beings. Among them, there was one. Qin Shujian saw countless blades spread out, and each blade had the power of the god martial arts realm. It killed all the ferocious beasts in the surrounding sea, dyeing the sea red. It was not so much a natural disaster. It was better to reproduce the means of the strong in the past. So, Qin Shujian walked more cautiously in the sea. The boat drifted with the waves. Although his speed wasn't slow, it was still much slower than the speed he had used back then, where he could travel 100 miles in an instant. A ferocious beast jumped up from the sea and then pounced on him. Qin Shujian stretched out his hand and formed a palm force that was hundreds of feet long, directly pinching the ferocious beast. The terrifying power made the ferocious beast of the god martial arts realm explode, and it was seriously injured and dying. Then the red lotus of purgation flew out and devoured the ferocious beast. Then, Qin Shujian stretched out his hand again, and a red lotus fell into his hand, and he devoured the power inside. His body shook slightly. The half-opened acupoints happened to be opened in front of this energy. Suddenly, the 565 stellar acupoints had turned into 566 in an instant. The bow of heaven and earth hurriedly said, 666, "Congratulations on the great achievement of the divine skill. It's still early to reach the great achievement of the divine skill. It's just some gains." Qin Shujian smiled and said modestly. The bow of heaven and earth said, "With the sect master's talent, the day of great achievement of the divine skill is not far away. I'm just congratulating you in advance." Haha. Qin Shujian laughed heartily. During this period of time, the bow of heaven and earth's words were getting better and better. In the sea area for half a month, thanks to the other party's chat, it was not too boring. At this moment, Qin Shujian's expression suddenly changed, and he stood up directly from his seat, looking ahead. There was a small black spot. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was a black spot or nothing. But in Qin Shujian's eyes, the black spot was an island. The bow of heaven and earth also noticed Qin Shujian's strange phenomenon. An island. It should be an island. Qin Shujian took a deep breath and said, "An island." He had been in the sea area for more than half a month, and he had not encountered any islands. Qin Shujian thought that there might not be any islands in the sea area. After all, there were so many beasts and humans gathered together, and their own qi and blood were also a big target. If there really was an island, once there were too many living creatures, it would definitely attract the attacks of the beasts. The beasts were the most sensitive to qi and blood. The beast's cultivation method, in addition to inhaling and exhaling spiritual qi, was to devour powerful qi and blood to transform themselves. Suddenly, an island appeared in front of him. To be honest, Qin Shujian was a little stunned. How confident was he? That was why he dared to own an island in the inner area of the sea area. He had already sensed the aura of many living creatures on the island. There were humans and monsters. However, the island was covered with a layer of mysterious power, which made Qin Shujian unable to accurately perceive the powerhouses on the island. He could only roughly distinguish some things. There are monsters on the island? Could it be that there are a lot of powerhouses on the island? A few doubts flashed through Qin Shujian's mind. The monsters on the land had already run away. He didn't expect to meet them here. An island dared to establish itself in the inner area of the sea area, and it seemed that it had existed for many years. It still existed after so many years. Qin Shujian could guess that the power contained in the island was probably not weak. Or else, it was impossible for it to exist for so many years and still be strong. Unknown things. Normally, he should stay away from it. However, after exploring the sea area for half a month, he didn't find anything at all. When he saw the island, Qin Shujian also had some thoughts. Something he didn't know. People who had been living in the sea area might not know. After thinking about it, Qin Shujian decided to explore the situation of the island. If there was danger, he would retreat as soon as possible. Bah! Qin Shujian secretly spat at himself. Retreat again. Damn it, he had to retreat again. Damn the power of the sea area, it wanted him to retreat all the time. The more the sea area rejected him, the more Qin Shujian wanted to explore. Just as the boat was approaching. On the island, some people also discovered the whereabouts of the boat. There is a boat approaching the island. Quick, go and report to the elders. Blow the horn, alert, alert. After seeing the existence of the boat, it immediately caused a lot of commotion. Some people turned back to report, while others took out the horn and blew it. The dull sound resounded on the island. Many people were working. At this time, their faces suddenly changed, and then they gathered in the place where the horn sounded. What's going on? Is there another attack by a beast? No, it's not a beast attack. Some people looked panicked, while others looked dignified. The island had existed here for many years. Almost every once in a while, there would be a beast attack. Once the beast attacked the island, the warning person would blow the horn. But the difference was, the frequency of the beast's attack was completely different from the frequency of the beast's attack. Some of the more experienced people understood the situation after thinking about it for a while. Something is approaching the island, but it's not a beast. Hearing that, many people's faces changed. Something was approaching the island. In the entire sea area, if it wasn't a beast, it should only be an outsider. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Is there another outsider who went deep into the Dead Sea area?" At this time, many people had already arrived there, just in time to see a boat slowly sailing towards the island. Such a boat can reach the inner area of the sea area. Didn't you see someone on the boat? Maybe he came alone. Hiss. For a time, the sound of gasps could be heard everywhere. Entering the sea area alone. This was a bit fierce. They knew very well how dangerous the inner area of the Dead Sea area was. To have the ability to enter the inner area of the sea area alone, the word powerful could not describe it. When they saw the boat, many people had already gone to inform the experts on the island. An outsider had arrived. This was an unusual thing in itself. A cultivator shouted, "Don't make a noise, stay alert. Although it's a human, don't take it lightly before knowing whether it's a friend or foe." After that, the excitement on some people's faces also faded a little. That's right. Before knowing whether the person was a friend or foe, it was both a good thing and a dangerous thing to deal with a mysterious expert. Rumble. The sea level shook. Monstrous waves rose at this moment. A huge tail hundreds of feet long rose from the bottom of the sea, and the boat was directly sent flying towards the sky by this powerful force. It could be seen clearly. On the tail that was out of the water, the green scales were shining with a frightening cold light. Not good. The faces of the people on the island changed drastically, looking at the hundreds of feet long tail as if they had seen something terrible. The leader of the cultivators in charge of guarding roared loudly, "Azure King has appeared, everyone pay attention," immediately informed the experts of the various sects to guard against Azure King attacking the island. Woo! Woo! The dull sound, which carried the smell of blood and slaughter, reverberated in the air above the island. It was different from the previous horn. The sound of this horn meant that a powerful beast was approaching the island, and there was a possibility of attacking the island. Suddenly, many experts on the island were alarmed. Those people looked at the tail that was out of the sea, and their faces were incomparably solemn, with faintly visible fear in their eyes. As for the boat, now, they had long forgotten about it. If they encountered Azure King in the sea, there was no chance of survival at all. Although that mysterious expert could drive the boat deep into the inner area of the sea, it might be due to luck. Even if they relied on their own strength, when they encountered Azure King, there was a high probability that they would not be a match for him. With the appearance of the tail, the boat was completely swallowed by the waves. At this moment, suddenly, a thunderous roar was heard from the rising waves. "Evil beast, how dare you be so arrogant?" Subsequently, a huge palm pressed down the rising waves, and then directly pinched the snake tail that was hundreds of feet long. In the next moment, a huge sea snake that was thousands of feet long was directly pulled out of the sea. Then, it was heavily smashed down. Boom! The thousands of feet long snake's body fell, accompanied by a shocking roar. Before the monstrous waves rose, they saw a small boat coming with the wind, pressing down all the waves. In front of the boat, a person came with his hands behind his back, his green robes fluttering in the wind, like an immortal. The sudden change of events. It simply stunned everyone. Before they could react, the dizzy Azure King also woke up and then continued to attack Qin Shujian crazily. At this moment, Qin Shujian activated his Dharma Eye and had already seen Azure King's attributes clearly. The first level of the celestial being. After seeing the other party's attributes, he looked calm. When Qin Shujian first entered the sea, he could easily kill the big octopus. Although he had not broken through, his strength was already stronger than when he first entered the sea. In the face of a green snake at the first level of the celestial being, he was still confident to deal with it. When the people on the island saw him, Qin Shujian also saw the people on the island. Even when Azure King appeared, he also saw the faces of the people on the island clearly. Just from the surface. Qin Shujian could see it. The people on the island were quite afraid of Azure King. In other words, a beast at the first level of the celestial being was also a huge threat in the eyes of the people on the island. Just from these details, in just an instant, Qin Shujian saw a lot of things. Now that Azure King was attacking, his normal approach should be to put away the boat and then use celestial being to fight with the other party in a bloody hand-to-hand fight. But now, Qin Shujian, however, had his own ideas. Although hand-to-hand combat was good, it was also shocking enough, but not unfathomable enough. Qin Shujian held the Qiankuan bow and took the cloud-piercing arrow with one hand. He calmly drew the bow and arrow, and the 566 star acupoints in his body were already vibrating together. A terrifying force rose from his body and then converged into the bow and arrow. It was also at this moment, Azure King opened his big mouth that could swallow a small mountain and swallowed Qin Shujian and the boat. "You're courting death." Qin Shujian shook his head slightly and then released the bowstring. Boom, the void shattered. P.S. It's inevitable that the title of the book has been changed. If you want to abandon the book because of this, I won't stop you because there's no need to. Stay up late every day to write and try to update as much as possible. There's nothing to say about abandoning a book for a title. As for the name change, that's it. Let's not talk about it anymore. In addition, There's now a double monthly vote event. Every night from 20 to 24, you can crowdfund and vote. If you're interested, you can take a look at the author's words. There's a link below. This paragraph is less than 200 words. There's no charge. Don't worry. Chapter 535. Cosmos Bow. Cloud-piercing arrow. The combination of the two was comparable to a six-seal Dao artifact. Coupled with Qin Shujian's strength, the power he could display could only be described as shocking. The cloud-piercing arrow shattered the void and directly sank into the Azure King's head. In the next second, the huge head shattered with a loud bang, turning into a bloody mist that scattered all over the sky. The headless Azure King's huge snake body twisted crazily in the sea, instantly overturning the river and the sea. Qin Shujian took back the Cosmos Bow and cloud-piercing arrow. Then, he pressed down with his palm, forcefully imprisoning the Azure King's body that had yet to die. The entire process. It happened in a flash. By the time the others reacted, the situation had changed. The Azure King had already fallen. Only a small boat was moving forward in the waves that had yet to calm down. The person on the bow of the boat stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the island in front of him. The Azure King has fallen. When the cultivators on the island saw this scene, they all rubbed their eyes, not daring to believe what they were seeing. The Azure King had fallen. For the island, this was a huge matter. A divine-level beast had been coveting the living beings on the island for more than a day or two. All these years, many people had died in the mouth of the snake. Some people wanted to eliminate the Azure King, but they had no way to do so. Now that the Azure King had fallen, the people on the island felt that the stone in their hearts had been removed. However, although they were shocked by the fall of the Azure King, they were even more shocked by Qin Shujian's strength. He killed the Azure King with one arrow. Such strength was enough to be described as shocking. At this moment, there were also experts on the island who came and saw the Azure King's body that was not completely dead. "May I ask who you are and why you have come to my heavenly rune island?" A middle-aged man flew over and landed in front of everyone. Then, he looked at Qin Shujian and said in a clear voice. His voice cut across the sea, spreading far and wide. When the middle-aged man appeared, the surrounding people couldn't help but step back a little, as if they didn't dare to stand next to him. Qin Shujian stood with his hands behind his back and replied, "I am Qin Shujian of the human race of the Great Zhao. I entered the sea a few days ago and coincidentally saw your island. I have some questions to ask." He didn't say that he was from Baiyun Mansion or that he was the sect master of Sky Origin sect. Based on the knowledge of the people on the island, they might not have heard of Baiyun Manor or Sky Origin sect. In the past, Baiyun Fu was not called Baiyun Fu. It was only after the Great Zhao established the world that the Fu was renamed. Great Zhao. Everyone had puzzled expressions on their faces. The doubt on the middle-aged man's face disappeared in a flash. He cupped his hands and said, "If you don't mind, you can come to my heavenly rune island for a chat." "That's exactly what I was thinking," Qin Shujian said calmly. The confusion on their faces did not escape his eyes. From this, Qin Shujian could see that these people had not even heard of Great Zhao. Very soon, the small boat appeared in front of Heavenly Rune Island. Qin Shujian took a step forward and appeared on the island in the next instant. When he entered Heavenly Rune Island, he immediately felt a mysterious power fall on his body. This power. It didn't seem to be suppressed, but it was hard to grasp. Laws. Qin Shujian was puzzled for a moment before he understood what the mysterious power was. The power of laws. He had not only encountered it on Heavenly Rune Island. In the past, the ordinary realm and the true domain had powerful laws. Even the spirit domain had the same suppression of laws. However, it was different from the ordinary realm and the true domain. The spirit domain's laws were very subtle and very weak. It was not difficult to break the laws. At the same time, Qin Shujian discovered that the power that blocked his perception on Heavenly Rune Island had completely disappeared. For a moment, the divine sense of a heavenly being involuntarily spread out. In an instant, More than half of Heavenly Rune Island appeared in his perception range. When he spread out his perception, Qin Shujian was stunned. At the same time, the middle-aged man stepped forward and cupped his hands. I am Xia Kun, an elder of the Fantasy Ocean sect on the island. May I know your name? Qin Shujian. Qin Shujian also cupped his hands in return. Xia Kun was not weak. He was a peak divine martial realm cultivator. A peak divine martial realm cultivator was only an elder. Without a doubt. The so-called Fantasy Ocean sect was definitely a peak power with a heavenly being cultivator overseeing it. Xia Kun said enthusiastically, "You have come from afar. Why don't you follow me to the Fantasy Ocean sect to rest? I can also introduce you to the situation on the island." All right. Qin Shujian nodded. Then, he turned around and put away the small boat. Immediately after, he followed Xia Kun and left. Among the onlookers, some people saw Xia Kun take Qin Shujian away and wanted to stop him. However, they had misgivings about Xia Kun's strength and could only suppress the impulse in their hearts. Just like that, the two of them left. Walking through Heavenly Pattern Island, Qin Shujian discovered that the situation on the island was not much different from what he had expected. There was farming and herding. There were humans and yarrow. He even saw a yarrow with a leopard head arguing with a human. The two were arguing intensely, but no one attacked. The surrounding people were used to this. It was completely different from the humans of the Great Zhao, who would fight to the death whenever they saw a yarrow. Although Qin Shujian was surprised, he did not show it on his face. Xia Kun walked to his side and asked, "This one will boldly call you Brother Qin. May I ask where the Great Zhao that Brother Qin speaks of comes from?" "The Great Zhao is the current human court," Qin Shujian casually replied. Xia Kun was still someone else on the island. The clothing he wore was completely different from the clothing of the other prefectures of the Great Zhao. This type of clothing. He had never heard of it before. Vaguely, Qin Shujian had some guesses. Hearing this, Xia Kun's expression became confused. He said, "Human court? What is court? Is it the name of a tribe?" "Tribe." Qin Shujian raised his eyebrows slightly and said with a faint smile, "That's about right." "I see." Xia Kun nodded and said with a smile, "For the Great Zhao to produce an expert like Brother Qin, it seems to be a powerful tribe. The Azure King is one of the few powerful beasts in the 100,000 Li Sea. For Brother Qin to be able to kill the Azure King in one shot, your strength is truly shocking." "You flatter me," Qin Shujian said modestly. Xia Kun said, "Brother Qin's strength is so strong that there are only a few people on the island who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Does Brother Qin have any thoughts of joining my illusionary sea sect?" "I already have a sect." Facing Xia Kun's sudden attempt to rope him in, Qin Shujian could only reply. Hearing this, Xia Kun didn't find it too strange. For an expert like Qin Shujian to have a sect behind him was a normal matter. As the two talked, their footsteps didn't slow down in the slightest. Not long after, they arrived in front of a city. Although it was called a city, it was much worse than the cities of the Great Zhao. The city was only 3 zhong tall and was made of yellow soil. There were no guards at the city gates, allowing people to enter and leave. Xia Kun said, "This city is where my illusionary sea sect is located. It is also one of the few large cities on Heavenly Rune Island. If Brother Qin wants to settle down, this is a very good choice." Qin Shujian replied casually with a smile on his face. Soon, the two entered the city one after the other. The style of the city was similar to the cities of the Great Zhao, but it was a bit too simple. There were people hawking on both sides, but they didn't use silver to trade. Instead, they bartered. Qin Shujian didn't find this strange. Heavenly Rune Island was isolated from the rest of the world. Aside from the fierce beasts in the surroundings, there were only fierce beasts. If they used silver to trade, it was useless. Bartering was a normal thing to do. Not long after, Xia Kun brought Qin Shujian to the front of a palace. Compared to the simple and crude city, the palace in front of them was much more exquisite. Although it looked simple and unadorned, When one looked at it carefully, one would discover that it gave off a natural feeling. As the two of them walked in, Yi Zichen walked in. Immediately, disciples of the illusionary sea sect came to greet them. After seeing Xia Kun, they all bowed and greeted him. Xia Kun nodded slightly in response, then led Qin Shujian to a side hall. "Brother Qin, this is the place where the guests of my illusionary sea sect live. You can rest here for a while. If there is anything, you can call the disciples outside at any time. I still have to report to Brother Qin, so I can only excuse myself for now," Xia Kun said politely. Qin Shujian said with a faint smile, "Brother Xia is too polite." Then Xia Kun cupped his hands and walked out. In the side hall, Qin Shujian was the only one left. Looking around the side hall, Qin Shujian did not sit down. Instead, he paced around the side hall, looking at the traces in the surroundings. With his eyesight, he could see that the side hall itself was a Dao artifact. That's right, a Dao artifact. To be honest, when he saw the side hall, Qin Shujian was secretly shocked. It was hard for him to imagine a Yellow Earth city would have a Dao artifact-level palace. But that was the truth. This palace was a Dao artifact. However, Qin Shujian did not dare to confirm what level it was. But it was definitely not a low-level Dao artifact. The reason for that was because he was able to sense an ancient aura from the palace. Ever since I entered Heavenly Pattern Island, the things I saw were very unusual. Xia Kun has never heard of the Imperial Court, only the tribes. As far as I know, humans and fiends are mortal enemies. As for the hatred, although I don't know when it started, it has existed for at least tens of thousands of years. Because in the records of the Great Zhao Empire, humans and fiends are two extremes. But on Heavenly Pattern Island, I can't see any hatred between humans and fiends. From this, it can be seen that Heavenly Pattern Island's history is extremely long. Perhaps it already existed before humans and fiends broke off relations. For a time, many guesses appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. Ancient. Many times, it was synonymous with profound knowledge. Moreover, the moment he stepped onto Heavenly Pattern Island and spread out his perception, Qin Shujian discovered that everyone on the island, even a child, was in the true martial realm. This discovery was very surprising. After all, in the Great Zhao Empire, only the top monstrous geniuses could become true martial realm cultivators at a young age. The rest of the people would need at least several years of bitter cultivation to break through to the true martial realm. Some people might not be able to break through to the true martial realm even after spending several decades. This was not a joke. There were indeed many people in the Great Zhao Empire who had stopped at the basic realm. There was no need to say anything else. Zheng Fang alone was the best proof. A young fourth-stage basic realm cultivator. If he hadn't joined the Sky Origin sect, he might have already been buried in the ground. But on Heavenly Pattern Island, there didn't seem to be anyone below the true martial realm. Even newborn children were born in the true martial realm. But even so, the people on the island weren't very strong. The weakest was the real martial arts realm, but most of them were between the real martial arts realm and the spirit martial arts realm. Very few could reach the god martial arts realm. Qin Shujian didn't sense many great cultivators at the peak of the god martial arts realm like Xia Kun. As for the diviners, Qin Shujian shook his head. To be honest, he couldn't sense them. If the island didn't have a Dao artifact hall, then the diviners would be able to hide their presence and make it difficult for others to detect them. There were diviners on the island. Qin Shujian was certain. However, even if there were diviners on the island, they shouldn't be very strong. According to what Xia Kun said, there are people on the island who are on par with me or even stronger than me. The possibility of this is very low. Xia Kun might have said this to intimidate me. If there really was such a cultivator on the island, how could a mere azure snake scare the people on the island? They would have killed the azure snake long ago. Diviners were very observant. Even if there wasn't anything on the surface, as long as there were fluctuations in one's heart, one could catch a thing or two. When Qin Shujian stepped onto Heavenly Pattern Island, he understood many things. He could enter Heavenly Pattern Island. For him, this was a good thing. Heavenly Pattern Island was ancient, but it wasn't very strong. This kind of place was just right for him to gather information. On the other side, Shia Kun also left the side hall and came to a sealed secret room. In the secret room, an old man with one foot in the grave was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the room. There was a huge amount of spirit chi surging out and flowing into his body. As Shia Kun entered, the old man opened his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "Just now, I felt a powerful force. Is there a ferocious beast attacking?" "Azure King. Chimph, it's him again." The old man snorted and said, "If it wasn't for the fact that I can't leave this place, I would have killed that beast long ago." When a ferocious beast at the first stage of the sky realm dared to show off in front of him. If he was in his peak state in the past, he would have killed it with a slap. But now, there was no other way. The old man thought of something and the killing intent on his body dissipated. His eyes became turbid again. He said, "I felt the aura of an outsider. What's going on?" There was a diviner who claimed to be from a tribe called Dazhao. The Azure King was wreaking havoc and happened to be met by this person. He killed the Azure King with an arrow. Shia Kun reported truthfully. He killed the Azure King with a single arrow. The old man's expression changed. He said, "Could it be an almighty? I'm not sure, but from what I see, it shouldn't be an almighty." Shia Kun hesitated for a moment before saying, although Qin Shujian gave him a strong feeling, it didn't reach the level of an almighty. But he couldn't be sure of this matter. Because some experts didn't make a move, it was hard to find out their true strength. But in Shia Kun's opinion, even if Qin Shujian wasn't an almighty, he was at least a saint expert. The old man said, "What's this person's name? What's his purpose in coming to Heavenly Pattern Island?" "This person's name is Qin Shujian. His purpose in coming to Heavenly Pattern Island seems to be to inquire about some information," Shia Kun replied. "Information?" The old man had a puzzled expression. He wanted to stand up from the ground. Shia Kun immediately walked over and helped the old man up. "Don't worry. These old bones of mine won't die yet." The old man shook his head, but he didn't shake off Shia Kun's support. He said, "Bring me to take a look. If he comes with ill intentions, we have to kill him. I just hope he's a friend and not an enemy." The current Fantasy Sea sect couldn't withstand any twists and turns. Or rather, the entire Heavenly Pattern Island couldn't withstand any big twists and turns. Qin Shujian was currently sitting in a side hall, silently meditating and cultivating. He discovered that the spiritual energy in this large hall was several times denser than the spiritual energy outside. In Qin Shujian's opinion, there should be a lot of spiritual stones buried in this large hall. Otherwise, how could there be such dense spiritual energy? Not long after, Qin Shujian woke up from his meditation. He opened his eyes and looked outside the side hall. Without seeing him do anything, the side hall's door opened, revealing Shia Kun and the old man. The moment he saw the old man, Qin Shujian was startled. This was because he sensed that the old man before him was emitting a decaying aura. Many people who were nearing the end of their lifespan would have such an aura. But all those people added together weren't as strong as the decaying aura coming from the old man. It was as if the person standing in front of Qin Shujian wasn't a living person, but a person who had died a long time ago. A dead person? No, he's not a dead person. Qin Shujian quickly overturned his guess. Although the decaying aura coming from the old man was serious, there was still a trace of life in his body. As long as there was life, then he was a living person. Qin Shujian stood up at the right time as his thoughts raced. Shia Kun helped the old man into the side hall and introduced, "Brother Qin, this is our Fantasy Sea sect's Grand Ancestor. If you have anything you want to know, you can ask Grand Ancestor. If even Grand Ancestor doesn't know, then no one in the entire Heavenly Pattern Island should know." Good fellow. Grand Ancestor. How many generations were there? Qin Shujian didn't know. Without a doubt, this Grand Ancestor was definitely an old antique. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary old antique. Otherwise, How could he be qualified for a peak divine martial realm cultivator to call him Grand Ancestor? Qin Shujian cupped his hands and said, "This Qin greets Grand Ancestor." He suddenly paused, not knowing what to say. The old man seemed to see Qin Shujian's awkwardness. He smiled and said, "My name is Xia Chao. You can call me Xia Chao. Senior Xia is too polite," Qin Shujian said. It was normal for him to address the other party as a senior. Xia Chao had lived for who knows how many years, and his strength was definitely not weak. Although he looked like he had one foot in the grave, Qin Shujian could feel a silent power from Xia Chao's body. It was as if once this dormant power erupted, it would unleash an earth-shattering power. Xia Chao indicated that Xia Kun didn't need to be helped. He slowly walked to a seat in the side hall and said, "You don't need to be so formal. Sit down and talk." "Thank you." Qin Shujian sat down. As for Xia Kun, he wanted to sit down as well, but Xia Chao waved his hand and had him leave. After Xia Kun left, the side hall fell into a short silence. After a while, Xia Chao slowly opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "Before you ask any questions, I also have a few questions that I want to ask you." "Senior Xia, please ask." Qin Shujian nodded. Xia Chao said, "I want to ask, what year is it now?" "Year 6787 of Ji Qian. 6787 years to the end of the Qian dynasty." Xia Chao's turbid eyes revealed a doubtful expression. Then, his lips wriggled, and his hoarse voice sounded again. "Then which Emperor of Heaven is in the Heavenly Court now?" "Heavenly Court? Emperor of Heaven?" Qin Shujian's expression was calm when he heard Xia Chao's question. However, he couldn't help but feel shocked. He originally thought that Heavenly Rune Island was old enough. But now that Xia Chao spoke, Qin Shujian realized that Heavenly Rune Island was even older than he imagined. When he opened his mouth, he talked about the Heavenly Court. When he closed his mouth, he talked about the Emperor of Heaven. Who knew how many years had passed since the destruction of the Heavenly Court? Qin Shujian was thinking about how to answer Xia Chao's question. He wasn't sure if Xia Chao would do something impulsive if he knew about the destruction of the Heavenly Court. While Qin Shujian was silent, Xia Chao seemed to understand something. Xia Chao seemed to know something and sighed. If that's the case, then the Celestial Court couldn't survive that tribulation either. After he said that, although Xia Chao didn't change much, Qin Shujian could clearly feel that the decaying aura on his body seemed to have become stronger. Qin Shujian pondered for a moment and said, "May I ask what the great calamity that Senior mentioned is? Before I answer your question, answer two more of mine. Senior, please ask. Who is the strongest person in the human race now?" "The human emperor." "So there is still a living human emperor." Xia Chao was surprised and then asked, "Then how many immortals are there in the human race now?" "Immortals? There hasn't been an immortal in the human race for a long time." Qin Shujian's heart skipped a beat and he said truthfully. Xia Chao's expression changed slightly and he said strangely, "If there are no immortals, how can there be a living human emperor?" Cough, cough. "I wonder what level of expert is the human emperor that Senior mentioned." Qin Shujian found a problem. The human emperor that Xia Chao mentioned seemed to be a little different from the human emperor that he knew. Hearing that, Xia Chao's face was slightly proud and he said, "The human emperor who controls the immortals and suppresses a clan." "Controls the immortals? Suppresses a clan?" Qin Shujian thought for a moment and then said with a little embarrassment, "In that case, the human emperor that I mentioned might be a little different from the human emperor that Senior mentioned. P.S. Let's update first. There's no time to write." Chapter 536. Subsequently, Qin Shujian also told Xia Chao about the current situation of the human race. Since he wanted to exchange for information, then he needed an equivalent exchange. In any case, this information wasn't a secret. Who knew when a human would come here? All right. From Qin Shujian's point of view, the probability of someone coming here was not high. This was already the inner area of the sea. Moreover, the sea was vast and boundless. Although Heavenly Pattern Island wasn't small, It was like a grain of sand compared to the entire sea. Even if someone was lucky enough to enter the inner area, they might not be able to find Heavenly Pattern Island. And looking at the situation of Heavenly Pattern Island, it should have been a long time since outsiders came. At least after the destruction of the Heavenly Court, no outsiders came. Xia Chao also fell into deep thought. After a long time, he sighed and said, I didn't expect the human race to be so weak. Immortals are extinct, and even heavenly men can be called emperors. In his words, there was a lot of disdain for the human emperor. Qin Shujian smiled in response. In any case, the other party disdained the human emperor, not him, so what did it matter? As for whether the human emperor could destroy Heavenly Pattern Island or not, the probability was quite high. However, these words, Qin Shujian wouldn't say it out loud. He could only ridicule it in his heart. Heavenly Pattern Island wasn't strong, but their horizons were really high. But the more it was like this, the happier Qin Shujian was. The history of Heavenly Pattern Island was longer than he had imagined. Then, he might be able to find out a lot of things from Xia Chao. Subsequently, Xia Chao looked at Qin Shujian and said, if you have anything you want to know, feel free to ask. Some things are better known by others than by time. Qin Shujian asked, Senior, may I ask what kind of great tribulation you're talking about? The great calamity that led to the destruction of the Heavenly Court. He was very curious. The human emperor and Marquis Baiyun should know something, but they weren't willing to say it. Since they weren't willing to say it, Qin Shujian couldn't force them to ask. Now that he had the chance, it was a good time to understand. Xia Chao was suddenly immersed in his memories. There seemed to be some fear on his face, but there also seemed to be some killing intent. After struggling for a long time, he finally gave up and spoke. The great calamity originated from the demon abyss. At that time, the myriad races were at their peak. The Emperor of Heaven established the Heavenly Court and ruled over the myriad races in the world. It was a glory that the world had never seen before. It's different from the current human race. Back then, the Celestials were also experts, but they weren't at the peak. Because above the Celestials are the Immortals. The strongest among the Immortals is the Emperor. As for the Emperor of Heaven, he is above the Emperor. Until one day, the demonic abyss opened. A large number of evil demons rushed into the world, slaughtering all living beings and creating demonic disasters. They engaged in endless battles with the Heavenly Court and the myriad races. Xia Chao spoke and stopped, as if he was recalling something. He had lived for far too long. It was so long ago that many of his memories had been erased by time. Qin Shujian sat aside and listened attentively. From Xia Chao's words, he seemed to have seen the heyday of the myriad races. Humans, Shifter, Eldar, Protoss, every powerful race had an emperor. Although some weak races didn't have emperors, they still had almighty figures and even immortals. At that time, the myriad races were the most prosperous period of the world. Most of the races could be compared to the current human race. Even the weak races at the bottom of the myriad races were not much weaker than the current human race. The strength of the human race lay in the human emperor, a powerhouse who could kill almighty figures. Without the human emperor, the human race might not be stronger than those weak races. Because from Xia Chao's words, even the weakest race in the myriad races of the past had no less than 10 almighty figures. If Xia Chao hadn't said it himself, Qin Shujian would never believe that the myriad races of the past would be so glorious, and the human race of the past would be so powerful. Among the myriad races, the human race was number one. There was no other reason. Because the Emperor of Heaven was a human. The Emperor of Heaven could intimidate the myriad races and establish the supreme heavenly court. His title as the number one powerhouse of the myriad races was unquestionable. Qin Shujian said, could it be that with the tyrannical strength of the myriad races, they can't resist the demon abyss? They can't resist it. Xia Chao shook his head and said, the demons are too strong. The weakest demons in the demon abyss are at the celestial being realm. Moreover, other than a few methods, they can't be killed at all. If that's all, it's fine. The demon gods in the demon abyss are at the 7th level of the celestial being realm, and the strong have reached the immortal realm. In the past, when the demon abyss first invaded the world, many races were destroyed. Later, the Heavenly Court reacted and organized powerhouses to resist the demon abyss, but they were still defeated. Xia Chao sighed. Actually, before you came, I had already guessed that the Heavenly Court might have been destroyed, but I still had a fantasy in my heart that the Heavenly Court would win. But from the looks of it, the Heavenly Court still failed. Hearing this, Qin Shujian was silent for a moment, then said, the Heavenly Court can't be considered a failure. At least there are no demons wreaking havoc in the world now. That's right. The Heavenly Court didn't lose, and neither did the myriad races. The demons have been beaten back. Xia Chao's turbid eyes shone brightly, and a carefree smile appeared on his face. However, judging from his wrinkled skin, such a smile was a little creepy. Qin Shujian said, may I ask who Senior is? Why do you know so much about the Heavenly Court? I'm afraid that millions of years have passed since ancient times. Millions of years? Maybe. Xia Chao muttered, then shook his head. He looked at Qin Shujian and said seriously, my surname is Xia. Qin Shujian was confused. Then, your surname is Xia. What does it mean? Seeing Qin Shujian's expression, Xia Chao shook his head and sighed. It seems that the Heavenly Court has been destroyed for a long time. No one even knows the name Xia. Ah, I'm short-sighted. I hope Senior doesn't blame me. Fine. Xia Chao said. His stooped back suddenly straightened a little, and he said seriously, the former human emperor was called Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia. Qin Shujian's pupils shrank. He finally understood why Xia Chao had such a posture when he mentioned his surname. It turned out that he was a descendant of the former human emperor. It was no wonder that the other party had so much information. Xia Chao continued, Emperor Xia had 15 sons, and the last one was named Sun Chao. Sun Chao? Xia Chao. Qin Shujian was puzzled at first, and then his expression changed drastically when he looked at Xia Chao. Xia Chao. Was he the son of the former human emperor, a direct descendant? Impossible. It's been millions of years since ancient times, and the lifespan of a celestial being is only 7,000 years. How Qin Shujian was really shocked. His first reaction was that Xia Chao was lying to him. But when he saw the other party's calm expression and the strong rotten aura on his body, Qin Shujian was a little uncertain. He was really the son of the human emperor. The person sitting in front of him was an old antique who had lived for God knows how many years. However, Qin Shujian couldn't believe that Xia Chao could live for millions of years. If that was the case, how could the other party be a mere celestial being? Thinking of this, Qin Shujian couldn't help but look at Xia Chao with his Dharma eyes. Suddenly, Xia Chao's attributes appeared in his sight. Seeing this, Qin Shujian was secretly shocked again. 10 levels of the celestial being realm. 10 levels of the celestial being realm was the peak of the mighty. In other words, the other party was an expert at the limit of the celestial being realm. He was only one step away from breaking through to the immortal realm. However, looking at Xia Chao's current appearance, he was afraid that the realm of the celestial being realm was empty, but he didn't have the strength to match it. At least, Qin Shujian didn't feel any threat from the other party. Xia Chao looked at Qin Shujian's eyes with a hint of surprise on his face, but he didn't get angry. He said, I've never heard of your means, but it's not a good thing to pry into other people's lives. Qin Shujian immediately reacted and apologized. Senior, please don't blame me. I couldn't help it for a moment. Forget it, I have nothing worth hiding. Xia Chao shook his head with a wry smile and said, I'm just a half-dead celestial being realm cultivator. That's all I can do. Qin Shujian said, please forgive me for being presumptuous, but I want to ask, with your realm, how did you survive from ancient times until now? Could it be that there is really a way to live forever in the world? He asked the question that all normal people would ask. Living from ancient times until now. No matter how good Qin Shujian's mentality was, he couldn't suppress the shock in his heart. If the news were to spread, the world would probably go crazy over it. At that time, even if the inner area of the sea area was extremely dangerous, there would still be a steady stream of people coming here to explore. Because the temptation of immortality was really too great. At that moment, Qin Shujian had the impulse to get the secret of immortality from Xie Chao. But soon, this impulse was forcibly suppressed by him. Immortality was good, but there was definitely a price to pay. Looking at Xie Chao's appearance, it could be seen. If there was really no price, how could the other party wander around the 10th level of the celestial being realm? Or was it really so difficult to break through to the immortal realm that there was no chance to succeed in tens of millions of years? Qin Shujian didn't know, and he wasn't sure. He knew a lot of things, but that was also relatively speaking. Compared to Xie Chao, what he knew was really too little. Qin Shujian was struggling in his heart, and Xie Chao was also looking at him. After he put down the impulse in his heart, Xie Chao smiled and said, "There is no real immortality in the world. The so-called immortality comes with a price. What you need to know is that whatever you get, you have to pay a corresponding price. I have lived from ancient times until now, and the price is that I will never be able to break through my current realm, and I will never be able to leave this hall, and my body will continue to age." Xie Chao's tone was inexplicable. There was a price to pay for immortality. As the son of Emperor Xie, how could his talent be weak? Hearing this, Qin Shujian thought to himself, as expected. Xie Chao glanced at him, and then continued, "When the demon abyss invaded, the myriad races were defeated. The former human emperor was afraid that the inheritance of the human race would be cut off, so he asked me to bring a part of the human race to the sea to preserve the foundation. The monster race and Eldar of the myriad races also had the same idea, and the three races hit it off. Then, they each sent a small part of their forces to the sea, and finally found the heavenly pattern island and settled here." Xie Chao seemed to have not spoken for many years. Or could it be that he had kept these things in his heart for too long, and now that he met Qin Shujian, he had the urge to say it all? The human emperor once said that if the myriad races defeated the demons, then he would send out a new edict to bring us back. If the myriad races were defeated by the demons, then we would be the last bloodline of the human race, monster race, and spirit race. When the three races came to the heavenly pattern island, we waited day and night for a message from the three race emperors. However, we waited for a long time, and there was no news. Only the war continued. Even if we hid in the sea, we could still clearly feel it. Until one day, I seemed to see the heavenly court fall. Heaven and earth were shaking, and the heavens were howling. Blood rained down for 3 years. Xie Chao seemed to have returned to that scene. First, fear appeared in his eyes, and his tone became more anxious. We knew that there was a war outside, and we also felt that experts were falling. The human emperor, the monster emperor, Ling Huang, the emperors of the various races were falling, and the immortals of the heavenly court were also falling. We wanted to fight, but there was nothing we could do because the heavenly pattern island was the last inheritance and hope of the three races. We had been waiting for the summons of the three race emperors. We hoped that the myriad races would win in the end. But 1,000 years have passed, 3,000 years have passed, 5,000 years have passed, and there has been no news from Group 3. We thought that the heavenly court had been defeated and the world had turned into a demonic land. However, there was still a glimmer of hope, so we kept the inheritance and waited for our emperor to send someone to bring us back. Hearing this, Qin Shujian somewhat understood Xie Chao's thoughts. There was a glimmer of hope that had never been extinguished. Even if it had been tens of millions of years, he would not forget it. But now, he brought the news of the heavenly court's destruction and the demons retreating to the demon abyss. To a certain extent, he could be considered to have resolved the other party's obsession. All of a sudden, Qin Shujian was startled again. He looked at Xie Chao with a strange look in his eyes. He had resolved the other party's obsession. Could it be that the other party had hung up after saying a few words? If that was really the case, then it would be very funny. Qin Shujian thought about the seniors and experts that he had heard of in the past. It seemed that they all waited until they finished speaking and then immediately died. Xie Chao did not know what Qin Shujian was thinking and said, in order to protect the inheritance, someone chose a forbidden technique. He merged himself with a Taoist artifact and transformed himself into a different kind of artifact spirit, living in the world forever. Countless years have passed, and I thought that no more humans would come. I didn't expect that you would come today. A forbidden technique. Merging with a Taoist artifact. Hearing this, Qin Shujian immediately extinguished the last bit of fantasy he had about immortality. He finally knew the reason why Xia Chao did not die. It was because he had turned himself into an artifact spirit that he had survived until now. After all, as long as a Taoist artifact was not destroyed, it could exist forever with the world. Xia Chao's method could be considered a different kind of immortality. But for Qin Shujian, this was definitely not what he wanted. Being imprisoned forever by a Taoist artifact, unable to leave, and having his cultivation stagnate, was no different from drinking poison to quench one's thirst. After figuring out Xia Chao's matter and the great calamity of the ancient times, Qin Shujian also understood one thing, which was why the human emperor and the Marquis of Baiyun had always avoided talking about the great calamity of the demon abyss. It was because this matter really could not be said out loud. If the human race knew that the myriad races and the heavenly court in the past, which were hundreds or thousands of times more powerful than the current human race, could not contend against the demon abyss, then, the matter that was supposed to motivate and integrate the human race would directly crush the morale of the entire human race. When the calamity was so powerful that it could not be resisted, it was normal for the human race to collapse. Think about how they had worked hard to cultivate for hundreds or thousands of years and made complete preparations, and then someone told them that it was useless. No matter how much preparation they had, they would not succeed. That would be a devastating blow to these people. At the same time, Qin Shujian also admired the human emperor. Obviously, the other party was not willing to die in the hands of the evil demons. Faking his death to integrate the human race, eliminate the hidden dangers, and open up the 3 continents were all preparations to resist the demon abyss. Perhaps this is the reason why the human emperor did not stop Yuan Zhong from advancing. Qin Shujian also thought of another thing. The demon abyss was so powerful. Every bit of strength that the human race increased was the capital to resist the demon abyss. Qin Shujian took a few deep breaths. Then, he looked at Xia Chao and asked seriously, I also have a few things that I would like to ask you. Go ahead. Senior, have you heard of the 4 great continents? The 4 great continents. They are the East Continent, the Apragodnia Continent, the Nanjan Continent, and the North Continent. Qin Shujian told him about the 4 great continents in his impression. Xia Chao pondered for a moment, trying to find something in his dissipating memories. After about 15 minutes, he came back to his senses, shook his head, and said, I have never heard of the 4 great continents that you mentioned. When Qin Shujian heard this, he did not know whether to feel disappointed or some other emotion. Xia Chao had never heard of the 4 great continents. Then, the 4 great continents that he knew might not be the same as the 4 great continents now. However, Qin Shujian did not completely give up, and asked again, Senior, have you heard of Mount Huaguo? There are many mountains in the world, and I can't remember if there is a Mount Huaguo. Are there any mountains in the sea? How can there be mountains in the Death Sea region? There are only some scattered islands, and these islands were all destroyed by a great battle in the past, and then floated to the surface of the sea. Xia Chao shook his head, looking a little embarrassed. He originally thought that his knowledge could answer Qin Shujian's doubts. In the end, the other party asked a few questions that he had never heard of. If Xia Chao did not know how to read people's expressions and knew that Qin Shujian was not talking nonsense, he would have thought that the other party had made up the answers. Qin Shujian asked, then, Senior, have you heard of the great sage, Heaven's Equal, Sun Wukong? Great sage, Heaven's Equal, what a big tone. Xia Chao's turbid eyes glowed as he said, even the rulers of the 10,000 races wouldn't dare to be called Heaven's Equal. Who is this person to dare to have such an honorific title? Well, the other party did not know. Qin Shujian was speechless. However, looking at Xia Chao's expression, he still said, it's just a rumor. There might not be such a person at all. I see. I was wondering when there was a person who dared to call himself Heaven's Equal. You should know that the Emperor Heaven is supreme, and no one has ever been on equal footing with him. Xia Chao nodded in agreement. The Emperor Heaven was the most powerful one. No one was more powerful than the Emperor Heaven, not even his father. Even the dignified Emperor Xia did not dare to call himself Heaven's equal. Which corner of the world dared to call himself Heaven's equal? Qin Shujian was too lazy to argue with the other party, but Xia Chao's words reminded him of something. I wonder what the name of the former Emperor Heaven is. Xia Chao was somewhat displeased. How can others know the name of the Emperor Heaven? Qin Shujian said, then, what is the title of the Emperor Heaven? The two words Heavenly Emperor are already an honorific title. There are no other honorific titles. Xia Chao looked at him strangely, thought for a moment, and said, but I once heard Emperor Xia say that the Emperor Heaven's surname seems to be Qin. As for what Qin is, I don't know. At this point, Xia Chao smiled and said, Your Excellency is also surnamed Qin. You are lucky to have the same surname as the Emperor Heaven. Maybe you also have the Emperor Heaven's bloodline. The Emperor Heaven's bloodline? Qin Shujian smiled awkwardly and said, Senior, you must be joking. He was not interested in finding an ancestor for himself. If the Emperor Heaven still had power, it would be fine. Maybe he could take advantage of this opportunity to borrow his power. But now that the heavenly court was gone, the myriad races were almost dead. Even if he wore the title of the descendant of the Emperor Heaven, it would not benefit him at all. Looking at Xia Chao in front of him, Qin Shujian did not intend to ask anything more. The other party did not know anything. After chatting for so long, other than knowing the ancient calamity and the surname of the Emperor Heaven, there was no more information. Just as he was about to end the conversation, Qin Shujian thought of something and asked, Senior, have you heard of the pursuers? He had asked Xu Yuanming to investigate the pursuers, but there was no news at all. In this way, Qin Shujian could not help but wonder if the pursuers were also from ancient times. It just so happened that there was an ancient living fossil here, so he could ask about it. Again, he repeated his thoughts. Again, he shook his head. Xia Chao said, I've never heard of the pursuers. It seems that I can't give you a satisfactory answer to your many doubts. I've disappointed you. It would be a lie to say that he was not disappointed. However, Qin Shujian at least knew that the flower fruit mountain should not exist in the sea. The four great continents were not the four great continents he had imagined. But from the inaudibility of the two words Pangu, he also felt that this world was very consistent with some of the information he had in mind. Qin Shujian said, now that Senior knows that the demons have retreated, do you plan to bring the various races of the heavenly Pattern Island back to the human territory? His words also had the intention of probing. Xia Chao sighed and shook his head, if you were hundreds of thousands of years ago, I would have let the various races of the heavenly Pattern Island return to their former territories. But hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and the living beings of the island have already taken root here. If they leave, it might not be a good thing. Moreover, he knew that the demons had retreated, and the obsession in his heart had been eliminated. There were some things that he did not need to be too stubborn about. P.S. End of second update, time to sleep. Chapter 537. Taking root was one of the reasons. Another reason was that with Heavenly Pattern Island's strength, they couldn't leave the inner area of the Sea of Death. The vitality of living beings. In the eyes of fierce beasts, it was an irresistible temptation. There were many heavenly man-fierce beasts like the Azure King around Heavenly Pattern Island. As soon as they left the island, they would be attacked by fierce beasts. If Xia Chao could still display his peak strength, this problem could naturally be solved. But not now. Over millions of years, Xia Chao's physical body had decayed, and his blood and qi had almost dried up. Only the spirit god could fuse with the Tao artifact. Moreover, Xia Chao had not completely transformed into an artifact spirit. He still maintained his decaying body in a delicate state. It could be said that, right now, he could only move around in the main hall. Once he walked out of the main hall, his body would instantly decay and disappear. Without Xia Chao, a 10th level heavenly man expert, to lead him. Although the remaining cultivators of Heavenly Pattern Island weren't weak, they were still far from being able to break out of the Sea of Death. These words. Xia Chao didn't say it, but Qin Shujian was well aware of it. Qin Shujian also didn't say anything about helping the cultivators of Heavenly Pattern Island out of the Sea of Death. Because with his strength, he could protect himself, but it wasn't enough to bring people along. With the dense blood energy on his body, he would be able to encounter heavenly man-level fierce beasts wherever he went. If he encountered a powerful fierce beast, even Qin Shujian himself would have to run. How could he have the time to care about others? It was unknown if Xia Chao knew this in his heart. Qin Shujian didn't speak. He didn't speak either. At this moment, Qin Shujian asked again, with Senior's vision, "Have you ever seen this thing?" While they were talking, Qin Shujian outlined a bronze token in the air. It was the token to open the unknown cave. Xia Chao's calm expression changed slightly when he saw the bronze token. After a long time, he nodded and said, "I've seen it before." "Senior, where have you seen it before?" Qin Shujian was stunned at first, but he quickly came back to his senses. He thought that Xia Chao didn't know about the pursuers, so he definitely didn't know about the bronze token. But Qin Shujian never expected. Xia Chao really did know. Even if he couldn't find any information about the pursuers, it would still be a good thing if he could get the bronze token. The last time he opened the magnificent Cauldron Cave abode, he obtained the spiritual eye. Qin Shujian understood that there must be a great opportunity hidden inside the bronze token. Xia Chao thought for a while and said, "Back then, the human emperor had a token like this. But I don't know where it came from. As for where it went, don't ask me." Qin Shujian's excited heart cooled down. He had seen it in the hands of the ancient human emperor. However, many years had passed since the ancient era. The ancient human emperor was already dead, and there was no news of the bronze token. However, from Xia Chao's words, Qin Shujian also learned another thing. That was, the existence of the pursuers could be traced all the way back to the ancient era, or even further back. What happened before the heavenly court was established? Was there an era similar to the primordial era in the primordial era? Qin Shujian asked the question in his mind. The longer the origin of the pursuers, the more powerful the pursuers were. Xia Chao understood what Qin Shujian meant. He shook his head and said, "The primordial era you mentioned is also the era when all races existed. In fact, it existed even further back, but there are no detailed records of that era. Because at that time, heaven and earth had just been born, and all races were being born one after another. That was the period when all races were just starting out, and heaven and earth were in a state of ignorance. The bronze token might have been passed down from that time." Seeing this, Qin Shujian did not ask anything else. Xia Chao knew a lot of things, but there were not many things that were useful to him. This time, it was Xia Chao's turn to speak first. "Your Excellency, do you plan to continue going deeper into the Sea of Death or return?" "I had planned to go deeper before, but now that some of my questions have been answered, there's no need to go deeper," Qin Shujian said. Xia Chao said, "That's good. There are many powerful fierce beasts in the depths of the Sea of Death. Even in the ancient era, the Sea of Death was an existence that people feared. There were emperors of various races, as well as the Emperor of Heaven, who had entered the deepest part of the Sea of Death. But after coming out, the emperors of various races were also injured, so I can be sure that there must be some kind of powerful force in the depths of the sea, or perhaps there are fierce beasts. According to what Senior said, those tyrannical existences are still in the depths of the sea." Qin Shujian was really shocked this time. The emperors of various races. The emperors that Xia Chao mentioned were not half-baked like the current human emperors. Yes. When he understood what the ancient emperors were, the human emperors were probably half-baked in Qin Shujian's eyes. The ancient emperors were the rulers of the immortals. He did not know if they had broken through to the immortal level, but they were at least the most powerful experts among all the immortals. Not to mention, there was also the Emperor of Heaven leading the team. With such a lineup, Qin Shujian felt that it was enough to enter the demon abyss and kill a wave of people. In the depths of the sea, to be able to injure the human emperors in front of such a lineup, what kind of terrifying fierce beasts could do this? Thinking of this, Qin Shujian suddenly felt a great sense of relief. Fortunately, he did not go in. Otherwise, if he encountered such an existence, he would not even have a chance to escape. Qin Shujian had already made a lot of guesses about the power of the sea. He thought that there must be powerful fierce beasts in the depths of the sea. In terms of strength, they might not be much weaker than humans. But now, looking at it, it was more than just about the same. With such strength, even if the words human and demon were tied together, it would not be enough to fight. Xia Chao shook his head and said, after so many years, I'm not sure if the power that injured the emperors still exists, but as long as we don't go deep into the sea, there won't be any problems. This was what the human emperor told me. If it was the human emperor, then it was very credible. Qin Shujian could guess something from the fact that the emperors of the three races asked the various races to go into the sea to avoid danger. They were certain that the existence in the depths of the sea could contend against the evil demons, so they let the three races go in to preserve a chance of survival. They might not be able to deal with the evil demons, but it was not necessarily a problem for them to protect themselves. In any case, the strength of the sea area was much stronger than what Qin Shujian had imagined, much stronger. But there was no doubt. There must be some secrets hidden in the depths of the sea. Qin Shujian did not intend to explore these secrets. The Emperor of Heaven had led a group of emperors of the various races to go in, but it seemed that they could not handle it. With his strength, going in was no different from delivering food. However, he had a chance to break through and become an immortal in the future. That was why Qin Shujian had the idea of going in to take a look. As for before he broke through, he did not have such plans. Not thinking about the depths of the sea, Qin Shujian asked, Senior, do you know how the sea was formed? I don't know. Xia Chao shook his head and replied straightforwardly. Then, he paused for a moment and said, I once heard that a ray of light fell, and then the sea appeared. According to the Emperor's speculation, a supreme powerhouse must have taken action and opened up the sea. Or maybe it was formed naturally by the laws of heaven and earth, causing the sea to be born. Xia Chao said, but I am more inclined to the latter. I believe you also know that there is a mysterious power in the sea that can leave behind a powerhouse's power imprint and form natural disasters. This is not something a cultivator can do. Only the laws formed naturally by heaven and earth can reach this level. Qin Shujian seemed to have understood something. Then, he thought of another question and said, the sea can leave behind a powerhouse's power imprint and reproduce it in the form of natural disasters. Then, he did not finish his words, but his meaning was very clear. Xia Chao said faintly, yes. Back then, the power imprints of the Emperor of Heaven and the other emperors were all left in the sea. There will also be natural disasters. But you can rest assured. I have been in Heavenly Pattern Island for so many years, but I have only seen the power imprints of powerhouses in the past 3 times. Qin Shujian was speechless. Right now, he only wanted to leave the sea as soon as possible. Qin Shujian also did not expect that the sea would be so excessive. Even now, the power imprints of the Emperor of Heaven and the other emperors were still left in the sea. Don't listen to Xia Chao's words. It seemed that the number of natural disasters of this level was limited. But if he really encountered one, it would be a dead end. The Emperor of Heaven and the other emperors were at least immortal-level powerhouses. Qin Shujian had to run away when facing a natural disaster of a powerhouse, let alone a natural disaster of at least immortal level. Even a powerhouse would have to kneel when facing such a natural disaster. As for how strong an immortal was, one could know by referring to the human emperor. The human emperor definitely had not broken through to immortal level, but he could easily crush a powerhouse. Immortal. Definitely stronger than the human emperor. It was no wonder that no one dared to go deep into the sea. Or it could be said that all those who went deep into the sea were all dead. It was because the dangers in the sea were so numerous that it was explosive. Any one of them might be able to kill a celestial. Qin Shujian believed that the reason he was able to come here so leisurely was because of his strong luck. However, although Qin Shujian was shocked, a doubt arose in his heart. If the power of the Emperor of Heaven and the other emperors was reproduced, then with Heavenly Rune Island's strength, how could it resist such a natural disaster? He directly asked the doubt in his heart. Heavenly Rune Island seemed to be very strong. It also had a 10th stage celestial like Xia Chao overseeing it. But now, Xia Chao was basically crippled. Even if there were still celestials left, there would not be many of them. Those natural disasters were all at the immortal level. With Heavenly Rune Island's strength, it would be destroyed in a matter of minutes. Xia Chao smiled faintly and said, "When you stepped into Heavenly Rune Island, you should have also discovered that there are some laws on Heavenly Rune Island. This is something left behind by the emperors of the various races. These laws come from the same source as the power of the Emperor of Heaven and the other emperors. So, when the natural disasters reproduced these laws, it would not cause any damage to Heavenly Rune Island." In addition, the reason why Heavenly Rune Island could exist for so many years and resist the attacks of the ferocious beasts is because of these laws. Qin Shujian nodded. The power of laws. Now that he had broken through to the second stage of the Array Dao Grandmaster realm, he had also started to come into contact with a bit of the power of laws. However, this power could not be compared to the laws of Heavenly Rune Island. At the same time, Xia Kun walked in from outside and stood in front of Xia Chao. Then, he said respectfully, "The people of the Jade Wave sect and the Saint God sect have heard that Brother Qin has arrived. They wish to meet you." The Jade Wave sect and the Saint God sect. Qin Shujian's expression changed. He thought of what Xia Chao had said earlier. Xia Chao saw his confusion and explained, the Jade Wave sect was established by Eldar in the past. The Saint God sect was established by the Demon clan in the past. Together with the human clan of the Fantasy Ocean sect, they are the only 3 factions on Heavenly Rune Island. Of course, over the years, some people have left the 3 sects and established their own sects. However, they ultimately did not amount to much. "I see." Qin Shujian nodded and replied. Heavenly Rune Island was only so big. In his opinion, it was at most the size of the True Dominion. This area was actually not small. However, in Qin Shujian's opinion, the Heavenly Rune Island was still too small. Furthermore, after hundreds of thousands of years, the Heavenly Rune Island would definitely not be able to accommodate so many people. Could it be that the Heavenly Rune Island also implemented family planning? This thought surfaced in Qin Shujian's mind before he dismissed it. It was better not to ask too much about these things. Subsequently, Xia Chao said, "The Jade Wave sect and the Saint God sect have heard about you. They should also want to know about the current situation. However, it is up to you whether you are willing to go. No one will force you. In that case, I will go and meet them." Qin Shujian did not refuse. He also wanted to see which experts from the 2 sects had stayed behind. Xia Chao nodded and said, "The Jade Wave sect and the Saint God sect are not here. If you want to go, I will let Xia Kun take you there. As for me, it is inconvenient for me to leave. After you leave the 2 sects, you can come to the Fantasy Ocean sect again." "All right." Qin Shujian stood up and left with Xia Kun. Xia Chao sat in his original position. His turbid eyes looked at Qin Shujian's back as he left and let out a long sigh. So it has been so long. The heavenly court collapsed. Did the human emperor really fall? Xia Chao did not feel too sad in his heart. He had already guessed about these things. After an ancient time, Xia Chao's affection for the human emperor had become very thin. After all, millions of years had passed. Many things could be forgotten by time. However, he had never forgotten the inheritance of the human race in the Heavenly Rune Island. This was his mission, the mission to protect the last foundation of the human race. But now that he saw Qin Shujian's arrival, Xia Chao realized that this mission did not seem so important. The human race was not destroyed. Then the so-called bloodline in the Heavenly Rune Island was just a part of the human race. That's good. In the future, the Heavenly Rune Island will only be the Heavenly Rune Island. Nothing else is important. Xia Chao sighed again. This breath. It was as if he had spat out the pressure that had been pressing down on him for countless years. In an instant. Xia Chao's back bent a little more. The aura of death on his body became even thicker. On the other side, Xia Kun had already left the main hall with Qin Shujian. Walking in the city, Xia Kun could not help but turn his head to look at Qin Shujian and ask, "Brother Qin, what did the Supreme Ancestor say to you just now?" "It's nothing. It's just a casual chat." Qin Shujian did not say much. He chuckled and said, "Old Senior Xia is very knowledgeable. He has already explained many things to this Qin." He did not talk about Qin Shujian's evasiveness. Xia Kun did not mind. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Of course. In terms of knowledge, no one in the Heavenly Rune Island can compare to the Supreme Ancestor. Could it be that the Blue Wave sect and the Holy God sect can't?" More or less." Xia Kun's expression stiffened. Then, he smiled embarrassedly. These words could not be said carelessly. If the two sects heard it, there would be some conflict. That would not be good. Qin Shujian said, "The Heavenly Rune Island's spiritual energy is rather dense. It's much denser than the sect I'm in." "Of course." Xia Kun smiled proudly and said, "There's a spirit vein below the Heavenly Rune Island. Since we're sitting on top of the spirit vein, the spiritual energy will naturally be denser." Spirit vein. Qin Shujian was shocked. He knew that the Heavenly Rune Island definitely had spirit stones. However, he did not expect that there would be a spirit vein. There were big and small spirit veins. But with the origins of the three sects, the spirit vein in the Heavenly Rune Island was definitely not small. Xia Kun said, "The spirit vein is the foundation of the Heavenly Rune Island. There are defensive measures left behind by the various sects. Even if a peak sky human expert came, they would not be able to touch the spirit vein." He said these words for Qin Shujian to hear. He wanted to prevent him from having any improper thoughts about the spirit vein. Qin Shujian nodded. He also understood the meaning of Xia Kun's words. The three sects on the island all originated from the ancient era. How could the measures left behind by the various sects be simple? It was no wonder that Xia Kun dared to tell him that there was a spirit vein on the island. He knew that he would not be able to touch the spirit vein. Regarding this, Qin Shujian could only sneer in his heart. How could he, Sect Master Qin, be the kind of person who would open his eyes at the sight of a spirit vein? A mere spirit vein was not enough for him to care about. Even if it did not have any defensive measures, well, if it really did not have any defensive measures, he might be black-hearted and make a move. During the conversation, the two of them left Yellow Earth City and headed in a certain direction. Qin Shujian said, "The Eldar and the Fiend race also have people like old Senior Xia, right?" "Both. Every sect has an ancient expert overseeing it." Xia Kun casually replied. What he said to Qin Shujian was not a secret in the Heavenly Rune Island. Apart from the newly born children, everyone else knew their origins. They were all descendants of the ancient sects. In order to not let them forget the glory of the past, the three sects would spread this information for generations to come, so that everyone would firmly remember their identity and origins. Not long after, a city appeared in front of the two of them. It was the same Yellow Earth City. It was the same palace. The difference was that most of the people in the city were not of the human race, but of the fiend race. Everywhere one could see those who had not fully transformed and had some characteristics of the fiend race walking in the city. There were also those who appeared in front of people with the bodies of the fiend race. Walking into the city, Qin Shujian almost thought that he had entered the Thousand Fiend country. However, thinking about it, it was not much different from the Thousand Fiend country. There were fiends everywhere, but these fiends' strength was average. Qin Shujian did not think about it. One day, he would walk among the fiend race as a human. Moreover, he could walk freely. If he did not know about the hatred between the Eastern continent's human race and the fiend race, Qin Shujian would have thought that what he experienced was fake. What a paradise! Qin Shujian suddenly sighed. The various races were in harmony with each other, without any fighting or killing. This was an island like a paradise. If the creatures of Heavenly Pattern Island were to return to the Eastern continent, what would the three sects do? The eastern continent's human race and the fiend race were like fire and water. The fiend race was forced to leave the eastern continent. As for the Eldar in the eastern continent, almost all of them were dead. When that time came, the three sects would probably break up. Because once a war between races appeared, there would definitely be an irreparable crack in the relationship between the three sects. It was only a matter of time before they split up and fought to the death. All these years, many humans had died at the hands of the fiend race, and many fiend race had died at the hands of the human race. This hatred had accumulated over so many years that it could not be resolved long ago. Unless one day, a figure like the Emperor of Heaven appears again and rules over all the races in the world, perhaps the glory of the ancient times can be restored. Qin Shujian only thought this sentence in his heart and did not say it out loud. The two of them entered the main hall. The fiend race of the Saint God sect had already received the news and sent people to wait there. Brother Xia, a middle-aged man in a yellow robe, looked at Xia Kun, first cupped his hands, then looked at Qin Shujian and said, "This must be the expert from the outside." Xia Kun nodded and said, "This is Qin Shujian, Brother Qin." As he spoke, he also introduced to Qin Shujian, "This is Elder Wu Yi of the Saint God sect. Greetings, Brother Qin. Greetings, Brother Wu." The two of them cupped their hands and bowed. Wu Yi smiled and said, "After so many years, this is the first time I've seen an outsider come. The ancestor has been waiting for a long time. Brother Qin, please follow me in." "Hey, Brother Qin, go in. Don't leave me behind." Xia Kun called out and said, "When Brother Qin talks with your ancestor, I still have to take Qin Shujian to the Jade Wave sect." Wu Yi nodded and said, "All right, then Brother Xia, go to the side hall and rest for a while." Immediately, Wu Yi called a disciple of the Saint God sect, took Xia Kun to the side hall to rest, and then took Qin Shujian to meet the ancestor of the Saint God sect. The two of them walked left and right. Wu Yi said, "The ancestor hasn't seen anyone for many years. Brother Qin, when you see him later, don't be too shocked. Moreover, the ancestor has been very approachable these years. If you have anything to say, just say it." "I understand," Qin Shujian said. The ancestor of the Saint God sect, like Xia Chao, was an expert from the ancient times. He would not underestimate such a person. When walking into the hall, Qin Shujian found that this hall was the same as the hall of the Fantasy Sea sect, a Dao artifact. Not long after, a side hall had already appeared in their sight. Wu Yi stepped forward and said respectfully, "Ancestor, the person you want to see has been brought here." After saying that, the door of the hall opened. Wu Yi turned sideways and said, "The ancestor is waiting in the hall. Brother Qin, please go in." Qin Shujian nodded, then looked at the dark hall and stepped in. Chapter 538. He walked into the hall. The dim space suddenly changed. Qin Shujian stepped into it as if he had appeared in another world. He could only see the Milky Way under his feet, and the stars in the sky were shining brightly. A Milky Way dragon crawled in the Milky Way, causing the Milky Way to tremble slightly with each breath. With the appearance of Qin Shujian, the dragon opened its tightly closed eyes. At that moment, the already bright Milky Way became even brighter at this moment. The scene that was flowing slowly like a river also came to a standstill. Mustard seed Sumeru. A thought emerged in Qin Shujian's mind. But soon, he overturned his own opinion. The scene in front of him was not as simple as a mustard seed turning into a Sumeru. The entire Milky Way was actually a vast array formation. And the person who set up the array formation was definitely not simple. With Qin Shujian's vision, he could only see some clues. In other words, the array he was in now was set up by a Third Realm Array Grandmaster at the very least. It might even have been set up by a Third Realm Array Grandmaster. Although Qin Shujian was shocked by the scene in front of him, he quickly calmed down. A force that had survived from ancient times. It was not a strange thing to have a powerful array formation. Not to mention a Third Realm Array Master, even a Fourth Realm or Fifth Realm Array Master would not be surprised. Of course, Qin Shujian himself was not sure whether there was a fourth realm or fifth realm after the Array Master. Seeing the Milky Way dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long, winding and crawling in the Milky Way, Qin Shujian cupped his hands and bowed, saying, "Junior Qin Shujian greets Senior." He did not use his Dharma eyes to look at the Milky Way dragon in front of him. But he could also understand that the other party was probably an expert of the 10th realm of the celestial being realm. It was not impossible for it to be stronger. Because on the Milky Way dragon, although Qin Shujian could also feel the decaying aura, at the same time, there was a terrifying force hidden in the other party. In front of the other party, Qin Shujian had the illusion that he was facing the human emperor. The galaxy dragon looked at Qin Shujian with its eyes that were like the sun and moon. Although its voice was not loud, it caused the galaxy to tremble. "My name is Star Sage. Are you the human who came from outside?" "Exactly. It's been so many years. You are the first human to find Heavenly Pattern Island. I wonder what the situation is like in the outside world. Will the myriad races win or lose?" Star Saint's tone was inexplicably melancholic as he spoke. Hearing this, Qin Shujian also conveyed what he had said to Xia Chao to the Star Sage verbatim. Half an hour later, Star Sage sighed and said, "The heavenly court has fallen, and the evil devil is indeed difficult to deal with. I have already sensed that the evil devil's aura in the world seems to have become denser. Perhaps it won't be long before the demonic abyss descends again. Now that the myriad races have lost their heavenly courts and immortals, how are they going to resist the attack of the fiend abyss?" After that, Star Sage did not wait for Qin Shujian to reply and continued, "Do you know how the myriad races defeated the fiend abyss back then? It's been a long time since the ancient times. Almost everything about the ancient times in the world has disappeared. It's difficult for this junior to answer senior's question." Qin Shujian shook his head and said, he really didn't know how the heavenly court defeated the fiend abyss. Human Emperor and Marquis Baiyun should know. Star Sage glanced at Qin Shujian. After confirming that the other party was not lying, he said, "Then how is the demon race now? Now that the demon race and the human race coexist in this world, it's not a big deal." Qin Shujian said seriously. Star Sage's huge dragon head nodded, causing the galaxy to tremble. He said, "It's already a blessing that our demon race hasn't been destroyed. Xia Chao should have told you that we have no way of leaving Heavenly Pattern Island. The other people of Heavenly Pattern Island also have no possibility of leaving the Sea of Death. In addition, we are already living here and have no intention of leaving. However, I am still a member of the demon race. Now that the demon emperor has fallen, the demon race cannot lose its inheritance. Therefore, I have something to ask of you. I wonder if you are willing to help me." "Senior, please speak," Qin Shujian said in a deep voice. Star Sage opened his mouth and a drop of golden blood flew out from his mouth. With the appearance of the golden blood, the entire galaxy shook crazily, as if it couldn't bear the power of the golden blood. Then, Star Sage's huge dragon claw lightly tapped a few times. Countless mysterious power attached to the golden blood, completely sealing it. Not long after, the golden blood turned into a round stone ball that was a few times bigger than an adult's fist. The stone ball floated in front of Qin Shujian. Star Sage said, "Sealed in the stone is the inheritance of my demon race. I hope that you can help me hand this inheritance to the demon race. However, the inheritance is of great importance. I hope that you can make a law oath. If you violate it, there will be a law that will come and erase you. However, as a reward, I will also give you something corresponding to it." Qin Shujian looked at the stone ball in front of him, then looked at Star Sage and asked, "What is a law oath?" It seems that many things from the ancient times have really disappeared. Even the law oath was not passed down. Star Sage believed Qin Shujian's words a little more. Then, a mysterious fluctuation spread out from Star Sage's body and entered Qin Shujian's mind. Not long after, Qin Shujian finished digesting this information. At this point, he also understood what the law oath was. This oath was based on the laws of heaven and earth. Every action of the person who made the oath would be under the watch of the laws. Once there was a violation of the oath, there would naturally be a law punishment. As for how strong the law punishment was, Qin Shujian felt that he could probably find out by referring to breaking the shackles in the ordinary realm. Looking at Star Sage in front of him, the feeling that this old dragon gave him was much more dangerous than Xia Chao. If he didn't agree, he was afraid that this matter wouldn't end well. So, Qin Shujian directly held the stone ball and made the law oath according to the information in his memory. Star Sage nodded his head in satisfaction, and his tone became gentler. You helped me bring out the inheritance of the demon race, so you should be rewarded. Moreover, you are the first person to enter the heavenly pattern island in so many years. If I don't give you some things, it would be a waste. Finished. Star Sage's huge claw moved, and the river of stars immediately split. A dried-up dragon corpse appeared from the river of stars. Following that, the dragon corpse shattered, turning into 6 drops of light golden blood that flew out. Then, it was wrapped by a mysterious force and sent to Qin Shujian. These are a few drops of essence blood that I left behind in the past. Consuming it can also increase one's cultivation, so I will definitely give it to you. After Star Sage finished speaking, he warned, however, there is one thing you must pay attention to. Consuming the essence blood requires a strong physique. If you are not at the 7th layer of the heaven-human realm, it is best not to refine it. Otherwise, there is the danger of your body exploding. Only the 7th layer of the heaven-human realm could swallow it. In other words, if someone below the 7th layer of the heaven-human realm swallowed it, their body would explode and they would die. Qin Shujian's expression changed slightly. The 6 drops of essence blood in front of him gave him the feeling that there was a living dragon hidden in each drop of essence blood. Just what kind of cultivation level did the Star Sage in front of him have? Could it be that the 10th layer of the heaven-human realm were also domineering? Qin Shujian could not help but ask, may I ask Senior Star Sage, what is your current cultivation level? Finished. Star Sage did not show any abnormality. Instead, he recalled for a moment and said, probably, it should be nirvana, after using the secret method of immortality. To him, cultivation level was no longer that important. After millions of years, without any progress, no one would remember what kind of cultivation level they were. Qin Shujian was puzzled. Nirvana? Above the heaven-human realm is nirvana, and above nirvana is immortal. Star Sage glanced at him and recalled some things. He said, the 10 most important things of the heaven-human realm are to become immortal. They must go through the nirvana stage. The nirvana stage is between the heaven-human realm and immortal realm, and their strength is fluctuating all the time. When the nirvana stage is strong, their strength is not weaker than immortal realm. When the nirvana stage is weak, they are only like the 10th layer of the heaven-human realm. These drops of essence blood were left when I was in nirvana. Although they are not at their peak state, they are not comparable to the 10th layer of the heaven-human realm. Hearing that, Qin Shujian nodded in realization. He had always thought that after the heaven-human realm was immortal realm, but he did not know that there was a transitional realm between the heaven-human realm and immortal realm, called nirvana. Suddenly, Qin Shujian thought of the human emperor. If the human emperor was not an immortal, then he should be in the nirvana stage. Otherwise, how could he kill a mighty figure as easily as eating and drinking? Qin Shujian took out 6 spiritual porcelain bottles and then collected the 6 drops of essence blood. When the essence blood fell into the porcelain bottle, the whole bottle trembled crazily, and soon cracks appeared. Seeing that, Star Sage exhaled a breath. The river of stars rolled back, and a mysterious power fell on the porcelain bottle, immediately suppressing the agitated essence blood inside. A spiritual artifact of this level is unable to suppress my essence blood. I've already placed a seal on it, and it should last for about a year. After a year, the seal will break, and my essence blood will break out of the seal and emerge. After doing all this, Star Sage looked a little dispirited. Qin Shujian took the porcelain bottle and the stone ball into the storage ring, and then cupped his hands and said, Senior, thank you for the treasure. I will definitely give the inheritance of the demon clan to the demon clan. With benefits, Qin Shujian's attitude became a little warmer. Just from the scene just now, he could know what kind of treasure Star Sage's 6 drops of essence blood were. Qin Shujian felt. If he swallowed it now, he might be able to directly break through the current realm. As for Star Sage's words, he also believed in his heart. But Qin Shujian had some confidence in his physique. As for why Star Sage didn't take out the essence blood until now, there were already several demon clan experts in Heavenly Pattern Island. In Qin Shujian's opinion, it should be because the demon clan of Heavenly Pattern Island was too weak. Then the man and the dragon talked for a while, and Qin Shujian got up and left. After leaving the side hall, Qin Shujian was taken away by Wu Yi, who was waiting outside the hall, and found Xia Kun, who was eating. After the two got up and left, Xia Kun took Qin Shujian to the Jade Wave sect. Jade Wave sect. It was also a sect founded by Eldar. Just like the human clan had Xia Chao, and the demon clan had Star Sage, the Jade Wave sect also had an ancient figure overseeing it. It was a giant tree that reached the sky, and it called itself Heaven Piercing. Qin Shujian was sure that this name was given by Star Sage later on in Heavenly Pattern Island. Because from the way Xia Chao's expression changed when it heard the name Heaven Piercing. In ancient times, the Emperor Heaven was a supreme expert. Even Heaven Piercing was not enough, let alone Heaven Piercing. Regardless of how stupid Heaven Piercing's name was, the other party also gave him Eldar's inheritance and asked him to bring it out. After Qin Shujian made the oath of the rules, Heaven Piercing also gave the corresponding reward. A porcelain bottle full of holy water, which was the only remaining essence power when the other party's body decayed. Just like the demon clan, these supreme treasures were not something that Eldar could bear. As a result, these supreme treasures were like poison that people avoided. As a result, they had been left there for many years without a chance to use them. When Qin Shujian arrived, Heaven Piercing could be considered to have seen many things clearly. After all, so many years had passed, and he had no intention of leaving Heavenly Pattern Island. Of course, he couldn't leave. Fortunately, he brought it here, allowing Eldar to leave behind a trace of his inheritance. After Qin Shujian left, in the main hall of the Jade Waves sect, under the protection of a formation, a towering tree took root. The branches and leaves on the tree had all withered and yellowed, as if it had been dead for a long time. The aura of the demon abyss is approaching again. I'm afraid that a great calamity will happen soon. With the current strength of the myriad races, how can they resist the demon abyss? There's not much I can do. I can only give you what I can. I hope that I can fight for a chance of survival for the myriad races. I only hope that Heavenly Pattern Island will not become the last bloodline inheritance. A deep voice reverberated in the air. Like Star Sage, Heaven Piercing also saw many things. Even though he was now in Heavenly Pattern Island, the familiar feeling that was engraved in his bones still made this Eldar expert feel it. In fact, this Eldar's ancestor even felt an uncontrollable fear and hatred in his heart. It was fear towards the Devil Abyss, and also hatred towards the Devil Abyss. If not for the arrival of the Demon Abyss, how could he be imprisoned here forever, just to preserve the last trace of Eldar's bloodline? But no matter how angry he was, Heaven Piercing had no choice. Because the Demon Abyss was too strong. When the myriad races were at their peak, they were attacked by the Demon Abyss, so the myriad races were defeated. Now that the myriad races had entered their weakest stage and were about to be attacked by the Demon Abyss, in Heaven Piercing's heart, he believed that the chances of the myriad races winning were not high. It could be described as small. He had nothing else to worry about. He was just worried about the Eldar who lived in this world. But worry was worry. Heaven Piercing had no choice. He could not leave Heavenly Pattern Island. Even if he could leave, a Nirvana Realm expert would not be able to cause any trouble in front of the Demon Abyss. This was also the reason why Heaven Piercing would hand over the last treasure to Qin Shujian. In his opinion, this was the last thing he could do for the myriad races. After coming to the Saint God sect and the Jade Wave sect and receiving the inheritance and rewards of the two races, Qin Shujian was in a good mood. Because of Xia Chao's words, After Qin Shujian went to the two sects, he returned to the Fantasy Sea sect with Xia Kun. I wonder how many Heaven Realm experts there are in Heavenly Pattern Island? Not many. Xia Kun shook his head and said, my Fantasy Sea sect has 2. The other 2 sects only have 3 each. They are all below the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. The true foundation of Heavenly Pattern Island is the patriarchs of the various sects. Although he was at the peak of the divine martial realm, his words were filled with disdain for those Heaven Realm cultivators. Qin Shujian really wanted to ask Xia Kun where he got the confidence to make him, a divine martial realm expert, look down on Heaven Realm cultivators. But after thinking about it, he did not ask this question that would destroy their friendship. However, it was just as Qin Shujian thought. Heavenly Pattern Island could be said to be strong, but it could also be said to be weak. If Xia Chao and the others were included, then Heavenly Pattern Island's strength was even more terrifying than the Bright World's human race. 1 10th level Heaven Realm expert and 2 Nirvana Realm experts. With such strength, they could probably hang the human emperor. Yes. Of the 3 patriarchs, Xia Chao was the weakest. The other 2 were in the Nirvana realm. However, to Qin Shujian, it didn't matter what realm the 3 patriarchs were in. Countless years passed. The 3 of them were already weak to the extreme. However, according to Qin Shujian's estimation, the 3 patriarchs should still have a chance to erupt with their peak strength. This was because he felt a hidden power from the 3 of them. If one were to talk about weakness, then the powers that had survived since the ancient times only had 8 Heaven Realm cultivators. Moreover, they did not have a single Saint Realm expert. They were indeed very weak. Qin Shujian also understood now. Why would the ancient powers be afraid of a first-level Heaven Realm green snake? It was because Heavenly Pattern Island was too weak. It was no wonder that Xia Chao did not have any thoughts of leaving Heavenly Pattern Island. With Heavenly Pattern Island's current strength, if they all went out, they would be eaten by vicious beasts before they could go far. The 2 of them returned to the Fantasy Sea sect. Xia Chao was still sitting in the side hall, not moving. You're back. You're back. Qin Shujian nodded. Xia Chao said, that old dragon and Eldar should have given you the inheritances of the 2 races, right? Qin Shujian nodded, he did not deny it. He was also thinking that since the 2 races had their inheritances, then did the human race also have their inheritances? He can't use the monster race and Eldar's inheritances because he is not a monster race or Eldar. However, he, Qin Shujian, is a human. He can't use the monster race and spirit race's inheritances, but the human race's inheritances are not a problem. Xia Chao saw through Qin Shujian's thoughts and said, correct, the 2 races have their inheritances, our human race also has our inheritances. Originally, I thought that no one could inherit this inheritance. But now that you are here, you can also take it with you. Senior, after so many years, has Heavenly Pattern Island never given birth to a 7th level Heaven Realm expert? Qin Shujian asked the question in his heart. After so many years, there was no fighting. Everyone could cultivate in peace. How could there only be a few transcendents overseeing the island? Xia Chao struggled to stand up and said, the rules of Heavenly Pattern Island are a protection but also a cage. Cultivators at the 4th level of Heaven Realm and above need to control the power of heaven and earth and gradually adapt to the existence of the rules. The rules of Heavenly Pattern Island were left behind by the sovereigns. They are the most tyrannical and cannot be compared to the rules of heaven and earth. Only immortals have the qualifications to comprehend the rules left behind by the sovereigns. Others do not have this qualification. Qin Shujian suddenly understood. After so many years, Heavenly Pattern Island had not given birth to a 4th level Heaven Realm expert because of the rules of Heavenly Pattern Island. These rules not only protected Heavenly Rune Island, but also restricted its development. Qin Shujian looked at Xia Chao. He had some questions he wanted to ask. However, Xia Chao was the first to speak. He shook his head and said, the rules of Heavenly Pattern Island exist to preserve the last bit of bloodline inheritance. As long as the bloodline can be preserved, the number of Heaven Realm experts is not a problem. In any case, if a great calamity really comes, It is not something a mere heaven realm expert can change. These words. When Qin Shujian heard them, he felt a little stifled. When Xia Chao said mere heaven realm expert, he felt offended. Qin Shujian coughed lightly and said, "Then where is the inheritance of my human race? Follow me." Xia Chao said calmly. Then, he walked forward shakily, like an old man with one foot in the grave. Qin Shujian slowly followed behind Xia Chao. Looking at Xia Chao's back, a trace of fear suddenly appeared in his heart. What Qin Shujian feared was not Xia Chao, but time. He found it hard to imagine if he would be like this one day when his lifespan was nearing its end. If that was the case, Qin Shujian would rather die in a fierce battle, or simply end his life, than live like this. It was not that he looked down on Xia Chao. It was just that the two of them had different ideals. At this moment, when Qin Shujian's heart was filled with fear, an urgent emotion also emerged. The lifespan of a heaven realm expert was limited. 7,000 years was just the blink of an eye. He wanted to break through and become stronger. At least, he wanted to live longer than he was now. In the past, Qin Shujian also hoped to pursue immortality. However, at that time, he was not as urgent as he was now. Now, he had made a decision in his heart. If a heaven realm expert cannot live forever, then I will become an immortal. If an immortal cannot live forever, then I will become stronger until I can live forever. The reason why Qin Shujian did this was because he did not want to live like he was afraid of before. Qin Shujian's heart was fluctuating. Xia Chao also did not know. He led Qin Shujian forward, and it didn't take long for them to arrive in front of a palace. The whole palace was a whole, but it was divided into many side palaces. These palaces were all part of a whole. Xia Chao stood in front of the palace and said to Qin Shujian, "This is where the inheritance of our human clan lies." After that, Xia Chao did not do anything. The palace in front of him seemed to have sensed his existence, and the door of the palace slowly opened. Xia Chao stepped in. Qin Shujian only hesitated for a moment before following Xia Chao in. It was the same space array. The difference was, the Holy God sect had evolved a galaxy, the Blue Wave sect had evolved a small world, and the Fantasy Sea sect had evolved a world of nothingness. Xia Chao said, "This is a world of nothingness. It was once left by a strong formation expert of the human clan. It also exists to protect the inheritance of the human clan. Senior, may I know what cultivation level the person who set up this formation is at?" "Saint." Xia Chao simply spat out a word. Qin Shujian was stunned and said, "Saint. Above the formation Grand Master is the Saint. P.S. The fourth update, today's total is 24,000. Please vote." Chapter 539. Saint. Array Saint Master? This name sounded weird to Qin Shujian. But he was not sure if he could really be called an Array Saint Master after breaking through to Saint. Seeing that Xia Chao did not want to say more, Qin Shujian did not want to ask more. At this moment, the two of them were strolling in the void. Qin Shujian also felt that the Array Dao of the Saint level was unfathomable. The second level was to open up a space with some rules. The third level, according to Qin Shujian's guess, could already open up a small world. As for the void in front of him, Qin Shujian felt that it was not much different from an official world. The only difference was, this place was too desolate, so desolate that there were no living creatures. Qin Shujian said, "Senior, can experts who break through to Saint open up a complete world?" Xia Chao glanced at him and shook his head. The method to open up a complete world is not something that anyone can do. Saints can open up a world, but it is not a real world. To open up a real world, experts of that level did not exist even in ancient times. A complete world. Very simple, reincarnation. Xia Chao mentioned this word, which made Qin Shujian stunned. Reincarnation. A complete world had reincarnation. To be honest, he had really neglected this matter. Xia Chao said, when heaven and earth were first created, more power was constantly absorbed from the void. This power was evolved by heaven and earth, giving birth to all living creatures. This is the process of evolution. When some living creatures died and returned to heaven and earth would split up the power of these living creatures and combine it with the power of the void to create more living creatures. This is reincarnation. From Xia Chao's words, Qin Shujian knew that the reincarnation that he was talking about was completely different from the reincarnation in his mind. There were no 18 levels of hell. There were no 6 paths of reincarnation. After the living creatures died, they returned to heaven and earth. Then their power was split up and combined with the power of the void to give birth to new living creatures. Xia Chao said, to create a complete world, one must have a complete set of rules. Among the many rules, the hardest to comprehend are life, death, and reincarnation. Qin Shujian seemed to understand. He had yet to learn much about the rules. Xia Chao said, when you step into the 4th level of the celestial human stage, you will understand the laws. When you break through to the 7th level of the celestial human stage, you will begin to come into contact with the laws. In order to truly grasp the laws, you will need to break through to the immortal stage. Immortal? That's right. In order to become an immortal, one must at least grasp a law. After saying that, Xia Chao sighed. However, grasping a law is not that easy. Otherwise, the ancient heavenly court wouldn't have only 365 immortals. Once one grasped the laws, one could become an immortal. Qin Shujian realized that he had learned another big secret. He was certain. Currently, 99% of the human race didn't know how to break through to immortality. Thinking about it, it made sense. There hadn't been an immortal in the human clan for tens of thousands of years. Even among the experts who had reached the 10th tier of the celestial being realm, there was only one known human emperor. If that was the case, it was normal for the human clan not to know how to break through to immortality. However, human emperor and Marquis Baiyun should know how to break through to immortality. Qin Shujian ridiculed the two of them in his heart. He realized that the two of them knew too much. In front of them, he was like a newbie. Fortunately, now that he had met an old man like Xia Chao, he wouldn't be kept in the dark about everything. For a moment, Qin Shujian even had the urge to bring Xia Chao back. Having an old man at home was like having a treasure. This was a real living fossil, not something that the half-baked Cosmos bow could compare to. However, Qin Shujian also knew that the possibility of taking Xia Chao away was not high. At this moment, Qin Shujian also asked all the questions in his heart. Regarding this, those who knew, Xia Chao didn't hide it. Those who didn't know, he simply shook his head. In his eyes, Qin Shujian might be the last human to come to Heavenly Pattern Island. He couldn't leave Heavenly Pattern Island, but he still cared about the human clan. Some things. Xia Chao hoped that Qin Shujian could inherit it. The only thing that made Xia Chao a little regretful was that Qin Shujian's strength was too low. 2nd level of the heaven realm. In his eyes, he was far from the realm he had envisioned in his heart. During the heyday of the ancient myriad races, the elites of the various races could reach the divine martial realm when they reached adulthood. If they cultivated a little harder, it wouldn't be a problem for them to break through to the heaven realm. However, after breaking through to the 4th level of the heaven realm, they needed some opportunities. Xia Chao missed the glory of the ancient times. But soon, he extinguished this thought. The ancient times had become a thing of the past. The heavenly court was gone, and the experts of the myriad races were also gone. The strongest person in the human clan now was a heaven realm cultivator. At most, he was a nirvana realm cultivator. There wasn't even a single immortal. It was completely incomparable to the heyday of the human clan. The two of them chatted casually as they came to the middle of a pool. That's right, pool water. In the void, a pool that had been opened up appeared in front of Qin Shujian. When he walked to the side of the pool, Qin Shujian could clearly see the scene in the pool. He saw that there seemed to be a river of stars hanging upside down, as if the stars, sun, and moon were all in it. Qin Shujian saw many things at a glance. When he fixed his eyes on it, he found that everything had disappeared. Only the lavender pool was still there. Xia Chao said, The water in the pool is star sulfur slurry. The human emperor once entered the dark void and plucked it from the endless stars. This pool of star sulfur slurry can only be obtained by destroying at least 100 stars. Xia Chao's tone was calm. However, Qin Shujian could hear a strong pretentious aura from it. Star sulfur slurry, destroying stars. In the short time since he came to Heavenly Pattern Island, Qin Shujian found that everything he encountered exceeded his understanding. What kind of concept was destroying stars? Qin Shujian didn't know, and he didn't have the qualifications to know now. The only thing he understood was that the star sulfur slurry in front of him must be extremely precious. Therefore, Qin Shujian didn't say anything. He just waited for Xia Chao to continue. Sure enough, when Xia Chao said this, he paused for a moment. Then he continued, the star sulfur slurry is obtained by the human emperor after destroying stars. It is used to temper the bodies of human experts. However, if you want to endure the tempering of the star sulfur slurry, you need to be at least at the 4th stage of the sky human realm. I see that your realm is not high, but your physique is not bad. You can try using the star sulfur slurry to temper your body. What did he mean by not high realm but not bad physique? Qin Shujian completely ignored Xia Chao's faint disdain. This is the inheritance of the human race. Of course not. How can a mere star sulfur slurry be worthy of being the inheritance of the human race? Xia Chao shook his head. Star sulfur slurry was very precious, but that was all. It wasn't qualified to be the inheritance of the human race's last bloodline. If it wasn't for the fact that no one on the heavenly Rune Island could endure the star sulfur slurry, it wouldn't have been left until now. In the end, it ended up benefiting Qin Shujian. When it came to physique, it was never the strong point of the human race. On the side of the demon race, there were some experts who could endure the star sulfur slurry. However, Xia Chao had no intention of letting the star sulfur slurry benefit the demon race. Although they were allies and could be considered friends and neighbors for millions of years, they were still of different races. Using the things of their own race to benefit other races. Doing so, it would only show that the human race was incompetent. If it wasn't for Qin Shujian's appearance, Xia Chao would have hidden the star sulfur slurry for hundreds of thousands of years. He looked at Qin Shujian. Xia Chao said, the star sulfur slurry is not stained with dust. Take off all your clothes and enter the star sulfur slurry. If you can't endure it, you can hold on for a while. If you really can't endure it, you can come out. This is good for you. Take off all my clothes. Qin Shujian was stunned. He really wasn't prepared to take off his clothes in front of an old man. Xia Chao glanced at him and said disdainfully, as a human, why do you have so many scruples? It's just taking off your clothes. What's there to hesitate about? I've seen everything for so many years. Do you really think you're a treasure? Xia Chao's mocking and ridiculing made Qin Shujian's face harden. Take it off then, who's afraid of who? 2 breaths of time. Qin Shujian jumped directly into the star sulfur slurry under Xia Chao's strange smile. As soon as he entered the star sulfur slurry, Qin Shujian immediately felt the surrounding temperature rise rapidly. In just a few breaths of time, he felt his body become scorching hot and faintly felt a tingling pain. However, he cultivated the star myriad forms body and also had the 9th step stainless immortal body. Although the star sulfur slurry was scorching hot, it could be withstood. Xia Chao saw Qin Shujian enter the star sulfur slurry for a few breaths of time without any changes. He nodded inwardly and said, don't resist the star sulfur slurry. Circulate your cultivation technique and absorb the energy inside. Everyone only has one chance to absorb the star sulfur slurry. How much you can absorb depends on your luck. Therefore, unless you have no other choice, do not leave the star sulfur slurry. In the ancient human race, the longer you can endure in the star sulfur slurry, the greater your harvest. This is to pave the way for you to break through to a higher realm in the future. Remember, you must endure. Xia Chao was also worried that Qin Shujian was inexperienced and would immediately leave the star sulfur slurry when he felt something was wrong. If that was the case, this opportunity would be completely wasted. As the first human to reach Heavenly Rune Island since ancient times, Xia Chao still had high hopes for Qin Shujian. After all, the humans on Heavenly Rune Island were equivalent to bloodline inheritances. Their future achievements would be limited. Unless they could leave Heavenly Rune Island, that was all they could do. Therefore, in Xia Chao's eyes, Qin Shujian was rather pleasing to the eye. He said that he looked down on Qin Shujian's strength, but in truth, he approved of this human. At the very least, after entering the star sulfur slurry, there was nothing wrong with his body. This proved that Qin Shujian's foundation was rather solid. In the future, he would have the opportunity to grow to a higher level. Within the star sulfur slurry, after hearing Xia Chao's words, Qin Shujian hesitated for a moment. Then, step by step, he released the seal on his body and circulated the origin-returning ancestral cannon, drawing the star sulfur slurry into his body. Boom! When the star sulfur slurry entered his body through his pores, Qin Shujian felt as if his entire body was about to explode. Hot. Extremely hot. This feeling was like being in an oven. No, it was even more terrifying than being in an oven. At this moment, Qin Shujian seemed to understand what kind of pain those demonic beasts refined by the red lotus of purgation were enduring. In just an instant, Qin Shujian's skin was flushed red, like a cooked prawn. And when this terrifying heat surged over, a surge of pure energy also surged in from the star sulfur slurry. Rumble. As the star sulfur slurry surged over, his flesh and blood exploded. The moment this surge of energy surged in, his blood and qi started boiling. It only took a quarter of an hour. A star acupoint was directly opened by this tyrannical energy. Seeing this scene, Qin Shujian immediately collected his thoughts and silently endured the pain of the star sulfur slurry. At the same time, he circulated the origin-returning ancestral cannon, constantly controlling this surge of energy to open up the acupoints in his body that had yet to be opened. I'm going to be rich. This was the thought in Qin Shujian's mind. How long had it been, and he had already opened up a star acupoint. If he were to stay here for half a month, he would at least be able to break through to the 4th level of the sky-human realm. Just as Qin Shujian was cultivating, Xia Chao also stood at the edge of the pool, observing the changes in the other party. When he saw that Qin Shujian's aura had become stronger, he understood that the other party's strength had made a small breakthrough on the original foundation. He has only been in the star sulfur slurry for 15 minutes, and he has already gained something. The cultivation method he cultivates is probably not simple. Or is it because his talent is so strong? No matter what, we finally have a decent person this time. There was a faint smile on Xia Chao's face. The more experts there were in the human race, the more gratified he felt. As the son of the ancient human emperor, in Xia Chao's eyes, the human race was also like his own descendants. He would also feel proud if his descendants were successful. Xia Chao murmured, "Use your potential. How much you can absorb is all up to your luck. If you have the ability to absorb all of the star sulfur slurry, that would be the best." However, this was just Xia Chao's thought. The star sulfur slurry in the pool was enough for dozens of ancient human race to cultivate. Even the most talented person in the ancient human race would not be able to absorb so much star sulfur slurry. Therefore, Xia Chao did not expect Qin Shujian to be able to absorb all of the star sulfur slurry. He only asked him to try his best. How much he could absorb. This would determine the other party's talent and the strength of his foundation. In the world of nothingness, it was as if all sounds did not exist. Only Xia Chao, who was above the pool, and Qin Shujian, who was in the pool, brought a trace of vitality to this world of nothingness. Rumble. At this time, Qin Shujian had already abandoned the perception of the outside world. All of his attention was on his own body. He endured the burning of the star sulfur slurry and constantly manipulated the pure energy to open his star acupoints. Boom. Boom. Time passed little by little. One by one, the star acupoints were opened under the impact of the violent energy. 590, 591 every once in a while, a star acupoint would be opened. The energy in the star sulfur slurry was vigorous, far beyond Qin Shujian's imagination. After an unknown period of time, all 720 star acupoints were opened successfully. When all 720 star acupoints were opened, all of them lit up at the same time. Then, they connected together and turned into a complete power. At this moment, Qin Shujian had officially stepped into the peak of the second layer of the celestial being realm. Regarding this, Qin Shujian did not care at all. He continued to cultivate. As time passed, the scorching energy in his body became more and more terrifying. Qin Shujian had no intention of stopping. Just as Xia Chao said, after this time, there might not be a next time. If he did not take this opportunity to cultivate more, who knew when he would have to wait to break through in the future? The ferocious beasts in the sea could also speed up his cultivation. However, every time he killed a ferocious beast, the blood-red color would increase by a bit. After knowing the dangers of the sea, Qin Shujian did not dare to act recklessly. If he killed too many ferocious beasts and attracted the existence that fought with the Emperor of Heaven and the others, then it would be a big problem. If he relied on his own cultivation and the enhancement of his life source, it would take at least a few years. A few years was not a long time. However, if he could improve quickly, who would be willing to waste a few years? Therefore, facing the opportunity in front of him, Qin Shujian had no intention of letting it go. Absorb. Absorb with all his might. As long as his body did not explode, he would absorb as much as he could. Anyway, absorbing was the right thing to do. This time, not only did Sect Master Qin want to break through to the third layer of the celestial being realm, he also wanted to use this opportunity to enter the fourth layer of the celestial being realm. As long as he broke through to the Holy Land realm, even if he met a mighty figure, Qin Shujian was confident that he could wrestle with them. Beside the pool, the joy on Xia Chao's face was even more intense. It's been 3 days. Those who can stay in the star sulfur lava for 3 days are considered outstanding talents in the ancient human race. As long as they don't fall midway, even if they don't break through to become an immortal, they have a high chance of reaching the nirvana stage. Moreover, in today's world, there might be a possibility of becoming an immortal. To become an immortal, one needed to master the rules. However, the number of rules was limited. Once someone used the rules to become an immortal, others could not use the same rules to become an immortal because the rules already had an owner. In the ancient times, there were 365 immortals in the heavenly court, and each immortal represented a rule. It was not that there were only 365 rules. In fact, there were many rules, but many of them could not be controlled by ordinary people. The easiest rules to become an immortal were only 300 or so. If others wanted to become an immortal, they had to master those difficult rules. Mastering the rules was difficult to begin with, let alone the difficult rules. It was also because of this. In the ancient times, immortals were extremely rare. But it was different now. Immortals were all dead. In other words, the 365 rules that were the easiest to master in the past were now things without an owner. In this way, the chances of others becoming an immortal would be much higher. With Qin Shujian's talent, the chances of him becoming an immortal in the ancient times were slim. But now, he had a chance to master one of the rules and break through to the immortal level. If he can break through and become an immortal, the human race will at least have a stronger foundation. It seems that you really did not disappoint me. The inheritance of the human race should be in the hands of the strong. Xia Chao nodded silently. 3 days had passed. Looking at Qin Shujian's struggling expression, he guessed that he was about to reach the point where he could not hold on anymore. To be able to hold on for 4 days, his talent is close to excellent. Not bad, not bad. The more Xia Chao looked, the more satisfied he was. From now on, every extra hour Qin Shujian spent with the other party meant that the other party's talent would grow stronger. In the pool, Qin Shujian had officially entered the third level of the celestial being realm. But at the same time, the scorching aura accumulated in his body had reached a peak value. His body, which was supposed to be strong, showed signs of cracking in the face of this power. The flesh and blood in his body were even burned. Is this the limit? Qin Shujian was a little unwilling. How could it be enough when he was only at the 3rd level of the celestial being realm? Until now, he had only consumed an extremely small portion of the star sulfur liquid in the pool. Within his senses, the rich energy still caused one to be extremely tempted. If he left at this time, he would really regret it to death. Bang! At this time, Qin Shujian's body suddenly cracked, and a lot of blood spilled out. Xia Chao, who was at the edge of the pool, saw this scene and hurriedly said, "You've reached your limit. You can come out of the star sulfur plasma. If you force yourself to hold on, it will do you more harm than good." However, Qin Shujian was unmoved. Xia Chao was also a little anxious about this. He was originally worried that Qin Shujian would not be able to bear the pain and run out early. But now, he was worried that the other party was a hothead who would suffer serious injuries in the star sulfur plasma. Bathing in the star sulfur plasma had to be done properly. It was not good to be too fast or too slow. Among the ancient humans, there were also people who forced themselves to hold on, and in the end, exploded in the star sulfur plasma and died. At the thought of exploding, Xia Chao's face turned ugly. If Qin Shujian exploded here, it would be a big joke. After waiting for so many years, there was finally a human with hope, but in the end, he played himself to death. Xia Chao felt that he could not bear this blow. Seeing that Qin Shujian did not intend to come out, Xia Chao was a little flustered. "Don't force yourself. If you continue, you will definitely explode and die. Come out now." Xia Chao's face was gloomy. Seeing Qin Shujian's body gradually cracking, he had the urge to go in and fish him out. Judging from the state of his rotting body, it was impossible for him to escape. Once he entered the star sulfur plasma, he would explode before Qin Shujian's body. In the pool, Qin Shujian could also hear Xia Chao's words. He knew that the other party was not bluffing when he said that he would explode and die. Because Qin Shujian also felt that his body had reached a limit. But he was not willing to give up just like that. In the end, Qin Shujian divided a bit of his attention and fell on his attribute panel. Seeing the divine martial arts column, he directly clicked on the 9 tribulations immortal body. Boom! A powerful force surged out from his body. In the face of this force, the cracked body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the edge of the pool, the flustered and exasperated Xia Chao was a little dumbfounded. P.S. First update, the rest is still being written. You don't have to wait, rest early. Chapter 540. When he was in Yuan sect, Qin Shujian had raised his 9 tribulations immortal body to the 6th tribulation. Later, he did not continue to raise it because of the problem of life source. During this period of time in the sea area, he had killed many fierce beasts and obtained a lot of life source. Now, it was not a big problem to raise his 9 tribulations immortal body from the 6th tribulation to the 7th tribulation. As his divine realm martial arts improved, a pure power nourished his body and directly opened dozens of acupoints. The burning sensation in his body, which had been on the verge of exploding, became bearable after the transformation of his physical body. Qin Shujian did not have time to be happy. Taking advantage of this time, he desperately absorbed the energy in the star sulfur slurry and tried his best to open his acupoints. Boom! The energy surged and the thunder in his body vibrated. Beside the pool, Xia Chao looked at this scene in astonishment. Breakthrough. He could see that just now, Qin Shujian's body refining martial arts had a breakthrough. A breakthrough at the last step. It allowed his body, which had reached its limit, to recover to a suitable level. After a short period of shock, Xia Chao took a deep breath and said, "I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. It seems that you really have the chance to survive 5 days in the star sulfur slurry." In the ancient human race, there were people who used this method to absorb the star sulfur slurry. But the success rate of this method was very low. This was because there weren't many people who could accurately control their martial arts breakthroughs at the very last step. And no one could guarantee that they could successfully break through in martial arts in just a few days. If they failed, then the things they obtained from the star sulfur slurry would be greatly reduced. If they broke through first, they might be able to stay in the star sulfur slurry for a while. But at the same time, if they could make a breakthrough in the star sulfur slurry, they could withstand it for a much longer time than if they broke through first. Cultivation methods and martial arts. The only difference was that the strong could increase their lifespan, while the latter could increase their strength. Most of the time, cultivation methods and martial arts were interconnected. But cultivation methods were mainly about breaking through the realm, while martial arts were about using one's own foundation to break through the realm. Therefore, if one made a breakthrough in one's cultivation method in the star sulfur lava, the amount of time one could endure in the star sulfur lava would not have much of an effect. Even if one cultivated a body-refining cultivation method, it wouldn't really have much of an effect on the body-refining cultivation method. The biggest effect was still to improve one's cultivation. At most, one's physical body would be stronger than the average person's. However, there was a limit to this strength. However, martial arts were different. The purpose of martial arts was not to increase one's realm, but to continuously temper the foundation of the human body. Therefore, once there was a breakthrough in the body-refining martial arts, that would be the true transformation of the physical body. Now, Qin Shujian's body had been restored to its original state. Such a great change could only be achieved by a martial arts breakthrough. Xie Chao felt that he should re-evaluate Qin Shujian's talent. 5 days shouldn't be a problem. Once you make it past 5 days, you'll be considered one of the best among the ancient humans. In Xie Chao's calm face, there was a trace of undetectable excitement. Genius. No matter where it was worth paying attention to. Moreover, the stronger Qin Shujian was, the greater the chances of him inheriting the legacy of the human race. After so much trouble, the 4th day passed quietly. The 5th day, Qin Shujian's expression was normal. Other than the aura on his body being a little stronger, there was no other change. The 6th day, the 7th day. With each passing day, Xie Chao's face became a little more joyful. However, towards the end, there was more shock than joy on his face. How strong is his foundation? It's been 10 days and he still hasn't come out of the star sulfur liquid. This time, a powerful human has really come. Xie Chao's shock was mixed with ecstasy. 10 days. Among the ancient humans, there were only a few who could do so. Entering the star sulfur liquid did not depend on one's cultivation level. The stronger the cultivator, the more star sulfur liquid he could absorb, and the time he took to withstand it was not much different. In Xie Chao's knowledge, there were not many humans who could withstand it for so long. Moreover, most of them later grew to the immortal level. That's right. Immortal. Among the ancient humans, as long as they could withstand 10 days in the star sulfur liquid, they would have the qualifications to break through to the immortal level. As long as they did not die midway, there was at least a 30% chance of breaking through in the future. Don't underestimate the 30% chance. For other creatures, even if they reached the nirvana realm, the probability of breaking through to the immortal level was only 1 in 10,000. Just as Xie Chao was excited. In the pool, Qin Shujian had also reached a limit. After so many days, even if he broke through the 9 tribulations immortal body, he finally could not hold on any longer. He wanted to break through again, but the source of life did not allow it. When the last acupoint was opened, the scorching heat in his body had also accumulated to the peak. Bang! When his body collapsed, Qin Shujian no longer hesitated. He immediately stepped out of the star sulfur liquid, then took out his clothes and put them on very quickly. On the other side, Xie Chao nodded and said with satisfaction, "You can withstand 11 days in the star lava liquid. As long as you don't die in the future, you will definitely become an immortal." In his eyes, Qin Shujian was already an immortal. A future immortal. Unlike the ancient times, the difficulty of breaking through to the immortal level was much lower. With such a foundation, as long as the other party did not die, he would definitely become an immortal. Xie Chao was only short of saying that if he did not become an immortal, he could come to him. Qin Shujian also came back to his senses. He looked at Xie Chao and bowed deeply, saying, "Senior, thank you for the opportunity. I can't thank you enough." At this time, he no longer addressed himself as senior, but as a junior. This time, cultivating in the star sulfur slurry was a huge opportunity for Qin Shujian. The 5,600 star acupoints in his body emitted a dazzling light, and each of these star acupoints was a little bigger than before. This was the tempering effect in the star sulfur liquid. When the 5,120 star acupoints reached the fourth level of the celestial being realm, Qin Shujian reached the mid-stage of the fourth level of the celestial being realm with 5,600 star acupoints. However, the current him was not completely at the fourth level of the celestial being realm. It was very simple. Just as Xia Chao said, to reach the fourth level of the celestial being realm, one had to understand the existence of laws. Only by understanding the laws could one utilize the power of heaven and earth. When one finally came into contact with the laws, one would be considered to have advanced into a major power. When one fully grasped the laws, one could immediately become an immortal. Qin Shujian had opened up enough star acupoints. In terms of strength, he was confident that he could fight against major powers. However, the laws of heaven and earth were the laws of heaven and earth. No matter how strong one was, as long as one did not meet the requirements for advancement, one would not be able to break through. To reach the fourth level of the celestial being realm, one had to understand the laws. Therefore, in all seriousness, although Qin Shujian's strength had undergone a transformation, in terms of cultivation realm, he was at most a fake celestial being realm. The most straightforward point. It was that his lifespan did not increase. When one's cultivation reached this level, a cultivator could already predict how long their lifespan would be. Xia Chao said, "I can see that you have gained quite a lot of benefits from the star sulfur liquid. Although I don't know how strong you are, you should not be weak. If I leave Heavenly Pattern Island, I can break through to the fourth level of the celestial being realm," Qin Shujian said. He did not tell Xia Chao that he was confident that he could beat up a person at the seventh level of the celestial being realm. It was enough for him to keep these things to himself. Xia Chao said, "Let's go. I'll pass the true legacy of the human race to you. Senior, wouldn't it be too wasteful to leave the star sulfur liquid here?" Qin Shujian looked at the star sulfur liquid that was still there and felt an itch in his heart. There was so much star sulfur liquid. If he were to absorb all of it, he might become a major power right away. Xia Chao glanced at him and shook his head, saying, "The star sulfur liquid only has the effect of strengthening one's foundation the first time it's used. The second time it's used, it'll only absorb pure power. You must know that the star sulfur liquid is not easy to come by. It's already a great opportunity that you've used it once. In the history of the ancient human race, no one has ever used the star sulfur liquid a second time. There's a saying that you need to remember. As long as one's momentum is not exhausted, one cannot enjoy all the blessings. You need to leave some for future generations. If I had used up all the star sulfur liquid back then, how would you have the chance to use it today?" He was lectured by Xia Chao. Qin Shujian did not get angry. He said respectfully, "Senior, you're right. It's me who was rude." Xia Chao's words were both right and wrong. However, the star sulfur liquid was something that belonged to him. Using it once was enough. Although Qin Shujian coveted it, if Xia Chan did not give it to him, he would not force it. Xia Chao added, "However, if you want to obtain the star sulfur liquid, when your cultivation level is high enough, you can go destroy stars and collect a lot of it." What cultivation level is needed to destroy stars and collect the star sulfur liquid? The Emperor realm is enough, Xia Chao said blandly. Hearing that, Qin Shujian's mouth twitched slightly, but he did not say anything. Being able to obtain the star sulfur liquid at the Emperor realm, he was only a fake heaven being tier 4. Forget it. Qin Shujian did not think about it anymore. Qin Shujian changed the topic and asked, "Where is the inheritance of the human race?" "The depths of the world of nothingness. Follow me," Xia Chao said indifferently. Then, he crossed the pool and walked into the depths of the world of nothingness. Qin Shujian looked at the star sulfur liquid reluctantly and followed Xia Chao resolutely. If he could become an emperor in the future, he would bathe in the star sulfur liquid every day. In the world of nothingness, everything was nothingness. There was no distinction between up and down, and there was no feeling of time passing. Unless a cultivator remembered the time in their heart, they would forget the passage of time after staying there for a while. After walking for an unknown period of time, Xia Chao stopped in his tracks. Qin Shujian also stopped behind him. Following Xia Chao's line of sight, Qin Shujian looked ahead. He only saw darkness in front of him. However, the darkness seemed to be alive and was constantly surging there. Xia Chao waved his palm in the air, and the darkness shattered. As if a seal had been broken, a ray of light burst out from it and quickly illuminated the entire world of nothingness. But in the next moment, the light disappeared. A stone saber was quietly placed in the world of nothingness. The stone saber did not leak any aura. When it was placed there, it was suppressed by a space. Zhu Bing. Qin Shujian blurted out when he saw the stone saber. He was too familiar with the stone saber. The stone spear in Marquis Baiyun's hand was Zhu Bing. Therefore, when he saw the stone saber, Qin Shujian immediately thought of the stone spear. Xia Chao said, "You also know Zhu Bing?" The human race had declined to such an extent that he thought Qin Shujian wouldn't recognize the existence of an ancestral weapon. Qin Shujian nodded and said, "I was fated to meet Zhu Bing. That's why I know him. I didn't expect that the human clan still had Zhu Bing. It's a blessing." Xia Chao nodded and then looked at the stone spear. His eyes were full of passion and admiration. This is the Zhu Bing of the human clan. In ancient times, there were 3 Zhu Bing in total. One of them was destroyed during the tribulation, and the other was the sword of the human sovereign. I'm afraid it has also been destroyed. This stone saber is the last Zhu Bing of the human clan. After that, Xia Chao reached out, held the stone saber in his hand, and said, "This saber was once called Godslayer. There is a seal set by the human sovereign in the saber. If you want to break the seal, you only need the blood of the human clan." Godslayer. Qin Shujian's face was calm. When he saw the stone saber in Xia Chao's hand, he was already excited. Zhu Bing. The inheritance of the human clan was a Zhu Bing. Qin Shujian already had a hunch about what would happen next. As expected, Xia Chao held the stone saber and reminisced for a while. Then he handed it to Qin Shujian and said, "Use your blood to break the seal on the Godslayer." Qin Shujian solemnly took the Godslayer. A cold feeling came from his palm. Then he touched the saber with his left hand. The saber was originally made of stone, but it was extremely sharp. It easily cut open his skin. Blood oozed out of the wound and then poured into the stone saber. Boom! A dormant power was awakening. Countless mysterious chains appeared on the saber and then broke apart inch by inch. In Qin Shujian's eyes, those chains were not simple chains. Instead, they were broken rules. As the chains of rules were broken, the whole world of nothingness began to tremble. "You are Chao." A voice that had been silent for a long time sounded in the world of nothingness. Xia Chao was excited. He bowed and saluted while trembling. "Chao greets the Divine Lord." How many years had it been? How many years had it been since he heard this familiar name? In ancient times, there were not many people who were qualified to call him Chao. Until now, there was not even one. Now that the Godslayer had broken out of the seal, Xia Chao seemed to see the Zhu Bing who once fought against heaven and earth. As for Qin Shujian, he looked at the Godslayer in his hand and did not say anything. He could feel that the voice just now came from the saber. The Godslayer said, "I didn't expect to see you on the day of breaking out of the seal. I also didn't expect you to have reached such a level. What year is it now? Did the human race win the war against the demon abyss?" The heavenly court collapsed and the demons retreated. "Everything is in the past," Xia Chao said with a heavy expression. "Is everything in the past?" The Godslayer murmured and then said, "No, everything is not over yet. I can already feel the aura of the demon abyss. Those things are approaching this world. I didn't participate much in the war back then. It seems that this time I have the chance to kill them." Then, the Godslayer changed the topic again and said, "This person is the successor you found. His strength is a bit weak." Qin Shujian had an innocent look on his face. He was despised again. However, he did not refute. Perhaps in front of a big shot like the Godslayer, he was facing immortals and emperors. He, a small celestial, seemed to be a bit weak. Xia Chao said, although his strength is weak, his talent is not bad. He once endured in the star sulfur for 11 days. He has a chance of becoming an immortal in the future. 11 days, that is indeed a chance of becoming an immortal. The Godslayer said in agreement. Then, Xia Chao told the Godslayer about the current situation. This Zhu Bing had been sealed for too long, and many things were still in the ancient times. After a long time, the Godslayer sighed and said, I didn't expect that just waking up from the seal once would change so much. What's in the past is in the past. Xia Chao said silently. The Godslayer said, well, let bygones be bygones. Then, the Godslayer said to Qin Shujian, Kid, you and I have already recognized each other as our master. Let me stay in your sea of consciousness. Senior, please come in. Qin Shujian nodded and said. When his blood merged with the Godslayer, he received some information. He understood that Zhu Bing could not be put into the storage ring, because the storage ring could not withstand the power of Zhu Bing. Only the sea of consciousness of a cultivator could accommodate Zhu Bing. Similarly, if Zhu Bing stayed in the sea of consciousness, in the long run, it could also stabilize the sea of consciousness and increase the power of the divine mind. For these good things, Qin Shujian naturally would not refuse. When he opened the sea of consciousness, the Godslayer simply went in. Following the Godslayer in, Qin Shujian felt an ancient aura pervading his sea of consciousness. His sea of consciousness, which was originally a little restless because of his breakthrough, calmed down in an instant. Zhu Bing's might was unfathomable. After the Godslayer disappeared, the shaking of the void world also stopped. Xia Chao said, the inheritance of the monster race and the Eldar race is based on bloodline. The inheritance of the human race is not based on bloodline. The Godslayer is the supreme treasure of the human race in ancient times, and also the most important inheritance. I hope that with the Godslayer, you can truly protect the human race and eliminate all threats. Senior, don't worry. Junior knows what to do. That's good. Xia Chao said with a relieved smile. After a short pause, he continued, let's go. The Godslayer has been taken away. There is no need to stay in the void world. If you have nothing else to do, you can leave Heavenly Rune Island now. If you want to cultivate on the island for a while, that's also fine. If you become an immortal in the future, you can return to the island. Perhaps there will be some clansmen for you to bring out. Not for anything else, but to strengthen the foundation of the human race. Okay. Qin Shujian did not refuse. Xia Chao's request was not difficult. There was no problem in agreeing to it. Why did he have to break through to immortality? In Qin Shujian's opinion, the other party should think that only immortals could bring out the people of Heavenly Rune Island. Remember, after leaving Heavenly Rune Island, do not enter the Sea of Death again. Also, do not stay for too long. Immediately leave the Sea of Death. The blood chi in your body has been cleansed by the star sulfur slurry and no longer exists. Xia Chao warned, with your current strength and the Godslayer's help, leaving the Sea of Death should not be a problem. Before you break through to immortality, do not return to the Sea of Death. Qin Shujian had the Godslayer. This was the inheritance of the human race. In Xia Chao's mind, if Qin Shujian really wanted to die, then so be it if he died. However, he better not lose the God-slaying saber. Otherwise, Xia Chao would really vomit blood. Qin Shujian said, Senior, don't worry. After knowing the dangers of the Sea of Death, he would not rashly come here. If he were to encounter the Emperor of Heaven's heavenly calamity, or if he were to encounter the Emperor of Heaven's heavenly calamity, then it would be too late to cry. He did not fear the Almighty. However, he could not fear the Emperor of Heaven and the heavenly sovereigns. Those were experts who were much stronger than ordinary immortals. Soon after, the two of them came out of the void world. Looking at the sun in the sky, Qin Shujian felt as if a lifetime had passed. Senior, is the place where the sun sets in the deepest part of the Sea of Death? Xia Chao was silent for a moment and said, "Yes, the place where the sun sets is the deepest part of the Sea of Death. The reason why the Emperor of Heaven and the heavenly sovereigns went to the deepest part of the Sea of Death is also related to the sun. So that's how it is." Qin Shujian understood and asked again, "Then what about the Great Yin? Where does it exist?" "The Great Yin exists in the heavenly abyss. As for where the heavenly abyss is, don't ask. I advise you not to explore this matter. You know how dangerous the place where the sun is. The heavenly abyss where the Great Yin is located is not much better. If you go to the heavenly abyss with your strength, you will die." Xia Chao was also afraid that Qin Shujian would take things too hard and go to the heavenly abyss to die. "Senior, you must be joking. This junior is just curious." Qin Shujian smiled slightly. He had the idea of exploring in his heart, but not now. At the very least, when his strength was not weaker than the heavenly sovereigns, he would explore the situation. As for now, he would hide as far as he could. "Okay, I also need to go back and rest. If you have anything, you can find Xia Kun directly. If you want to leave the island, you can go by yourself. If there is nothing else, don't bother me. The only thing you have to remember is that the Godslayer is the last Zhu Bing of the human race. You must not lose him. Otherwise, you and I will both be sinners of the human race." Xia Chao solemnly said one last sentence and then left trembling. Qin Shujian bowed to Xia Chao's back and then turned to leave. Just as he left the main hall, he met Xia Kun, who was walking towards him. "Brother Qin has finally come out." "Brother Xia." Qin Shujian cupped his hands. Xia Kun smiled and said, "Brother Qin, have you gained anything during this time?" "The harvest is all right, it's not much," Qin Shujian said modestly. Xia Kun said, "Brother Qin, do you plan to settle down in the city or consider joining my fantasy sea sect? With your strength, you can at least become an elder." Qin Shujian shook his head and said, "I plan to leave Heavenly Mark Island and return to the Great Jiao." "Brother Qin is leaving?" "I am leaving." After a moment of silence, Xia Kun slowly said, "The sea is dangerous. Brother Qin, if you want to leave, you must be careful. If you encounter danger that you cannot withstand, you can come to Heavenly Mark Island for protection." Qin Shujian also cupped his hands and said, "I appreciate Brother Xia's good intentions. Let me send you off. Many thanks." Chapter 541. He had reaped most of the benefits he could. Qin Shujian did not plan to stay in Heavenly Rune Island for too long. He calculated the time. It had been almost a month since he came out. It had only been a few days since the imperial court broke the restrictions. Qin Shujian was prepared to stay in the sea region for a long time. However, after knowing the dangers of the sea region, he no longer had such thoughts. He could not go wild. He had already gained a lot from the sea region. When he came, he was only at the second stage of the sky-human realm. When he left, he was already at the fourth stage of the sky-human realm. Based on the current situation, Qin Shujian felt that his trip to the sea region had started off well. Especially the 5,600 star acupoints in his body. Qin Shujian felt that he should be able to kill ordinary sky-human realm cultivators with one punch. Sky-human realm cultivators were strong. However, the gap between each stage was not small. Qin Shujian's current strength, excluding domains, was not much weaker than a mighty figure. If he was a mighty figure, it would not take much effort to kill a cultivator at the first stage of the sky-human realm. Knowing that Qin Shujian was about to leave, Xia Kun did not stop him. Since he came from the outside world, it was understandable that he wanted to return. However, in Xia Kun's opinion, crossing the sea region was too dangerous. Although Qin Shujian was strong, he might not be able to safely pass through. On the contrary, if he stayed in Heavenly Rune Island, he could increase the strength of the human race. In the future, if the beasts attacked again, they would have more strength to deal with them. However, Xia Kun could see that Qin Shujian had made up his mind, so he did not stop him. The two of them walked towards the periphery of Heavenly Rune Island. Buzz! A strange fluctuation suddenly appeared in the distance. Qin Shujian and Xia Kun both stopped in their tracks at the same time. At the same time, the others on Heavenly Rune Island also noticed something strange. The sky that should have been clear was covered by blood clouds. A monstrous slaughter was faintly discernible. Xia Kun's expression was grave as he said, "A natural disaster." Heavenly Rune Island had existed for so many years and had encountered many natural disasters. Even Xia Kun had encountered dozens of natural disasters in his years of existence. However, the natural disasters that appeared varied in strength. He was so strong that even the celestial beings didn't dare to face him. Even if he was a spirit martial realm cultivator, he could still deal with him. The natural disaster that appeared in front of his eyes. In Xia Kun's opinion, they definitely belonged to the powerful group. Natural disaster? Qin Shujian also looked at the blood clouds in the distant sky. The murderous aura emanating from them made his heart thump. Moreover, there was also a strange feeling. He was certain the natural disaster that was brewing this time had definitely reached the level of the celestial being. Furthermore, the calamity wasn't far from Heavenly Rune Island. It would definitely affect this place. However, for the time being, Qin Shujian had no plans to make a move. That was because he wanted to see exactly what sort of trump card Heavenly Rune Island possessed to contend against the natural disaster. This place had existed for countless years and had experienced countless natural disasters, but it was still safe and sound until now. The foundation of Heavenly Rune Island. It was not something that others could speculate about. In Qin Shujian's opinion, the three clans were separated from the ancient times to preserve the bloodline of their race. Therefore, they should have some tricks up their sleeves. Even if he made a breakthrough in his cultivation, he didn't dare to underestimate Heavenly Rune Island in the slightest. Even Qin Shujian wondered if Heavenly Rune Island could kill an immortal if they used all their trump cards. However, there were no immortals in the world right now. There were some things that Qin Shujian could only think about. At this moment, the appearance of the natural disaster also attracted the attention of the experts on Heavenly Rune Island. The experts of the three sects appeared and stood in the air. 5 figures pressed down on the void. Although they didn't deliberately release their aura, it still made people feel reverence. Celestial being. In the face of this natural disaster, the 5 celestial being experts of the 3 sects were alarmed. Xia Kun looked at the figures above with envy in his eyes. Celestial being. He was currently stuck at the peak of the divine martial realm. If he had a chance to break through to the celestial being realm, it would be a great thing. If Xia Kun could break through to the celestial being realm, he would choose to leave Heavenly Rune Island and seek a higher realm outside. After so many years, it wasn't that there weren't any powerful cultivators on Heavenly Rune Island who wanted to leave the island and head to the vast world outside. However, not long after leaving the island, they died in the mouths of vicious beasts. Over the years, some celestial beings had fallen. This was also the reason why there weren't many celestial beings on Heavenly Rune Island. There was no other way. To be able to break through to the celestial being realm, no matter where one was a talented person. The upper limit of Heavenly Rune Island was there. It was impossible to comprehend the laws of the emperors. Therefore, there was almost no hope of breaking through to the 4th level of the celestial being realm. If one wanted to reach a higher realm, they had to go outside and leave the range of the Emperor's laws. Only then would they have a chance to succeed. Therefore, some celestial being realm cultivators were unwilling to stop here. They would leave Heavenly Rune Island, hoping to get a chance to break through. It was just that this place was in the inner area of the sea. Moreover, it was deep in the inner area. In terms of danger, it was difficult for celestial beings to protect themselves. Especially celestial being realm chi and blood. In the eyes of vicious beasts, it was a delicious cake. Even if there was no chi and blood lingering on the body, it would still attract celestial being vicious beasts. In general, his heart was quite big, but his strength was not enough. Rumble. As time passed, the blood clouds surged, covering an area of 1,000 li. A terrifying power overflowed, causing the vicious beasts in the sea to flee. The natural disaster had no emotions and didn't differentiate between living beings. Anything that was covered by the natural disaster was the target of a destructive blow. A celestial being from the Fantasy Sea sect shouted in a deep voice, "The natural disaster level is at least at the third level of the celestial being realm. Activate the Great Formation." The other four celestials looked at each other and nodded. It was at least at the third level of the celestial being realm. It could also be higher than the third level of the celestial being realm. For a natural disaster of this level, if one was not careful, it could cause a lot of deaths and injuries. The five celestials stood in the positions of the five elements. Their hands formed seals, and a mysterious fluctuation spread throughout Heavenly Rune Island. Next, it was an oval-shaped shield that covered the entire Heavenly Rune Island. Defensive formation. When he saw the oval-shaped shield, Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. With his knowledge, he could see that the formation that appeared on Heavenly Rune Island was a pure defensive formation. Moreover, the formation was quite mysterious. Qin Shujian looked at Xia Kun and asked, "Brother Xia, may I ask which expert set up the formation? Is he on the island now?" "I don't know." Xia Kun shook his head and said, "This formation has existed since ancient times. It is one of the true foundations of my Heavenly Rune Island. I heard that the Grand Ancestor said that this formation was set up by a sage. At its peak, it could even block the attacks of an immortal. Although the natural disaster before us is not small, it is still a little lacking if it wants to shake Heavenly Rune Island." A formation set up by a sage. Qin Shujian thought of the world opened by the three sects and fell into deep thought. If the one who set up the formation was the same person, then the formation of Heavenly Rune Island was very old. A formation that had existed for millions of years, protecting the entire Heavenly Rune Island. During that time, it had experienced natural disasters and attacks from ferocious beasts, but it had not been shaken at all. This realm. It made Qin Shujian yearn for it. However, he was now at the second level of the Array Grandmaster realm. If he wanted to break through to the third level, he would need 100 billion life force. As for a sage, a conservative estimate would be 10 trillion. Moreover, he could not be completely sure. 10 trillion. Qin Shujian decided not to think about these things. He turned his attention to the formation above him. Activating the formation required a lot of energy. According to Xia Kun, this formation could block the attacks of an immortal at its peak. However, if he wanted to activate the formation to its peak, the energy consumption would be absolutely astonishing. Given Heavenly Rune Island's foundation, even if it could support it, it would not be able to last for long. However, this was only Qin Shujian's guess. There was no basis for it. The formation activated and covered Heavenly Rune Island. Some people who were panicking because of the natural disaster gradually calmed down. Less than a quarter of an hour had passed. The natural disaster had taken shape. The blood clouds descended. Some of the ferocious beasts that could not escape in time were swallowed up. Roar. The ferocious beasts let out panicked roars. They wanted to escape, but there was nothing they could do. One after another, the ferocious beasts were caught by the invisible hand and thrown into the blood clouds. Roar. A huge ferocious beast that was hundreds of meters tall struggled to break free from the blood clouds and tried to escape into the distance. However, a blood-colored hand in the depths of the blood clouds grabbed the huge ferocious beast and pulled it back. The ferocious beast, whose strength was comparable to a divine martial realm cultivator, could not resist at all. In just a few breaths of time, it was caught and thrown into the blood clouds. As more and more ferocious beasts were devoured, the power of the blood clouds also became stronger and stronger. The red color of the blood clouds became deeper and deeper. It was like a burning cloud of fire. At this moment, the blood clouds suddenly boiled. All the energy rapidly shrank and finally condensed into an arrow. As it shattered the void, it shot toward Heavenly Rune Island. When he saw the blood arrow, Qin Shujian's expression became strange. When the blood cloud appeared, he sensed a familiar aura from it. Now that the blood arrow appeared, he finally understood what was going on with the natural disaster in front of him. Blood clouds. Blood arrow. Qin Shujian's mind spun and he quickly figured out the crux of the matter. The blood clouds should be a manifestation of the red lotus of purgation. However, the power of the sea does not seem to be able to completely recreate the red lotus of purgation. As for the blood arrow, it should be a power imprint left behind when I used the cosmos bow to kill a ferocious beast. In other words, the natural disaster in front of us is not a natural disaster. It is a natural disaster formed by my own power. Qin Shujian felt that this was a bit of a fantasy. He knew that when he attacked in the sea, there would be a corresponding natural disaster sooner or later. However, he did not expect it to happen so quickly and so coincidentally on Heavenly Rune Island. If everything was too coincidental. Sometimes, it was not a coincidence. Qin Shujian kept thinking. At the same time, the blood arrow shot over. The killing aura caused the faces of the Devas on Heavenly Rune Island to change. The 5 of them urged the formation with all their strength. They poured their quintessential essence into it, causing the oval-shaped barrier covering Heavenly Rune Island to become more solid. Boom! When the arrow landed, a terrifying power suddenly exploded. The entire formation shook. The 5 of them groaned and took a step back. However, they managed to block the power of the natural disaster. Before the others could recover from their shock, waves surged. Waves surged around the Heavenly Rune Island. Several hundred tentacles rose from the sea and whipped towards the Heavenly Rune Island. When the tentacles appeared, the sea suddenly surged. The seawater suddenly rose as if the entire sea level had risen. Then, the seawater dispersed, revealing the black shell inside. At the same time, a huge fish leaped out of the sea and turned into a huge bird that was several thousand meters long. It charged toward Heavenly Rune Island. Not good. Ferocious beasts are attacking the island. Everyone, pay attention. A celestial being's expression changed drastically as he shouted sternly. Then, he poured his quintessential essence into the formation. The other 4 celestials didn't dare to hesitate either. The 5 of them didn't hold back at all and poured all of their true essence into the formation. When the formation was strengthened, the attack came. 3 Devas attacked Heavenly Rune Island at the same time after the natural disaster. This was something that no one had expected. The terrifying attack landed. The entire Heavenly Rune Island trembled. The formation protecting the island also trembled violently. Although it did not crack, it was clear from the expressions of the 5 Devas that it was not easy to block this attack. Boom! A powerful aura erupted. Another 3 Devas soared into the sky and joined the other 5. At this moment, the 8 Devas of Heavenly Rune Island had all appeared. Shia Kun looked at the ferocious beasts attacking Heavenly Rune Island with an ugly expression. These bastards really know how to pick a time to attack Heavenly Rune Island right after the natural disaster. Qin Shujian also looked at the 3 ferocious beasts. It was a familiar giant octopus. But in terms of size and aura, it was much stronger than the giant octopus he encountered last time. It was a tortoise that looked like a moving continent. Finally, it was the huge bird that attacked Heavenly Rune Island. Qin Shujian activated his Dharma Eye and the attributes of the 3 ferocious beasts appeared in his vision. 2 at the 3rd level of the Heaven-Human Realm and 1 at the 4th level of the Heaven-Human Realm. Seeing this, Qin Shujian was surprised. The only one at the 4th level of the Heaven-Human Realm was that huge tortoise. After being in the sea for so long, this was the first time Qin Shujian encountered a beast at the 4th level of the Heaven-Human Realm. Taking advantage of the chaos, Qin Shujian also took a look at the attributes of Heavenly Rune Island's 8 Devas. 2 were at the 3rd level of the Heaven-Human Realm, 2 were at the 2nd level of the Heaven-Human Realm, and 4 were at the 1st level of the Heaven-Human Realm. If such strength was placed in the world of cultivation, it would be considered very powerful. However, it was hard to say who was stronger when facing the 3 ferocious beasts before them. A white-clad middle-aged man at the 3rd level of the Heaven-Human Realm said with a grave expression, "The ferocious beasts are attacking the island. We cannot passively defend. Otherwise, the formation will consume too much energy. We have to think of a way to kill the ferocious beasts." I did not expect 3 ferocious beasts to attack today. The Kuan King is very fast, but he is not strong. I can deal with him, another cultivator at the 3rd level of the Heaven-Human realm said. Heavenly Rune Island only had 2 cultivators at the 3rd level of the Heaven-Human realm. One was from the Illusion Sea sect's human race, and the other was from the Saint God sect's fiend race. The human cultivator at the 3rd level of the Heaven-Human realm said, "The Jong King is not weak. I can't guarantee that I can kill him, but holding him back should not be a problem. Right now, the most troublesome thing is that old tortoise. I did not expect that after sleeping for so many years, he would wake up now." The 3 ferocious beasts before them were old enemies of Heavenly Rune Island. They were very strong and had attacked Heavenly Rune Island many times. If not for the fact that Heavenly Rune Island's cultivators were not strong enough, they would have killed the 3 ferocious beasts long ago. The other Heaven-Human realm cultivators also had grave expressions. Although the Kuan King and the Jong King were strong, it was not impossible to deal with them. However, that old tortoise at the 4th level of the Heaven-Human realm was the biggest problem. Once it reached the 4th level of the Heaven-Human realm, the ferocious beast's strength would also undergo a transformation. Although the ferocious beasts did not have intelligence, they could still rely on their instincts to come into contact with some laws. Furthermore, no matter how stupid the ferocious beasts were, they would not be completely stupid. Or else, the 3 ferocious beasts would not join forces to attack Heavenly Rune Island. Instead, they would fight on their own. The Fiend Race's Heaven-Human realm cultivator said, "You and I will deal with the Kuan King and the Jong King first. The rest of you, protect the formation and prevent the old tortoise from breaking the formation and attacking Heavenly Rune Island." All right. The Heaven-Human realm cultivator did not object. This was the best solution for now. Heavenly Rune Island's formation was strong, but it also consumed a lot of energy. After all, it was impossible for the formation's power to not have any source. If they wanted to unleash the formation's power, they, the Heaven-Human realm cultivators, were the source of power. If they continued to defend passively, they would definitely not be able to last as long as the 3 ferocious beasts. They understood the principle of losing if they kept defending. After the discussion, the Heaven-Human realm cultivator took a step forward and left the protection of Heavenly Rune Island's formation. A bronze-long sword appeared in his hand as he charged towards the Jong King. The moment he attacked, the sword energy tore through the void. Sensing the threat, the Jong King stirred up endless waves in the sea. Powerful tentacles attacked the Heaven-Human realm cultivator. Swish! The bronze-long sword was abnormally sharp. It easily cut off one of the Jong King's tentacles. However, compared to the Jong King's innumerable tentacles, cutting off one tentacle was nothing. While the Jong King was in pain, he continued to attack the Heaven-Human realm cultivator. The Heaven-Human realm cultivator took a step back, wanting to avoid the Jong King's attack. However, there were too many tentacles. It was impossible to completely avoid them. The 100-meter-long tentacle lashed out at the void, and the protective upstanding chi suddenly exploded. The human celestial was blasted backward. His body had just cracked a little, but he quickly recovered. Then, the bronze longsword bloomed with terrifying killing intent. A great battle was about to break out. Whether it was the Jong King or the Heaven-Human realm cultivator, every collision caused the void to crack. Sometimes, tentacles would fall. Sometimes, the energy would shatter. To the ferocious beasts, their goal was to kill the enemy. The moment they attacked, they would definitely use their killing moves. To the Heaven-Human realm cultivator, the ferocious beasts were also targets to be killed. Therefore, the moment the two exchanged blows, they entered a state of life and death. At this moment, the demon Heaven-Human realm cultivator did not dare to hesitate. The more ferocious beasts attacked the formation, the more energy it would consume. The demon Heaven-Human realm cultivator revealed his true form. He transformed into a golden-winged roc and charged towards the Kuan King. Seeing this, Qin Shujian also understood why the demon Heaven-Human realm cultivator was so confident in dealing with the Kuan King. The golden-winged roc was one of the fastest creatures in the demon clan. It was also one of the most powerful races in the demon clan. However, the golden-winged roc had long gone extinct. Qin Shujian only knew that such a powerful demon race once existed from some ancient books. Now that he saw the true form of the demon heaven-human realm cultivator, Qin Shujian suspected that the golden-winged roc on Heavenly Rune Island should be the last bloodline of this race. The Kuan King was very fast. The demon heaven-human realm cultivator was also very fast. The two of them were fighting in the sky. Their wings flapped, and biting cold astral winds swept in all directions. Xia Kun's expression was solemn. He looked at Qin Shujian and said, "Brother Qin, this time, the ferocious beasts are attacking Heavenly Rune Island. I hope you can help out a little." Qin Shujian had just arrived and instantly killed the Azure King. In Xia Kun's opinion, this strength was already shocking. If the other party could help, he might not be able to resolve the crisis of Heavenly Rune Island, but at least it would ease the situation by a lot. Hearing this, Qin Shujian said calmly, "Brother Xia, don't worry. Since I have received the favor of Heavenly Rune Island, there is naturally no reason for me to stand by and do nothing." After saying that, he took a step forward and left the range of Heavenly Rune Island. Currently, 6 Celestials were maintaining the formation. The 4th stage Heaven-Human Realm Old Turtle was constantly bombarding the formation, wanting to step into Heavenly Rune Island. This battle attracted the attention of all the living beings on Heavenly Rune Island. When Qin Shujian appeared outside Heavenly Rune Island, he immediately attracted the attention of others. Who is that? Why did he leave Heavenly Rune Island at this time? He looks like a human. Is he not afraid of death? Quickly call him back. Some of the living beings' expressions changed slightly. As for the human experts, they were flustered and exasperated when they saw this. They did not recognize Qin Shujian. They only knew that he was a human. Now that Heavenly Rune Island was surrounded by ferocious beasts, what would it be other than courting death if he walked out at this time? However, not everyone did not recognize Qin Shujian. Some of them had personally witnessed the scene of Qin Shujian killing the Azure King. Therefore, when Qin Shujian appeared, they were immediately delighted. That's a foreign expert. A few days ago, he personally killed the Azure King. I saw him attack. He killed the Azure King with a single arrow. In terms of strength, I'm afraid he's much weaker than the Golden Rock King and the Illusion God King. The Golden Rock King was the 3rd stage heaven-human expert of the demon race. The Illusion God King was the 3rd stage heaven-human expert of the human race. When some people heard this, they immediately let out a sigh of relief. The news of the Azure King's death had already spread throughout Heavenly Rune Island. Almost everyone knew that a foreign expert had entered Heavenly Rune Island and killed the Azure King. However, there were only a few people who had truly seen Qin Shujian. In this situation, having the help of another expert was a fortunate thing for Heavenly Rune Island. On the other side, Qin Shujian did not pay attention to the commotion on Heavenly Rune Island. His gaze was completely focused on the old turtle in front of him. A 4th stage heaven-human ferocious beast. It was the strongest ferocious beast he had encountered so far. When Qin Shujian appeared, the old turtle no longer attacked Heavenly Rune Island. The old tortoise also stopped attacking Heavenly Pattern Island. Its huge, pitch-black eyes stared coldly at the person who suddenly appeared. Ferocious beasts were born with sharp intuition. The ant-like Qin Shujian in front of it made the old turtle feel a strong sense of threat. After a short moment of silence, the old turtle suddenly attacked. The surrounding seawater suddenly moved, turning into thousands of sharp arrows that tore through the void and tried to devour Qin Shujian. Come at me. Today, let me see how strong a 4th stage heaven-human ferocious beast is. Qin Shujian revealed a cold smile on his face. After coming out of the world of nothingness, he did not have the chance to display his true strength. The old turtle in front of him, it was the best target for him to test his strength after breaking through. Qin Shujian took a step forward. Lawful embodiment of heaven and earth. His several thousand jong tall body stood proudly in the sea. P.S. I'm really a righteous person. I welcome you to try it. I'm looking for monthly votes at the end of the month. Chapter 542. Its 3,000-foot body stood proudly between heaven and earth, its feet stepping on the sea, and its fist had already shattered the void. All the surging seawater. In the face of the fist attack, all of it was obliterated. Immediately after, Qin Shujian took a step forward, and the void trembled. With a wave of his fist, the space shattered like a piece of porcelain. The giant tortoise beast seemed to have sensed danger as it raised its head and roared. A gush of true essence burst out of its mouth and blasted towards Qin Shujian. However, Qin Shujian's attack did not stop. His fist easily obliterated the true essence, and the remaining force continued to blast towards the giant tortoise. The giant tortoise's body seemed cumbersome, but it was extremely agile. Its huge body was in the air as its giant claws slashed forward. A powerful force erupted, and the void suddenly became chaotic. Qin Shujian struck out with his palm, forcibly smoothing out the chaotic space. Then, he blasted out another punch. The giant tortoise's head suddenly shrank, and the attack landed directly on its broad and thick back. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, and the rocks that had been piled up on its back for an unknown period of time were shattered inch by inch, revealing the green shell underneath. At this moment, the giant tortoise suddenly stretched out its ferocious head and opened its mouth, which was filled with sharp fangs. Qin Shujian did not dodge. Taking advantage of the giant tortoise's attack, he attacked again. The giant tortoise did not face Qin Shujian head-on, but only used its back to block his attack. This beast has reached the 4th level of the celestial being realm, and its defense is extremely powerful. Unless one is at the 7th level of the celestial being realm or above, it will be difficult to break its defense. Godslayer's voice sounded in his mind. You should just use my true body. In front of Zhu Bing, this beast can be killed in an instant. No need. Even without Zhu Bing, I can kill it today. Qin Shujian flatly refused. How could he rely on Zhu Bing's power in his first battle after breaking through? If he could not even deal with a 4th-level celestial being beast, how could he have the confidence to face an almighty? Kill. Qin Shujian was enraged. His fists shattered the void and blasted toward the giant tortoise. As for the giant tortoise's attack, he didn't care at all. Qin Shujian's physical body had already reached the 7th tribulation of the 9 tribulations stainless indestructible body. Coupled with the myriad constellation body, Qin Shujian's physical body had reached an extremely powerful level. Although the giant tortoise's attacks could injure him, they were only minor injuries. This ferocious beast's defense was impressive, but in terms of attack, it was not enough to cause too much of an impact. Boom! Boom! On the surface of the sea, a man and a tortoise were fighting crazily. Qin Shujian's fists could shatter the heavens. The 5,600 star acupoints in his body were all activated, and the power of each of his fists could shatter the void, reaching the level of moving mountains and overturning seas. On the contrary, although the giant tortoise was powerful, it was still defeated by Qin Shujian's attacks. At this moment, the rocks on the tortoise shell had all disappeared. The back of the green tortoise shell was enduring a terrifying attack. Every strike landed. It made the giant tortoise's internal organs tremble. Although the tortoise shell's defense was very strong, Qin Shujian's attacks were too powerful. That terrifying force could not be completely eliminated even with the shell's back. The remaining force penetrated the tortoise's body and caused serious injuries. Roar! Roar! The giant tortoise roared angrily. As one of the overlords of the sea within a radius of 100,000 miles, it had never encountered such a situation. But Qin Shujian's strength was too strong. Although the giant tortoise was angry, there was nothing it could do. Boom! Another punch landed. The giant tortoise's body suddenly sank, and blood spilled from its mouth. At the same time, a rebounding force surged from the shell's back. Qin Shujian's arm suddenly cracked, but soon, an even stronger force erupted from his body, forcibly suppressing this rebounding force. Another punch. Boom! Faint cracks could be seen on the green tortoise shell. Your tortoise shell is hard enough. I want to see how many more punches you can take. Qin Shujian was furious. The murderous intent in his heart had turned into a substance. His star-like blood and qi were boiling, causing his momentum to reach its peak. If he did not kill the giant tortoise today, he, sect leader Qin, would take its surname from now on. As for what the giant tortoise's surname was, Qin Shujian could not be bothered to care. Anyway, this ferocious beast was doomed. On the other side, as the hard shell cracked, the giant tortoise's instinctive fear finally suppressed the tyrannical killing intent in its heart. After taking Qin Shujian's punch head-on, the giant tortoise tore through the void, trying to escape into the sea. As a ferocious beast of the sea, once it entered the sea, it was like a fish in water. Not to mention how much its combat strength increased, it was still very easy for it to escape. Trying to escape, Qin Shujian's face was cold and fierce. He threw another punch and directly bombarded the tortoise's shell. Blood seeped out from it. Then, his divine consciousness turned into a shocking long saber and slashed out with the force of thunder. The giant tortoise's body trembled violently, and it let out a miserable roar. It had no choice but to stop fleeing. Seeing this, Qin Shujian pressed forward, his attack shattering the void. Rumble. When cracks appeared on its shell, it meant that the giant tortoise's greatest technique had been broken. Every time the giant tortoise tried to escape, Qin Shujian would use his divine consciousness to form a saber and forcibly imprison the giant tortoise in place. 70% of spirit severing had already given him the ability to severely injure the divine consciousness of a diviner. The giant tortoise's divine consciousness was powerful. However, it was still far from comparable to the attack of a spirit-severing expert. In the eyes of the creatures of heavenly Pattern Island, Qin Shujian was completely beating up the giant tortoise. From start to finish, the ferocious beast was in a passive position, unable to fight back at all. Brother Qin is so strong. Xia Kun was also stunned. He knew that Qin Shujian was strong. If he could kill the Azure King, how could he be weak? However, the fact that he could suppress the giant tortoise was completely different. This kind of strength. Without the patriarchs of the various clans, no one in the three sects could contend against him. Boom! The giant tortoise's shell exploded with a loud bang. The moment flesh and blood splattered everywhere, Qin Shujian pressed down on the giant tortoise's head and squeezed hard. The ferocious head that was 100 feet in size was directly crushed. Then, his hand went down the broken shell and crushed the giant tortoise's heart. His divine consciousness turned into a saber and swept out, shattering the last bit of the giant tortoise's divine consciousness. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. Before anyone could react, the giant tortoise had completely fallen in Qin Shujian's hands. Then, the giant that was 3,000 feet tall grabbed the giant tortoise's broken corpse and threw it towards heavenly Pattern Island. Qin Shujian's voice rang in Xia Kun's ears. "I'll leave the fourth stage diviner's corpse to you." Hearing that, Xia Kun looked at the giant tortoise's corpse, his eyes shining. Was the corpse of a diviner useful? It was. The flesh and blood of a diviner could be devoured and transformed into cultivation energy. The blood could be bathed in, allowing a cultivator to have a stronger physique. As for the bones, they were also incomparably hard and could be used to forge powerful weapons. It could be said that the entire body of a diviner was a treasure. But for a great cultivator at the peak of the divine martial realm, ordinary diviner beasts were just like that, not much use. But the giant tortoise was different. This was an overlord-level diviner beast in the nearby sea area. Its cultivation level was as high as the fourth stage diviner. If he could obtain the giant tortoise's corpse, he might be able to step into the diviner realm. It wasn't just Xia Kun. The eyes of the others also lit up. Seeing this, when Xia Kun rose into the air, he shouted at the same time, "This is what Brother Qin left for my fantasy sea sect. No one else is allowed to fight for it." Hearing these words, some of the people who wanted to fight for it began to struggle. Just as they were struggling, Xia Kun had already received the giant tortoise's corpse. With a body that was tens of thousands of feet long, its weight was comparable to a huge mountain range. However, a great cultivator at the peak of the divine martial realm was also extremely powerful, so it wouldn't be too difficult to lift the giant tortoise's corpse. On the other side, after killing the giant tortoise, Qin Shujian took out the Chenkuan bow and the cloud-piercing arrow. The originally normal-sized longbow had now become 10,000 feet long, and the arrow was the same. Following that, Qin Shujian knocked the arrow and drew the bow. All the spiritual energy within 10,000 miles gathered. In the next moment, the cloud-piercing arrow pierced through the air, and wherever it passed, space was destroyed inch by inch. King Kuan, who was originally fighting with Golden Rock King, felt a huge sense of danger in his heart. Without waiting for him to react, the cloud-piercing arrow had already exploded his body in the air. A terrifying power erupted. Half of King Kuan's body turned into a bloody mist, while the remaining half of his body turned into half a big fish, falling towards Heavenly Pattern Island. Golden Rock King, who was fighting, was stunned by the sudden change. He didn't even react when King Kuan's blood spilled on his body. What was going on? What happened? How did King Kuan die? 3 consecutive blows, directly smashing Golden Rock King until he was dizzy. Shooting King Kuan. King Zhong, who was fighting with Illusion God King, finally felt the threat of death. Without waiting for Qin Shujian to act, he fled towards the depths of the sea. Qin Shujian retrieved the cloud-piercing arrow and knocked the arrow again. He casually aimed and shot towards the sea below. Rumble, the sea shook. Wherever the cloud-piercing arrow passed, the sea parted, revealing King Zhong's figure. Following that, under Illusion God King's shocked gaze, King Zhong was directly shot by the cloud-piercing arrow. A large amount of blood flowed into the sea, dyeing the sea red. Following the return of the cloud-piercing arrow, the parted sea water gathered together again, swallowing King Zhong's corpse. In a few breaths of time, the 3 celestial beasts had all fallen. The corpse of the giant tortoise and half of King Kuan's corpse had already fallen into Heavenly Pattern Island. King Zhong's corpse sank to the bottom of the sea. Illusion God King forced herself to regain her senses. Just as she was about to speak to Qin Shujian, she saw that his body had returned to normal. A small boat had unknowingly appeared on the sea surface. Qin Shujian leaped onto the boat. The boat had already left, riding the wind and breaking the waves. I still have other things to ask, so I'll take my leave first. Today, I'll kill 3 beasts to repay you. We'll meet again if fate allows. When the voice came, the boat had already traveled 10,000 li. Illusion God King turned around with a regretful expression and returned to Heavenly Pattern Island. He was regretful that Qin Shujian had left, causing Heavenly Pattern Island to lose such a peak expert. He was also regretful that King Zhong's corpse had sunk to the bottom of the sea and he was unable to retrieve it. The corpse of a 3rd-stage celestial being. To be honest, its value was not small. As for Xia Kun, she did not expect Qin Shujian to leave so straightforwardly. However, the fact that he left behind the corpse of the giant tortoise was enough to make her excited. She could extract the blood essence of this 4th-stage celestial being giant tortoise. Perhaps she could immediately step into the 1st stage of celestial being. As for whether or not others would fight with her for it, Xia Kun was not worried. After all, Qin Shujian had already said that he would give the giant tortoise to her, so it was hers. As for Qin Shujian's you, Xia Kun directly ignored the last word we. The 3 sects represented the 3 clans. Although there were some small conflicts between the 3 clans, no matter what, they were all on the same side. The others would not fall out with the Illusion Sea sect for a 4th-stage celestial being corpse. No matter what. The giant tortoise corpse was already hers. Let's go. I hope I can see the day you become an immortal. In the main hall, Xia Chao opened his eyes. His turbid eyes seemed to be able to see through the main hall and see the scene outside. When Qin Shujian left, he had already sensed it. In his mind, he also received the message from Godslayer. Qin Shujian's departure was inevitable. Xia Chao only hoped that he would become an immortal one day. If he did not become an immortal, there would only be death when facing the Great Tribulation. Even if he became an immortal, there was nothing he could do about the demon abyss. But if he became an immortal, he would at least have a chance to fight for a chance of survival. Xia Chao sighed and immediately closed his eyes. I don't want Heavenly Pattern Island to become the last place where the bloodline of the human race remains. Saint God Sect. Jade Wave Sect. When Qin Shujian left, the ancestors of the two sects all sensed it. The expressions of the ancestors of the two sects were also somewhat inexplicable. The inheritance that had been preserved for countless years was finally handed over to a human. They did not know if this choice was right or wrong. But after so many years, Heavenly Pattern Island welcomed its first human. No one could be sure if there would be others in the future. The ancestors of the two sects had already sensed the aura of the demon abyss. They understood that if they waited any longer, when the Great Tribulation broke out, there might not be a second person here. So, if they wanted to bring the inheritance out, Qin Shujian became the only choice. In the sea, a small boat was sailing through the waves. Qin Shujian sat upright in the boat, with a tea set and other things placed out. And opposite him sat a saber. That's right. Sitting a saber. The Godslayer was like an ordinary person. It stood there quietly, as if there was an invisible hand holding it, preventing the saber from falling. At this moment, the Godslayer did not emit any aura, just like an ordinary stone saber. It's really the free air. I haven't breathed it in so many years. The Godslayer's saber trembled for a moment, and a voice of emotion came from inside. Qin Shujian smiled and said, Senior, have you never come out? While talking, he glanced at the cosmos bow that was hiding in the corner of the boat, shivering. He felt some disdain in his heart. With this courage, it was still one of the Yuan sect's sect treasures. In front of the Godslayer, the cosmos bow was like a grandson, not even daring to say a word. It even begged Qin Shujian to put it back into the storage ring. To this, Qin Shujian turned a deaf ear. If it wanted to come out, it would come out, and if it wanted to go back, it would go back. It really treated the storage ring as its home. Furthermore, the current state of the cosmos bow made Qin Shujian feel a little embarrassed. If it wasn't for the fact that he was lacking a Dao artifact, and that the cosmos bow was quite handy, he would have already sent it back to the furnace to recast it. He had seen many Dao artifacts. But this was the first time Qin Shujian had seen such a timid Dao artifact. The Godslayer said, ever since the demon abyss invaded and the myriad races started fighting, I followed Xia Chao to the Heavenly Pattern Island. Since then, I have been staying in the void world and have never had the chance to come out. Why did they seal Senior? Qin Shujian asked in confusion. A Zhu Bing. There was no need to seal it. If he had kept it, it would have been a great help to the Heavenly Pattern Island. He wouldn't have been forced into such an ugly situation by a few ferocious beasts of the Heaven Realm. The Godslayer said faintly, they are probably afraid that I will bite back. Bite back. Qin Shujian was stunned. The Zhu Bing could still bite back. Why didn't Xia Chao tell him before? At this moment, his essence, energy, and spirit were raised to their peak. The way he looked at the Godslayer also became strange. The Godslayer wouldn't suddenly stab him, right? With his current strength, he might not be able to withstand the Godslayer's attack. Because the Zhu Bing was too strong. To be able to truly drive the Zhu Bing, one would need to be at least a Nirvana realm expert. And to be able to unleash the power of the Zhu Bing to its peak, only an immortal could do so. Strictly speaking, the Zhu Bing was an immortal's weapon. But the difference was that not every immortal was qualified to obtain the Zhu Bing. In ancient times, the number of immortals who could possess the Zhu Bing could be counted on one hand. Each of these immortals was a top expert of the same level. This information, it was Xia Chao who told him. But the other party didn't tell him that the Zhu Bing could still bite back. Looking at Qin Shujian's expression, the Godslayer said calmly, don't worry. Since you have recognized me as your master, I shouldn't bite back in a short period of time. Ahem, What do you mean, senior? Qin Shujian coughed dryly and said hesitantly. What did he mean by not biting back in a short period of time? Could it be that he would bite back in a long period of time? The Godslayer said, Do you know what the Zubing is? Senior, please enlighten me. The Zubing is an existence that has been raised by thousands of races for many years and gathered the faith of a race. The role of the Zubing in the beginning was to protect the race and prevent it from being invaded by foreign enemies. The Godslayer said. Qin Shujian remained silent and listened carefully to the other party's words. In ancient times, if a race didn't want to be invaded, it could only invade other races and kill the experts of other races. Therefore, the Zubing is both a divine weapon of protection and a divine weapon of slaughter. If the Zubing kills too much, it can absorb energy to strengthen itself. At the same time, because of killing too much, the rules of heaven and earth will punish it. It's good if it can pass, but if it can't, it will be destroyed by the rules. Hearing this, Qin Shujian nodded inwardly. He had also heard these words from the Marquis of Bayun. The god-slaying saber said, as more and more ancestral armaments kill, the spirituality born from the ancestral armaments will also be corrupted by the massacre. Once the massacre completely corrupts the ancestral armament spirit, the ancestral armament spirituality will also be corrupted. Then, the Zubing will fall and become a demonic weapon that only knows how to kill. If you don't want to be infected by the killing, you need an expert to help suppress it. Similarly, the expert that helps suppress the killing of the Zubing will also be affected by the killing. This kind of influence will be imperceptible until the expert can no longer suppress it. At that time, the Zubing will devour its master and then find another expert that can help suppress the killing and corrosion. Therefore, this is the reason why the Zubing will suffer a backlash. The Godslayer said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Qin Shujian fell silent. If the Godslayer hadn't said it, he really wouldn't have known that such a situation could happen. At this moment, Qin Shujian also understood why the God-slaying saber had to be sealed. If the Godslayer wasn't sealed and he didn't have an expert to help suppress the killing and corrosion, he would fall and become a demonic weapon. Heavenly Pattern Island would be in trouble. After a long time, Qin Shujian said in a deep voice, in other words, sooner or later, I will also be devoured by senior. Then, to what extent do I have to grow to avoid this hidden danger? It's very simple, immortal. The Godslayer said, as long as you become an immortal, you will be able to completely suppress the killing on my body. Only an immortal can truly unleash the power of the Zubing. Immortal. During this period of time, Qin Shujian had already heard this word many times. As for whether or not he could become an immortal, Qin Shujian didn't have any doubts. As long as he was given time, becoming an immortal was inevitable. Soon after, Qin Shujian asked, then with my current strength, how much of Senior's power can I unleash? About 10% or so. The Godslayer thought for a moment and gave an answer. If you forcibly activate the Godslayer, all the power in your body will be absorbed by the Zubing. At that time, I don't know whether the enemy will die or not, but you will definitely die. Qin Shujian said, if I use 10% of its power, can I kill a mighty figure? Those below the 9th level of the celestial being can be killed. It could kill those below the 9th level of the celestial being. Qin Shujian nodded slightly. It was enough to be able to do this. At least with the Godslayer, he was no longer afraid of mighty figures. There were many experts above the 9th level of the celestial being in the Great Zhao country. Among the people that Qin Shujian knew, the human emperor must be in existence in the Nirvana realm. As for the others, they might not be above the 9th level of the celestial being. Among them was Marquis Bayun. Because according to Qin Shujian's understanding, Marquis Bayun had only broken through to the celestial being realm a few hundred years ago. It was already heaven-defying to break through to the mighty figure in a few hundred years. If he had grown above the 9th level of the celestial being, even if he took pills, it would not be so fast. Soon after, Qin Shujian did not ask any more questions. He quietly tasted the spirit tea. The Godslayer did not speak either. Even the blade did not tremble. It was unknown if he had fallen into a deep sleep or if he was observing the surrounding scenery. As for the bow of the cosmos, this Taoist longbow was now hiding in the corner of the boat and shivering, trying its best to fade away its existence. It was on the Godslayer. The bow of the cosmos felt the aura of destruction. In front of the other party, it seemed that it would be destroyed at any time. This feeling was too terrifying, so it did not dare to approach it easily. The boat sailed in the sea. Qin Shujian followed the memory in his mind and headed toward the periphery of the sea. Along the way, there were also many fierce beasts coming over, but Qin Shujian did not need to do anything. The bow of the cosmos volunteered to kill the fierce beasts. There was no other way. Qin Shujian was the master, and the Godslayer was obviously the boss. The bow of the cosmos had the lowest status in the boat. If it did not take action at this time, who else could take action? All of a sudden, Qin Shujian put down the teacup and asked seriously, "If it's a mighty figure with the Zhu Bing, can you still kill him?" The Godslayer was speechless. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.